Hawaii. Yes, not a car rental for a year, you know, with a Ferrari, but like actually take your wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, significant other, mother, brother, sister, cousin, or whoever to Hawaii for a week, compliments of IBM. So we're going to talk about hybrid cloud. Everyone's talking about it. Your CIO is talking about it. The CEO sees ads on TV for cloud and says, hey, IT guys, what's this cloud thing? Can it help give us speed? Can it give us flexibility? Can it help us innovate? And you've seen some examples of that. You've seen what Amazon has done in the retail side with it. So saying the cloud doesn't work, independent of AWS or any of their other stuff, just literally look at Amazon as a retailer and what they've done in the cloud infrastructure. Can it give me insight? Okay, and as you know, everyone is looking at hybrid cloud or some variant of it, whether they're going to use a private cloud, go from on-premise to private, go from on-premise to public, how they're going to do it. So it's a big issue, and you need to be prepared to address that. So how do you move forward? Everyone's trying to transform. Everyone's doing the digital economy. You're probably so tired of hearing digital transformation, you probably want to kill people who say it when they're here at the show. Okay? But it's the reality. So what you've got to do is figure out, how do you handle all the traditional workloads? If you've still got SAP, or you got Oracle, or you got DB2, you're running Microsoft SQL, whatever you're running on the backside, the traditional workloads. At the same time, you've got to move forward to your next generation workloads. So how can you do that? On the traditional side, the CIO, the CFO, the CEO want you to save money. Don't spend money. Don't spend money. How can you move forward on my old stuff? What can you do for me on the old stuff? And on the new stuff, we need to deliver it faster. We need to get on all over these applications. I want to be just like Amazon, says the CEO. Right? That's what he's saying. So you've got to be able to move forward with traditional applications, saving money, still optimize those, but move forward into the new world. And the power to you is what IBM delivers to allow you to do this. Okay, whether you're a small shop, whether you're a cloud provider, whether you're a Fortune 500 global enterprise, we've got the right solutions with our partner Cisco. So what's enabled by our VersaStack is what's known as the true private cloud. So the true private cloud is you. Many people think the private cloud is only within the confines of your walls. It's not. If you want to do overflow to something like Bluemix or Amazon or Azure, that's what you can do with a true private cloud. It's as agile and as flexible as a public cloud. And the key thing with a true private cloud, and true is the operative word, it can seamlessly extend to the public cloud. Now, depending on your industry, finance, heavily regulated. Any of you that work in the government could be heavily regulated. Healthcare, heavily regulated. So how you move and how you extend may be an issue. But the big thing is that a true private cloud emulates a public cloud. You've got automation for applications, workloads, and data sets. You've got the consumption model of choice, on-premise. For example, if you're at a global Fortune 500, let's say you're GM, I don't know if anyone from GM's in the office, but you got multiple divisions. So maybe one division or one function, you're going to keep it on-premise. Another function, you have no problem after you talk to the chief security officer that it's okay to extend that into some sort of public cloud to handle the additional workflow. So when you look at a hybrid cloud or a true public cloud, what are the requirements that you get? What do you need? So first of all, you need to automate your infrastructure. You need to have secure application segmentation. The chief legal officer, if you're publicly traded, and even if you're not, is going to ask, how are we making sure this data is segregated? I don't want the sales guys looking at the finance data. You know, the manufacturing guys can't look at the legal data. How are we going to do that? It's all about the self-service user experience. You want to make it easy. We're going to talk a little bit later about how our VersaStack can enable a strong DevOps use case. We're just going to talk about the one because we're short on time today. And then obviously the hybrid extension. How do you get data from on-premises to your public cloud provider of choice? It could be one of the big four. which of course, as you know, is IBM, Amazon, Azure, and Google. It could be to a smaller cloud provider. Almost every one of the telcos you deal with has a cloud and stands up a cloud. Many of you that use channel partners, they've got clouds. I'm going to bring up one of our cloud providers, James Amy's, in a second, and he's going to talk about how he uses VersaStack in his cloud that he offers in a service. So you can go big cloud provider, medium cloud provider, small cloud provider. They're even specialists. We have a cloud provider that uses our stuff in Europe, and they only do PCI data. That's it. If you don't need PCI data protection and they use it as a backup service, then you can't work with them. IBM couldn't work with our own cloud provider. We can provide them technology, but we don't do PCI data, right? Because we're not in that market segment. So you've got to do it depending on what you need. So the VersaStack is our solution that we've been doing jointly with Cisco. Combines the Nexus family, our storage, Cisco UCS, of course with management, with VMware. It's one throat to choke, so there's one phone number to call. So a storage industry analyst did a bunch of work on the combination of VersaStack, what does it deliver? So with UCS Director, 61% reduced management over buying everything standalone, a 293% ROI and a 4-month payback. We have several public end user references on our website and on our YouTube channel for VersaStack, and all of them had a payback between 4 months and 6 months, every one of them. Some are cloud provider like James, who's going to be up in a second. Others are hospitals in all kinds of different functions. And it was 84% faster provisioning than doing it with a standalone configuration. By the way, IBM's is the second largest storage company in the world, so we sell tons of storage that's not in a VersaStack, okay? But when it's in a VersaStack, from your perspective, you can provision everything 84 times faster than provisioning the servers, the switches, and our storage all separately. So it gives you a real advantage. The VersaStack has had strong adoption. We were a little bit late to market. We've only shipped it for 2 years. You can see several end users. These are all public references, and they range from mid-sized companies. We have European companies on this list. We probably have about 30 or 40 public references you can take a look at. But most importantly, you can see that it's widely accepted in all kinds of market segments. CSPs and MSPs in the education sector, in the government sector, federal, because this is done by an American. So it should have said government, because we have government agencies that are not in the United States who have VersaStack, banking and financial services, a whole different set. So what I like to do right now is enough talking from me. Let's bring up an end user, James Amy's. He is one of our cloud providers, Advanced Technology. James is going to join me on stage. We're going to ask him some questions. So instead of hearing from a vendor, you can hear from someone just like you, another end user. James?
Thank you, Eric. Thanks you for inviting me here today.
So of course I have my prepared questions. So we'll take a quick one. So the first one is, tell us a little bit about Advanced. What do you guys do? What do you offer to your end users?
Yeah, so Advanced are a software company that have a multitude of different types of ERP type software products, as well as staff management, payroll, etc. But it has a dedicated hosting and IT outsourcing division. That IT outsourcing division on its own equates to about 400 staff, delivering around £60 million of revenue into the group. And it focuses on a number of different customer sectors, big focus on financial and health sector, but we also have regional and national government, as well as not-for-profit. So there's a good multitude of different business requirements, as well as regulatory requirements as well that comes with that.
Great. So two sort of follow-up questions to that. Obviously, you've got a staff of 400, and there's a lot of work that you have to do. Many of the people in the audience are providers, but in addition to that, they're their own IT shop. So how has that, A, helped you guys be more efficient on your side, and then how has it helped you deliver more revenue to the company with the customers in your cloud config?
Yeah, so we've been operating our own cloud service platforms of different types for a number of years, and we go back probably about 8 years now since we've been building services on standardized product infrastructure building blocks. Some of those actually historically were based on HPE and x86, as well as a lot of different storage products. And as we started to look at how that would evolve and improve our business and our delivery to our customers, what we wanted was something that was easy to deploy, that was easy to procure, and just simplified what we were doing. And as we were already a store-wise customer, so we had quite a considerable estate on the IBM V7000 product range. The VersaStack just ticked all those boxes. You know, we looked at the vBlock solution, which, while it's a good solution for us, just didn't give us the flexibility we needed to be able to compartmentalize different services to different customer types.
Okay. So your experiences internally and externally have been very positive. What is the next step in cloud infrastructure that you're going to start offering to your customers, and how is the VersaStack going to fit into that cloud model on a go-forward basis? Yeah,
so a lot of people are obviously talking today, and we're here around the show, around hybrid cloud mixes. So we're already operating that. We have our software products, some of which are already delivered as a SaaS on a public cloud platform already, but there's lots and lots of hosting and dedicated on-premise workloads that we have. And we are looking over the next 18 months to probably double our VersaStack deployments, to embrace really that standardization and the simplicity and speed of deployment. And that's really key. So I was talking around when we had some of the legacy environments, from the point in time we received the equipment into the data center, we'll be going live probably about 8 weeks was our go-live cycle, and now we're talking 7 days. And in fact, we can do that even quicker. If we can circumnavigate some of our change governance processes, which we're able to do because we've got predefined, standardized reference architecture, and it's this, and we're just going to push the button and go.
So now, whether those in the audience are a cloud provider or whether they're a traditional IT infrastructure inside a corporation or government institution, what are the 2 or 3 things they need to look at as they deploy a converged infrastructure such as VersaStack to help them modernize their infrastructure? What are the 2 or 3 things they need to focus on as they start deploying?
Keep it simple. It's got to be simple conceptually, especially if there's going to be a change of technology. The management wrap has to embrace the automation, but it also has to give the visibility, so knowing where workload is, knowing where the data is, which is really one of the key, which is the Cisco One, the enterprise cloud suite, along with Cloud Center, really delivers that and helps us know what we're doing and how we're going to do it, both for today and also our business needs and our customer needs, more importantly, tomorrow.
Great. Well, James, thank you very much. I really appreciate all your time.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much. You heard from someone like you, not from a vendor, not from Cisco, not from IBM, but hearing from a real end user and what they've done. They're offering, as you saw, software as a service. They have a cloud business, so a number of different businesses that are using the VersaStack model. So let's go a little deeper. Recently, we've dramatically expanded our portfolio. We actually did our big launch jointly with Cisco with some additional items at Cisco Live in Melbourne, Australia in the beginning of March. This is using the Enterprise Cloud Suite or using the Cloud Center with the VersaStack to deliver hybrid cloud technology and the ability to move things back and forth. We added our IBM Spectrum copy data management, and we're going to focus in a second on the DevOps use case as well as the DR use case and how you can do that. We just added a CVD last week for IBM Cloud Object Storage. It just went live last week on the Cisco website. We're showing it in our booth 2015, up at the very front when you walk in. So please take a look at that. If you're looking at ways to store tons and tons of data, I'm not talking terabytes and terabytes, I'm talking petabytes. And we have customers that are in tens of petabytes, one approaching an exabyte using IBM Cloud Object Storage. So now for our Cisco customers, you can use it with the UCS 3260 and there's a 3260, and there's a CVD to back that up. And that will work with any cloud. So it works with James's cloud, it works with Bluemix, it works with Amazon, Azure, NTT in Japan, AT&T in the US. Doesn't matter, works with any cloud. So let's talk about what we've done. So by combining Cisco Cloud Center, the Enterprise Cloud Suite, Cisco, with any cloud provider that has a VMware infrastructure, can move the application workload back and forth between on-premise sitting on a VersaStack, which again incorporates Cisco UCS with our storage and Cisco networking, or to the cloud provider, whether it be Bluemix, Amazon, James, anyone that's got a VMware infrastructure, they can move the application workload back and forth. Then what IBM does, if you will, on the bottom side, is we can move the data back and forth. IBM Spectrum Virtualize, which ships on some of the products that are inside of the VersaStack, and IBM Spectrum Accelerate can move data back and forth between on-premises and out to any cloud with the REST API. Okay? At the same time, IBM's copy data management technology allows you to more effectively manage all the copies, every clone, every snapshot, every replica, and allow you to enable the test dev guys and your own guys to do self-service IT, which a lot of IT guys don't like, but it is the trend in the industry. Okay, and they want you to get the DevOps guys going faster and faster and faster and faster. So the application-centric management is all done at the top layer with Cloud Center, or the Enterprise Cloud Suite. On the bottom side, you can use it with us. Okay, so you can start on-premise. Okay, you can do this with multiple VersaStacks on-premise, just connected to your standard network. You can then do it when you go to a cloud. So I've created a private cloud. I'm a big Fortune 500 company. I'm going to create a private cloud. And I don't have quite the security concerns that the guys might in the finance sector. So I've talked to the chief security officer and the chief legal officer saying, absolutely, these data sets, and you'll probably want to know what those are, because I doubt if you're publicly traded, they're going to want you to put the corporate financials out in any public cloud provider. However, there's all kinds of other data sets that they would have no trouble with you using, and you could use, again, the Cloud Suite and Cloud Center for the app management, our Spectrum software, and our copy data management to handle the data layer on our side. So let's talk about day one, is to leverage these copies to increase your agility and productivity. So you start with a converged infrastructure. You start with a VersaStack. The copy data management product is a software-only product. And what it allows you to do is catalog, automate, and transform. It allows you to understand where every copy is. It allows you to let the DevOps guys check it in and check it out. But you as IT still retain control and you know where it is. The use cases are pretty straightforward. DR and data protection, DevOps, and of course, automated copy management via SLA, which is an important thing that you have to deliver. So let's walk through the DevOps a little bit more. So today, as you know, it's not self-service. The DevOps guys go to the IT team and the infrastructure team and say, hey, we need you to stand this up. That takes 2 to 3 weeks, okay, depending on how you're configured. Got a configuration. And the storage team is slowing things down. Okay, now, when you go ahead and use copy data management, you can create templates. You can do data masking integration. The DevOps team can self-service, and I know for some people in IT, they don't like that, but remember, the guys in DevOps are IT too. They're just a different portion of IT from the infrastructure guys that are used to Cisco UCS, IBM storage, and Cisco networking infrastructure, okay? It allows you, with these API calls, to build, to test, to deploy, but it also allows the IT guys to know who has what. How many copies do I have? And this is just summarizing the DevOps use case. There's other use cases. We talked about disaster recovery and data protection as one, as well as this. Oop. So the developers can self-serve, which they love to do. The infrastructure team, though, gets to stay in control, right? The infrastructure team knows what's going on and doesn't worry about, if you will, the DevOps guys running amok. No offense if there's any DevOps guys in the room, not trying to offend you, but I know the bulk of the room is infrastructure guys, server guys, networking guys, and storage guys. So you've got to be able to take care of it. The other thing is, do you really want to be standing up constantly, and especially if you're in a mid to large size enterprise where there's tons of developers being hired, to constantly being standing things up instead of letting them getting it on their own? Yet you still have control. So you don't have to worry about the chief legal officer, the chief security officer coming in and saying, what the heck are you doing? How come these guys are accessing? Because you know who's got what. okay? And yes, it's self-serve, but it's controlled self-serve, okay? So there's real value to that. So, as we've talked about today, it's all about powering your data, about getting knowledge from that data and getting insight from that data. So we'd like to encourage you to learn more. Please come by our booth 2015. We're going to have our VersaStack, our all-flash arrays, our cloud object storage. We also have a number of other divisions from IBM that are showing our security solutions, our collaborative solutions that we do jointly with Cisco, our cognitive solutions using our Watson stuff that all runs on Cisco server infrastructure. So please come by. There's a number of different prizes. We are going to be having 40 different theater sessions of all types: security sessions, flash sessions, VersaStack sessions, software-defined storage sessions, sessions on Watson and artificial intelligence and how you can deliver that into a Cisco environment. So please come by the booth and, of course, register to win a trip for Hawaii. So with that, I want to thank you very much for coming, and have a great rest of the week at Cisco Live.
Hey there, everybody. Welcome back here into the studio. We just finished another fantastic innovation showcase, this time with IBM. We were talking in this showcase about data and application mobility, how to really embrace hybrid cloud with more confidence. We heard from James Amies, enterprise architect from an end user, which is advanced. We heard from Eric Herzog, VP of Product Management for storage systems at IBM and for software-defined infrastructure. As we continue to talk about hybrid cloud, this movement toward hybrid cloud, so much of it depends on cloud services and on on-premise infrastructures working in unison with one another. So a successful implementation, it's got to have all of these new levels of data and application mobility. We have to enable it with an automated and seamless flow across both on-premise and cloud resources. So if you were in this innovation showcase session with IBM, you learned exactly how converged infrastructure from IBM and from Cisco has evolved. It is helping us to make our way toward that road ahead, and hopefully you walked away from the session knowing how to bring new levels of speed and agility and efficiency to the applications and workloads that you are choosing to deploy across your own hybrid cloud models. What we're going to do now, we want to continue the conversation. I got Jamie Greener here with me. Jamie is the program director for the IBM Watson IoT business unit for IBM. So you manage that relationship with us, with Cisco, to help integrate the Watson IoT portfolio and to define more joint solutions. So this should be great. I'm really glad that you're here to talk with us today.
Yes, thank you for your time, really appreciate it.
Very good. You're so far away from me. Like I said, we'll just keep yelling at each other across the divide. So you manage those alliances. You're about the business development. In your role, you're helping IBM partners to integrate with the Watson IoT portfolio. You're working with those partners to help define joint IoT solutions that help bring key verticals into the marketplace. How did this come about, this particular partnership?
So last year we announced a collaboration around edge analytics. And so the idea is to really enable business and organizations that have remote and autonomous locations to tap into the combined power of IBM Watson IoT Business Analytics with Cisco's fog capabilities. So now we're continuing to build on that this year over the previously announced partnership we did last year. We're combining Cisco and IBM further to focus on specific segments around smarter cities, manufacturing and retail.
Okay, great. So this is really a two-stage process, right? The first thing we had to do was really come to grips with the edge analytics side of it. Now that we create that structure, we start to build on it and expand, that's going to create a combination of both opportunities and challenges, right? So how do we take a double view? How do we look at both of those at the same time so that everybody can do this in as smooth and simple a way as possible?
So let's start with what we announced last year around edge analytics, all right? So last summer we announced, IBM and Cisco announced a partnership around the Internet of Things and edge analytics. And what it does is enable a hybrid approach to IoT analytics, so clients can perform analytics at the edge, the network edge, and where real-time insights are generated, and also are needed for, if you can also do it in the cloud as well, for deeper, longer-term analytics. Together we deliver the capability for a first-of-its-kind solution here that creates the ability to customers to analyze their business performance, as well as at the point of collection, as well as being able to use the information in real time so they can measure performance of their people, their operations, their actual capabilities. So what we're doing now is moving from that point to having a more focused solution area around retail, manufacturing, and smarter cities.
All right, that's perfect. So let's go with those just a tiny bit further. I want to just hear a little bit more. That applicability, right? We always talk about why we're going to build these things. We have specific needs, and you just mentioned a few of them, smarter cities, manufacturing, retail. Are there differences in the approaches that we take for each of these arenas, or do we see similarities on each track?
So each of them have different requirements, obviously. So we look at them from the standpoint of specific use cases and patterns that can be developed by looking at the data. So in many ways, what we're trying to achieve is to look at how customers want to better instrument and monitor their environments and use that data more effectively. See, one of the big problems, and I think Eric talked about this, was the concept of there is all this data out there. And to a certain extent, a lot of it is not being analyzed.
Sure.
And so the great thing that we have today between Cisco and IBM is the ability to take that data and do deeper analytics around that, using Cisco's fog capabilities and data delivery, and using IBM's cognitive capabilities around analytics and cloud. So combining those two together is really focusing in on how we can apply cognitive computing to various segments that we're working in.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now you've been around a good long time. You've been with IBM since 2004, is that right?
That's right.
2004, amazing. So if we talk about the combination of the two companies, IBM, Cisco, right? These two great power players working together, you bring a remarkable perspective because you've been around long enough to watch it and to see how these different partnerships work together. What do you think is unique about the IBM-Cisco collaboration?
I think what's really unique about it is the ability for us to work together and balance capabilities, right? So Cisco has a significant focus in the fog, the ability to deliver data, the ability to manage the environment with specific business use cases in the edge and in the fog itself, and taking that and being able to integrate analytics from IBM, that is very powerful. Now, our early customers that are doing this today have experienced a lot of collaboration between us that allows us to better use the data. And that's a critical point. When we think about where we are today, so many customers don't know that the data is not being fully leveraged. They don't understand the silo model and how they need to pull this data in and do better analytics around it. We can give them together the ability to do this more effectively.
That cognitive awareness becomes so important. Talk about it from the IoT side, right? IoT, I think that segment has got to play a big role in how all of this comes together, whether that is the connectivity, the ability to reach out and capture all of that data, but what segment, what do you see that IoT segment really playing in terms of the roles that IBM and Cisco can work together in that arena?
Let me talk a little bit about the cognitive computing, because that actually might kind of frame this. So, from a cognitive computing standpoint, IBM's cognitive computing today and our capabilities drive the ability to have insights from the data that's delivered and managed by the Cisco fog environment. So it's a very complementary model. I mean, to a certain extent, what we're doing collectively is monitoring the structured and unstructured data. We're also trying to look at data from various levels, different kinds of data, image, audio, video, sensor data, and then trying to derive from that, looking at the kinds of risks that are achieved and what happens from the patterns that you see from the data itself. From that, we can then recommend collectively corrective actions based on the analysis, what we've seen. And this evaluation allows us to be much more effective with the customers and be able to give them better results. So what they're able to do is take that information and use it in their businesses in different ways. So, in a lot of the ways, this relates back to what we're doing with Watson as an ecosystem. So Watson is, in many ways, the driving and the engine that surrounds all of this. And we've seen enormous impact firsthand that cognitive computing has of the environment overall. And thanks to Cisco, the ability to utilize data processing and be able to take the data delivery from the FARG environment and be able to use it and execute performance analytics in certain ways is critical. What we're seeing firsthand is that it's really that Watson itself and the cognitive capabilities that IBM have is changing the way people do business. So we've announced a number of partnerships, H&R Block. We did recently one on the financial services business. You know, in many ways, what we're trying to do and what we're showing with the Watson ability is to be able to combine the data analytics from that environment with reasoning, with actual reasoning from machine learning, and be able to do some additional analysis around that so that customers can get greater value. One of the great areas that has the most significant opportunity is around manufacturing. The ability to improve and take advantage of the manufacturing environment and be able to deliver additional insight on the data that's being generated from those plants is incredible for the customers that are trying to achieve it. So we can, together between Cisco and IBM, do more of that as we go forward and combine the data and analytics that we have and the analysis that we have on the IBM side with the Cisco capabilities around FOG.
That's perfect. Okay, last thing I want to talk about here, last question I want to ask you. Within this power play collaboration between these two companies, a lot of the things that you just talked about right now, what do you think is maybe the biggest challenge that we are helping customers to solve? I think James Amy's talked a little bit about that in your session, but what do you think is one of the biggest challenges we're helping them solve?
So I think it really is, when it comes down to it, it's really about the data. Being able to take the data itself and do the additional insight from having that data generated. So lots of data points that are happening in IoT right now. There are 8.5 billion endpoints according to Gartner right now, and that's going to grow to 20 billion. So as time goes on, that's a huge lift in the next 3 years between now and 2020, according to Gartner. And so much of that data, almost 99% of it today, is not being leveraged, not being utilized by the companies involved. So being able to take that data, do the analysis, working closely with Cisco, who can help with the FOG capabilities and the data delivery, is critical for a lot of our customers. And so being able to do that in various verticals with specific use cases around those verticals is going to be great to do that going forward. So we're looking forward to more success with Cisco as we go forward into the next couple of years.
Very cool. JB, such a pleasure to talk to you, and thank you again.
Thank you very much.
We really deeply value these collaborations, and it's just fantastic. So a pleasure to talk to you today, and congratulations on a great talk.
Thank you very much.
The way as well. Okay, so what we're going to do now, we're going to change gears just a little bit. I want to start talking a little bit now about social media, which is such an enormous thing here at the show this week. Now before, we were talking with Sherry. We're going to get over 700 million social media impressions here at Cisco Live throughout the next 4 days, and that is going to happen on a variety of different fronts. My pal James Bedford, he is one of the most social and social media savvy people I have ever met in my own life, and James is down in the social media hub, in the social lounge area right now, I believe with Kathleen Mudge, at this point learning a bit more about what's happening on the social media side. James, why don't you tell us what's coming on? You making a couple of friends down there?
Steve, I'm just hanging out with my buddy, Mr. Cisco Live Mega Man. Look how cool this guy is. He's wearing a hat from one of the Cisco Live events, but of course, we're here with Kathleen Mudge at the Social Media Hub. Kathleen manages all the social media activities for us at Cisco. Who is this guy, Kathleen?
He's a minifig, so they're very popular with our attendees. Now, this is a big minifig, but he is representing Cisco Live attendees, and he is wearing a super cape. So this super cape is one of our contests where an attendee is awarded each day one of these super cape to wear for the rest of the show. So if you're supplying the most interesting content, engaging content, you could be the winner.
So I could get one of these superhero capes if I start publishing lots of cool content that you guys then display on these boards behind us right here. So if you think it's a great piece of content, it could be a photograph of me in a session, having fun.
Right, or a great quote. I mean, we love all the information shared by our attendees.
And then I could win one of these and wear it. Oh my goodness, I want one, Kathleen.
I know.
So the social media hub gets bigger. Oh, that man frightened me there. Did you see me jump? As I turned this around, there's a man there, made me jump. The social media hub gets bigger and better every single year, with more and more of our customers tweeting all their experiences at Cisco Live. So how many tweets have we had so far today?
Well, just during the keynote alone, there were over 7,500. So that keeps our team really busy because we are looking at every update and replying or retweeting or liking it. We want to stay engaged with our attendees, so we are really active looking at each comment.
And of course, we're always encouraging every single person at Cisco Live. We want to hear from you. We want to see that you're having fun, you're networking, and also it's a great way to give us your feedback as well. So what's working, what's not working, and don't forget to use that hashtag CLUS. If you don't tag it, we don't see it, and we want to see it because we want to make sure you guys get an opportunity to win a cape, and we have other competitions available as well. They can win a backstage pass to meet Bruno Mars.
Bruno Mars, I know, huge, I know.
So what do they have to do to win that?
They have to tweet that they registered and they're attending Cisco Live and that they entered the sweepstakes with the CLUS hashtag, of course.
Must not forget that. So of course there's so much to win here at Cisco Live, and of course they can win Apple Watches as well.
Right.
How do they win an Apple Watch?
Just by posting a great picture or a great, I mean, it's so easy, right? Just share your content.
It's as easy as taking a picture and then you post it to Twitter, you hashtag it CLUS, and then you can win a cape or an Apple Watch or a ticket to kiss Bruno Mars.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my goodness, I'm going to be there. What are all these lovely guys and girls doing behind us?
So
they look really busy.
They're busy looking at all the content that is being shared on our social stream.
I think she's actually shopping. Yeah, she's on Macy's. She's buying some shoes on Macy's. So
no, they're way too busy for that.
So they're looking at all the content that's coming in. What do you do with it then?
Yeah, then we're commenting back to them because we really want people to feel connected with us, at Cisco Live. And the conference gets so big, we want to maintain that connection with the Cisco Live brand and Cisco. So we're engaging and replying and commenting back with them, keeping a conversation going.
And the conversation is so important. And I believe that people can turn themselves into a real superhero.
They can.
True?
Yes.
Can we go and take a look?
Do you want to do it?
Yes,
yeah,
I do.
let's do it.
Follow me, guys. Let's go. So excited. I've always wanted to be a superhero.
Well,
I used to like watching Wonder Woman.
Here's your chance. And there was a quiz that people can take to help them figure out which superhero they are. Then they can come over here and we will do a superhero
Oh my
map.
goodness, what's going on? Oh, look, there's Karen Walker, the CMO of Cisco here. Karen, have you become a superhero?
I have.
Did you take a photograph of yourself? Well, I want to go. Let's push this man out the way. Karen, what do you think about the event so far?
Oh, it's been brilliant. What an opening. Isn't that the best ever?
Spectacular.
And it was great to have Chuck and Tim Cook and just a great customer talk about their experience. It was the best.
And of course, this year at Cisco Live, we are digitizing the event. We're streaming out live to Facebook right now, ladies and gentlemen. Hello to everyone on Facebook. Don't forget, we want to hear from you. CLUS, tag us in your tweets, your photographs. And of course, also Cisco.com for the first time ever. We are streaming the entire event.
I know, that is absolutely incredible. It really is. So it's going to reach millions and millions of viewers. We're just so excited. This is going to be the best Cisco Live ever.
So what do you like most about Cisco Live? Is it meeting with the customers?
It really is the customers. Honestly, they are so excited about what we're actually delivering as an experience, but also our technology. It truly is the product huggers, the service lovers, and they just love us. And we are so grateful. We are so honored to have them here.
And of course, we've announced the new network Intuitive, Karen. Really exciting announcement here at Cisco. A new network, reinvented, designed, we've rewritten software of 25 years. We've gone back to basics and rebuilt everything for our customers. Tell us more about that. Why is that so important for us right now?
It is going to absolutely, because Chuck was right when he said we built the internet 25 years ago, and so seriously, who other than Cisco was going to rebuild it again for the next 25 years, right? So you're going to have brand new capabilities. It's going to allow our customers, our CCIEs, to go on to really get some of the mundane parts of their job taken care of so they can just elevate up and take care of the more innovative, exciting parts.
All about automating the processes.
Automating, provisioning,
securing everything from not just at the perimeter, guys. This is securing the network from the start all the way through into the end as well. So it's ETA, the encryption traffic analysis as well.
That is incredible. People can't believe that you've got security and privacy. It was something that we didn't think was even possible. And we had this amazing fellow just go, oh, I've just created something. And it like so low-key and unassuming. So come tomorrow, because you're going to see David and Rowan actually show you this stuff live. You can actually feel it and touch it and see it. It's real. We have customers using it. It is absolutely awesome.
Of course,
Freaking
thank you, Karen. The network does see absolutely everything. So it's the Innovation Showcase Theatre. Lots of innovation talks going on this week. Karen's just referenced David Geckler, going to be talking about security, and of course, Rowan Trollope as well, looking at collaboration and how important the network really is to help you drive your
IoT.
business. IoT ready, mobile ready, cloud ready. The network is so important. Make sure you don't miss those innovation talks. But I think we should become superheroes. Do you want to join me?
Oh, okay.
Oh, come on, Karen.
Come on, Karen.
Come on, Karen. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to make Karen walk. Who do you want to be? We're going to touch the screen.
That was a bait and switch.
Yours was good.
Which one would you like to be, Karen?
I think I already was Megafix, wasn't
Okay,
I?
let's make you the wall because you're tough and you're strong.
Okay, the wall. Oh
Here
my
we
gosh.
go. Right,
Here's
Karen,
a little-
pose. Do a strong pose. Ah, make a sound effect as well. Oh, quick, do it again,
Oh, sorry. Okay.
I love the way that she didn't have to do sound effects and I made her do it, as if the sound effect is going to come out on the photograph. Karen Walker, thank you so much.
It's so much fun.
It is so much fun here. And Kathleen, thank you so much as well. Anything else to tell
Yes.
about the social media hub before we go?
No, just join us online, share your comments, share your updates. We love hearing from you, so keep it coming. And of course, do your superhero mask.
Thank you so much. Steve, back to you in the studio.
Thanks so much, James. I appreciate it. And oh my gosh, you got Karen, you got Kathleen down there. So much fun. So many great social media things. One of the coolest things that we've got on offer here throughout the week is a variety of live Q&A Facebook sessions with some of the great leaders and innovators here at the show. These are going to be just a ridiculously rare opportunity to chat with Cisco executives and engineers right there on our Facebook page. You will find that at facebook.com/Cisco Live US. And I want to give you guys just a really quick preview, kind of clue you in on 5 of those great Facebook Live Q&A opportunities. And they're going to kick off with 3 great enterprise network sections. Scott Harrell is going to be giving a great session on transforming the network with automation and analytics at 2:30 this afternoon, and immediately following that talk, guess what? You can hop online at facebook.com/Cisco Live US. You can do a live Q&A and ask questions of Scott right there. Tomorrow, Tuesday, 12:30 in the afternoon, Sachin Gupta is going to be giving a session called Redefining Access and Campus Networks. Same thing, you can ask Sachin a question, any question you like. 12:30, following that talk tomorrow. On Wednesday, we've got a couple of different sessions. The first one, at 3:30, Ronnie Ray is going to be giving a session on simplifying operations in the new enterprise network. So again, 3 great enterprise network sessions. But then we've got 2 great interact with the executive sessions as well, and these are ones you're really going to want to focus on. Beginning 2:15, on Wednesday, that is Wednesday, June 28th, we've got Facebook Live Q&A with Rowan Trollope. Okay, so again, mark that in your calendars, 2:15 to 2:30 on Wednesday with Rowan Trollope, immediately following his session. And then, boy, do we got the big guns coming up. This is going to be Thursday, final day of the show, 10:45 to 11 o'clock in the morning. Guess who we've got? The man, the big man, Chuck Robbins himself. All right. Ask yourself, how often do you get an opportunity to go face-to-face, one-on-one, hop online and interact with Chuck Robbins? We're not just talking any executive here. We are talking about the man himself. Get that in your calendars. You're not going to want to miss it. Every one of these social media opportunities that we get, every one of these opportunities that we get to interact face-to-face, not just with the engineers who are helping to make things happen every single day, but also with the executives, make sure that those happen. Get out there and take advantage of that great opportunity. All right, what we're going to do now is we're going to go back down into the World of Solutions show floor, where I'm looking at the monitor now. This is going to be crazy. All right, James is stealing things down at the Cisco store. That's what he's doing.
Oh,
what? We don't pay you enough. Is that what you're saying, James?
I'm doing a Winona Ryder. I just thought I would come shopping in a Cisco store. There is so much you can buy here. I'm in the children's section, and this is the lovely Nikki who's helped me to buy a few things for my sister's children back home.
Yes.
So what do we have?
We've got tons of stuff. We got these fluffy little blankets for you.
I need
here.
this in my life.
Oh yeah, you gotta be nice and cozy.
Ooh,
And it's big,
so
it matches
cold.
the logo, matches your shirt.
it's-
It's perfect
Look
for
at
you.
that is amazing.
But heaven forbid you get a little cold, so you just stick that right on there.
It's really cold in this auditorium today. So I got my hat, I got my scarf.
Yep.
What else do I need to take home for the
You
kids?
might need a little water bottle.
Oh my goodness.
These guys are
a little
cute.
Lego man t-shirt. So if you've left your husband at home or your wife and you're feeling a little bit guilty, I suggest you come down here and you can get, oh my God, I
The
need
quick
this.
fix.
You can get so much, look at this. If this was QVC, I'd be saying we only have 49 left of 100.
Exactly, and this can be a man or a woman, so you get to pick.
It's got great hair.
You got the hair, you got your hair choices.
$24.99, that's a bargain. I'm
It
going to take
is.
this as well. I'm going to
Think
take
you need
some
the water
t-shirts.
bottle,
What
throw
else
it
do
in
we need
there.
down here?
You got
What else?
little
Oh, if you're an
colored
adult, you don't want to wear a
pencils.
child hat like I've got on, you can grab one of these as well. Some amazing Cisco stuff. Look at this. This is good. Is this my color? Does this suit me?
I think it brings out your eyes.
Does it bring out my eyes?
It
Oh, I
does.
do like you. This is cool. Guys, you have to come down to Cisco store. There's so much for you to buy here. We have Lego men. We have little peekaboo pandas. Look at this. And if you have an older child, you have a superhero pad with some pencils there. And of course, not that it ever does rain in Las Vegas, but if it does rain, if you're going home to London where I live, oh, excuse me, sir, you can get an umbrella. Check this out. I think I might just walk around. I can't even get it out here. There we go, got my umbrella, got my hat, I've got everything. You've got bigger hats for adults there. Nikki, what else do I need? What else? What can I have at home?
Everyone has their little badge, right? So you got these guys, you can stretch it out, or if you're feeling fancy, these ones got a little glitter, got some going on. If you're feeling fancy.
But of course, if you're not actually physically in Las Vegas, you can buy all of this stuff on Cisco.com in the Cisco store. So if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube or Cisco.com, don't worry, you can buy all of this stuff
All of
online. It's amazing.
Anywhere in the world, shop.cisco.com.
Oh, this is sexy for the gym.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
well
wow,
this
you've
is for
got,
biking.
yeah,
We
look,
got
you've
the
got a little pouch near your booty, Steve. You can put your water bottle there.
Exactly.
This is cool stuff.
Yeah, we got things for bikers, we got things for golfers. Look, got Cisco right on there, right on the little golf ball.
Well,
They're
I
cute.
think we're about done here in the Cisco store, so get yourselves down here and buy some stuff because this girl needs the commission.
Oh yeah.
She does.
Come on, baby.
Steve,
We're
back
ready.
to you in the studio.
You are killing me down there. I believe you just talked about my booty a couple of moments ago. And the other thing, James, you look a
at
bit
you.
like a
You're all
deranged
spoiled
Sherpa. I
now.
just want to go ahead and I want to let you know that. Okay, while they have fun down there, I want to talk about another great area here on the World of Solutions show floor, the Meet the Engineers, Meet the Experts area. This is always one of the hottest stops at Cisco Live. It is open to everyone. Again, a rare opportunity you can engage one-on-one with a Cisco engineer or executive in a great conversation, and you get to focus it on you. What are your unique questions? What are your unique challenges? Whatever those happen to be, great. Bring those into the Meet the Engineers session, and you get to set that conversation yourself. You decide what we're going to talk about. We've got more than 500 Cisco engineers and experts available during your time here in Las Vegas with meetings that really make a terrific complement to your on-site training. You don't have to pre-schedule this, but I do want to encourage you, if you do want to come by, do not wait. Appointments fill up very quickly. Stop by that area, schedule a personal meetup with a Cisco executive or engineer, a Cisco fellow, maybe a senior development expert. And it's really just one of several different opportunities to meet experts here at the show. We're going to talk about the DevNet zone all week long. I know Rob is going to be out there a ton talking to those folks who are developing the different technologies out there. You can get a hands-on with every single element of the DevNet developer program. While you're there, you can go face-to-face and get support from those developer teams. We've got our technical solutions clinic here this week. You can interact with the best and the brightest engineers from our global TAC organization and get their unique perspective on the best strategies to address your concerns. Maybe even you'll discover some solutions that you hadn't considered before. Again, you don't have to have an appointment. drop in, make some magic happen, start a conversation. Our walk-in self-paced labs, right over there to my left, WISP, gives you a one-of-a-kind hands-on experience with our Cisco products and solutions. You can work through pre-designed scenarios. You can explore full configurations and features. In this way, you can make more informed recommendations on exactly what solutions are going to be right for your company. Now again, WISP Labs, first comes, first served. Okay? Now, we're just a couple of minutes away from our upcoming innovation showcase from Dell EMC, but again, take advantage of everything that this show floor has to offer you. When we talk about the scope and the size of it, 1 million square feet, right? If you start to process that in your mind, it can be a little overwhelming at times, but it tells you how much is taking place all under one roof. So yes, we have got so many Cisco capabilities going on across the floor and so many great Cisco representatives here to talk with each and every one of you. But again, it's the partnerships, right? 300 plus partners out here on the show floor as well. And if you think about the wealth of knowledge that is created by that group of Cisco experts combined with those collaborative partners out there in the field, again, it's nothing but perpetual opportunity. So take advantage of it. When you come to the show, when you show up here in Las Vegas and you're with us live here at Cisco Live, it's an entirely different experience. We have got huge numbers of people who are coming in virtually. They tune in, they're going to get to watch a session, they're going to get to be a part of a video, they're going to see one of the keynotes online. It is simply not the same. Yeah, we want everybody to do that, but we want you to get here to the show. All right, so make sure that you get your way on down here and be a part of it. All right, so we're going to go back one more time to James out there in the field, and I believe if I'm looking down there, what are you, hanging out in brew territory? Talk to me.
Hey Steve, yes, I'm down in the House of Brews, not the House of Blues, the House of Brews. You can get yourself a beer later on this evening, or a coffee, and you can just sit and chill out as people just milling around and they're writing blogs and catching up with work. But I'm here with Bill Hudson, and he's talking about Cisco Trustworthy Systems.
That's right.
Bill, tell us all about what is this stuff I can see in front of me. It looks really technical. My brain hurts. Explain it to me.
So Trustworthy Systems is essentially Cisco making sure that your hardware and software is authentic Cisco gear from start to finish, from manufacturing through supply chain, delivery, customer install, support, and end of life of the gear.
So you say authentic, is that because some people produce equipment that isn't actually from Cisco? It's like dummy equipment?
That's correct. So what we have here is we actually have a 3750 switch.
Yep.
Everything here is actually authentic Cisco gear, but the configuration that it's in is not authentic.
Cool, okay.
It was originally sold as a 24-port switch, and it was modified after the fact to be a 48-port switch, and then sold to a customer as such.
Wow.
The customer put this into their network, and then they started having issues with their switch.
Well, you would do, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely, because the configuration was not supported for the density of 48-port switch, and so they started having issues with traffic being lost, ports going out of service, things like that.
Yes, okay.
So they called Cisco for help, and then we find out, oh, that's actually not a 48-port switch, it's a 24-port switch. So what Trustworthy Systems is about is trying to ensure that things like this don't happen again. And so some of the newest technologies around secure boot and anti-theft, counterfeiting are in this newer box. This is one of our newer ISR 4451s that we have on display.
Okay.
And this has our Act 2 Trusted Anchor module in it. It does secure boot, so it verifies the software before it allows it to run. And these technologies were put in place, and these programs are started to help prevent things like this so that customers don't get a bad experience with Cisco gear. We want that trust from start to finish with Cisco gear.
Of course, so we've got Bruce here, one of our customers, and we've got Leroy as well. Could you imagine if you were to buy this and implement it in your organization? What would happen if you were to do this into your organization, if you were to implement it?
Yeah, well, we couldn't afford having stuff go down, so we typically always buy from Cisco resellers and Cisco authorized resellers. So this wouldn't happen to us.
You hope.
We hope.
It would not happen to you. When we think about the new Catalyst 9000 switch that we just launched, the Network Intuitive, how excited are you about that?
Extremely excited. That's our latest switch coming out. It's got some of the new software on it. ETA happens to be a program I was directly involved with, which the new 9300 has on it. So this is excellent. It's exciting times, especially for me, but it's really exciting for Cisco and security and trust where we're at.
So tell me more about ETAs. That's encrypted traffic analysis. Exactly what does it do?
So it's able to look at traffic as it's going through your system in a passive way and determine things like are those potential malware flows that are going through your system. So maybe you have some malware in your system you don't even know about yet, or there's not a signature available for it. And so some of the things that the analytics around ETA can do can help detect or at least point out things that don't look quite right.
Amazing. Phil, thank you so much. Lovely to meet you.
Yes.
Bruce, thank you for your time as well. Good to meet you, sir. Back to the studio.
Okay, so Bill and Bruce, thanks for talking to us a bit about ETA and everything going on down there on the Woz Show floor. We are going to watch a terrific video. Now, it's actually part of a series from Inbar Lasarab. Name of the series is Network Intuitive. Very cool stuff. Enjoy the video. We'll be back afterward to send you out to Dell EMC.
I'm in an IT office today, exploring the things no one wants to do, but everyone needs to do. For example, the dentist. Not everyone likes the dentist, but everyone likes teeth. They come in extraordinarily handy, like 3 to 5 times a day, so we keep them serviced. Life is full of stuff we need to do, and it's not always stuff that's fun and easy. And that brings us to quality of service.
I hate quality of service.
Everyone does. It can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars and take months, and that's if you're lucky. Now that's why I'm here today to talk to Tim.
Hi, Michael.
Hey, Tim, let's check QoS.
Let's do that.
Okay, it's nice to be out of that room full of overburdened network managers doing QoS the old way. But Tim, you've simplified it. How have you done that?
Well, Michael, we have a controller-based application called EasyQoS that performs 2 important functions. One, it acts as a translator. It takes high-level business intent and translates that into the low-level language of the network devices. I'll give you an example. An operator can express via the GUI that WebEx is an important application to their business, but Netflix not so much. That's my intent. Now, EasyQoS will take that intent and translate that into Cisco validated design best practice configurations for every router, switch, and wireless access point in my network and express that intent end to end to achieve that result.
Wow.
And then the second key function is that it's a centralized policy manager. So you don't have to express your intent more than once. You do it once, and then it scales that intent throughout your entire enterprise. In fact, you can do this for 10,000 devices per each instance so that your policy in your entire enterprise is unified and consistent with just one set of clicks.
Really? I mean, how does this work? Like, what's really under the hood?
That's a great question, Michael. So under the hood, we leverage the power of our network-based application recognition library, NBAR, and we can recognize over 1,400 applications, and we add to this library every month new applications as they come online.
But what about encrypted stuff?
We have very advanced classification engines, and we even use machine learning, so we can identify these flows and still treat them with your policy definition that you've intended for that application.
Oh, wow, so even if something is encrypted, you can still learn enough about it to figure out how to prioritize it.
We've organized all these applications into standards-based traffic classes, so that when you express your intent once, as new applications are added to the library, they automatically receive the treatment that you've specified for that type of app. That really then simplifies your operations, and you can just focus that time and energy into more interesting things.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah.
With more and more things being wireless, I mean, that's what everyone's choosing. How do you maintain consistent QoS control for mobile devices?
It's actually very challenging because everything an engineer knows about IP QoS is just thrown out the window when it comes to wireless. To simplify this, Apple and Cisco have formed a partnership so that iOS applications can be prioritized end-to-end across the Cisco network, including for the first time from an iPhone or an iPad over the air up to the Cisco wireless access point.
Wow.
Think of a fast lane for business-critical applications on your iPhone or iPad that are prioritized end-to-end with IT controlling the policies the whole way.
That sounds complicated.
It really isn't. We've simplified it so that you can enable QoS for this feature with a single click.
Oh, yeah. Wow, just a drop-down menu and you pick it.
Enable.
Okay, so how do people get this?
It's actually very easy. You can download this from cisco.com/go/apicem, take it into your lab, kick the tires, and then start start rolling it out in your network, maybe in a phased approach. Start with a small branch at a campus till you cover your entire production enterprise network.
Now, Cisco just made a really big networking announcement. Are we done with QoS?
No, actually, we're just getting started. So far, what we've been discussing is talking to the network, but it's equally important to listen to the network. For example, if we said that Cisco WebEx was an important application to us, well, how much better is WebEx now performing on our networks for having gone through this exercise, and then providing that feedback to you as a network operator, and then you, in turn, you can share that with your CIO, CFO, and say, here's the ROI for having gone through this exercise.
That's great. This has been fascinating. Thank you, Tim.
My pleasure.
Really appreciate it. I have another question, though.
Okay.
What are we going to do with the actors? Do you guys want to go to dinner? No?
All right, very cool. So again, that is a multi-part series that Inbar has put together called the Network Intuitive. We're going to keep showing you parts and parts of that as we go. But right now, we are just about to get rolling into our next Innovation Showcase session. This one is going to be with Dell EMC. Jonathan Spiegel is going to be talking about Dell EMC and Cisco's joint innovations that are really driving IT transformation today. Dell EMC's VX Block system, it's powered by Dell EMC and also by Cisco technology. So it's really become the industry standard today for converged infrastructure. And then building on that joint innovation, Dell EMC vScale architecture is now allowing you to scale out your data centers and share your resources across converged, hyper-converged. So let's go ahead out to that innovation showcase right now. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vice President, Product Marketing, Dell EMC Converged Platforms and Solutions Division, John Siegel.
All right. Thank you, everyone. As you just heard from the voice of God, my name is John Siegel. I head up product marketing for the Converged Platforms and Solutions Division at Dell EMC. And I'm really excited here this week to talk to you about how Dell EMC and Cisco together are driving IT transformation for thousands of customers worldwide. As many of you know, we've been doing this for years, right? 7 years ago now. And what you're going to hear today is that we're just getting started. We just scratched the surface. Really excited about what we're doing with Cisco to innovate for the future, tying very much into the keynote that you heard earlier today. So I'd like to start off by just jumping into an example of how technology, specifically software-defined technology, is impacting an industry. So let's jump right in. And one of the probably the most dangerous things, unfortunately, you can do right now is to get into an automobile. Just over the past year alone, there have been about 1.25 million fatalities due to accidents, auto accidents, worldwide. Now, what percentage of those accidents were a result of mechanical failure? As it turns out, only about 3% were attributed to mechanical failure, the car itself. Right? Now, and by the way, the majority of that 3% was actually due to faulty brakes or things that could have actually been taken care of by proper maintenance. Contrast that with about 94% of those accidents were due to human error. Human error meaning distracted drivers, right? Whether it was spilling coffee or whether it was texting or on the phones or yelling at the kids, whatever it is, unfortunately, that human error, if you will, contributed to the majority of those accidents. Now, this issue is not getting any better anytime soon. You look at the chaos that's going on out there. This is actually a picture of a highway in LA, no surprise, right? Gridlock, right? If you look at the number of vehicles per 1,000, right? It was 40 just a couple years ago. It's going to go 8x, right? Eightfold by 2035. Right? That's an incredible number. Now the question is, how do you resolve this? Right? Do you pour 8x amount of asphalt out there, eightfold, and put it out there and pave more roads? I don't think so, right? So we need to look for a creative way. Is there a way, a smarter way, if you will, where we can use existing infrastructure, software-defined, if you will, to solve the issue? Enter the self-driving car. Right now, I know it's early days in the self-driving car, but this is a beautiful thing, right? It's software-defined, it's elegant to look at. And what is this doing, right? It's solving these issues. Now, one of the questions that we typically hear is it going to be safe? Is it going to be safe enough? And Google, of course, has been testing this for a while, pre-testing it out in the marketplace. In about the 2 million miles of testing that they've done so far, there's only been one at-fault accident. One. Right? And that at-fault accident was where a self-driving car was actually approaching an intersection, going at about a grand total of 2 miles per hour, and got a little bit confused by a bus lane and hit the bus, going at, again, 2 miles per hour, no injuries, nothing like that. The other 20 accidents, right, were the result of distracted drivers behind it, rear-end collisions. So again, this is just an example here of an industry that's being transformed, right, by software-defined. So what I really wanted to do is take a step back and say, okay, we're all here at Cisco Live this week. What does this mean for us? It means that, and as you heard earlier today, some of the biggest challenges we have in front of us are going to be really addressing the challenges of scale, addressing the challenges of complexity. And what we need to do, and what I'm here to tell you today, is that we need to start giving up some of that control, giving up some of that direct human control. This doesn't mean that we're not in control at all, by the way. Direct human control just means that we're not going to be as involved with the second-by-second, minute-by-minute decisions that need to be made in a data center, right? Instead, we need to start relying on software more and more, and we're starting to do that, right? How do we trust it more and more? ESG, Enterprise Strategy Group, they recently did a survey. I don't know if you guys all know ESG. They do a nice job. They surveyed about 4,000 IT executives out there. And they really asked about 3 key things. They asked about, first, the adoption of modern technologies, things like Flash, things like scale-out, software-defined. They also asked customers about, these IT executives, how you doing in terms of adopting new technologies? How you doing in terms of transforming your process and your people? And thirdly, how you doing in terms of aligning to the business? How is IT aligning with the business? How's that going? And out came a nice bell curve, right? Nice, beautiful bell curve. What we see here, as you can see here on the side here, is that in stage 4, about 5% of these IT executives said they were fully transformed. Now, I don't know about you, but I fill out a lot of surveys, and the reality is that we tend to rate ourselves a little better than we really are. So the reality is that 5%, if it's that, the vast majority have not transformed. Now, there is quite disparate results here, if you see, right? That's what a bell curve is all about. But there was one thing in particular that the majority of these respondents agreed upon, and that's that if they don't embrace transformation, specifically IT transformation, they're not going to be able to compete, point blank, right, in the marketplace. So when it comes to, when I talk about IT transformation, what do I mean? Right? A lot of times what IT transformation is and what we're referring to is the ability to really deliver a private cloud, using cloud infrastructure, using a building block model. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but as you all know, it all starts with the hardware. This is a software-defined model, but it does start with the hardware, the server, network, the storage. And at the end of the day, the hardware is required to deliver the performance and scalability that's needed. On top of that, the next layer up, you get virtualization. Right, virtualizing those infrastructure resources, making those available as services, up to the platform and orchestration layers, which are all about automating IT service delivery and doing so in a self-service way. And finally, it's all about the apps, right? It's all the applications at the end of the day, right? And that's what we're doing here. Now, I don't know about you, but this is hard. This is hard stuff. Doing every one of these things, trying to build, if you will, an on-prem cloud is not easy. It's really, really hard. Not just building it, but then try maintaining it. Right? That's the even harder part. Still, 70% of resources and budget out there are spent trying to keep the lights on, right? Because they have a unique variation, if you will, of that infrastructure. So as we build this out and kind of look at it from a more simplistic perspective, modernize the infrastructure. That's the first thing we ought to do. So in order to accelerate IT transformation, you first start with the infrastructure layer itself. How do you modernize that, right? First, you got to make sure that the applications you have, whether it's traditional applications or cloud-native applications, can live on that infrastructure, right? And you have the agility to meet those needs, right? And then next, you need to automate the service delivery, okay? And then finally, last but not least, you got to be able to transform the operations. This means, how do you actually treat the line of business? How do you actually deliver the new applications that are required to compete effectively in your marketplace? So let's start with the infrastructure itself and the attributes of a modern infrastructure. So the attributes, what are those? Flash. How many of you have deployed Flash, by the way, in your environments? Right? I mean, Flash was a luxury about 3 to 5 years ago. Right? I came from the storage space before I was working in this area. It is now pretty much a de facto standard, not just Flash, but all Flash, right, in the majority of modern infrastructures. Next, you got cloud enabled, the ability for an application to run on-prem or off-prem. Or scale out, the ability to, for example, take a building block, if you will, of infrastructure, and then easily scale that non-disruptively. Software defined. Software defined is all about the flexibility at the end of the day. You need to have the flexibility to essentially grow on demand your infrastructure. And then, of course, there's trust. Right? We're here at Cisco Live. I think no one does it better than Cisco. And together with Dell EMC is trust. Proven, secure. So, what is the fastest and easiest way to modernize your infrastructure? Well, as it turns out, it's not just Dell EMC's opinion, it's the industry's opinion as well. The fastest and easy way is through converged and hyper-converged infrastructure. Now, Dell EMC and Cisco together, we pioneered the converged infrastructure space about 7 years ago with the VX blocks. And we're very excited to be still modernizing with Cisco in that space. In addition to that, we have hyper-converged offerings, such as you may have heard of VxRail or VxRack. And by the way, IDC just came out with their numbers this past Friday for this market. Dell EMC is #1 in converged, number one in hyper-converged across the board, no matter how you slice it. What we're really excited about as well is we're collaborating with Cisco around vScale. vScale is an offering in particular which is really taking the best of converged and hyper-converged and allowing customers to build the next generation data center with those existing components, right? And then automating and orchestrating that for the future. So I'm looking forward to talking to you about that. So first, let's dive into VxBlock. As VxBlock, as I mentioned, and blocks have been around now for 6 or 7 years, and this is not just a simple packaging of server storage, network, and virtualization, right? That's easy. Anyone can just throw that into a cabinet, and there you go. What's unique about the blocks, the VxBlock, is how we treat it. We treat it as a single system. Everything we do, it's pre-engineered as a single system. It's manufactured as a single system, right? Where we deliver these systems like on the loading dock, ready to run applications in production. It's managed as a single system, right? One single view. You can see the entire infrastructure. Supported, right? None of this finger pointing, right? Going this way, that way. Dell EMC, Cisco, VMware, we work very well together to support this infrastructure. And last but certainly not least is sustained. This is the hardest thing, and the reason that, frankly, no one else in the market is delivering this type of infrastructure is because Dell EMC and Cisco and VMware together have worked to ensure that any change that's made, any enhancement, right, any upgrade, any patch, is fully interoperable with the rest of that infrastructure. That's what this does. That's about ensuring that it just works, right? We are ensuring interoperability. Now, what happens here is that we're basically delivering real business outcomes. So we're not just leading this market for a reason. IDC did a study where they talked to 25 of our joint converged customers, converged infrastructure customers. And what they found, compared to those that are using traditional infrastructure, is that these customers using converged were 4 times as likely they had 4 times as many applications, if you will, they're able to deploy on an annual basis. They're able to deliver new products and new services 4 times faster. This is all agility, of course. Now, where does this agility and time come from? Majority of that time is coming from because they're not spending as much time trying to keep the lights on. In fact, 41% less time keeping the lights on. Why is that? Well, with a pre-engineered solution, ensuring that any change that's made to that infrastructure is going to work, they have a 96% reduction in downtime on average compared to traditional infrastructure. So these are the types of business outcomes that we're seeing, and these are the kinds of things we continue to innovate with Cisco on for the future. We're really excited about that. The VxBlock, by the way, is where we're really spending most of our time now, and we are committed to using Cisco technology, Cisco UCS, Cisco Nexus, in the VxBlock going forward. Now, let's make it even more real. Realize is our theme, by the way, right? So it's supposed to make it real. So modernizing with Fox Sports. Any sports fans out there? Yeah, thanks. So pretty much every industry is going through dramatic change right now. It's transforming. Sports media is no different. Fox Sports Australia a couple of years ago came to us. Their industry was transforming in a big way. It was going from essentially an all broadcast revenue, right, to revenue. The majority of the revenue now has to come from new users, mobile users, online users. Now, how do they get from here to there? They certainly couldn't get there with the existing infrastructure they had. Their existing infrastructure was a hodgepodge, if you will, of different vendors, server, storage, networking, everything else. And they were spending 100% of their time, according to the CEO, firefighting, just trying to keep that system up and running. They had basically no time to deliver new applications, new services to their mobile audience, right? Because really the key is to have the best mobile experience, right? To capture new share, more market share in their space, they needed to deliver statistics, right, around sports. They needed to deliver videos really fast. They needed to make sure that the online experience was as good, if not better, than the broadcast experience. Enter VxBlock. VxBlock, from when the day they ordered it until it was delivered, 45 days. Showed up in 45 days on their dock, ready to support applications. By the way, in the past, their existing IT staff would spend on average about 6 months trying to get a new infrastructure in place. That's what VxBlock can do. Also, because of the pre-validated infrastructure, they spent about 75% less time answering calls. Okay? That translated into really transforming the IT environment, right? The IT staff no longer had to spend so much time firefighting. They now were able to be responsive to the business, right? They became focused on the business. And finally, last but not least, the CIO is really, really focused. In order for them to take advantage and take share in the online space, in the mobile space, speed to screen was the #1 metric. Speed to screen means how fast can you deliver stats? How fast can you deliver videos to the mobile apps? As it turns out, they could do it 10x faster with their new infrastructure. And by the way, they actually could do it faster to their mobile apps than they could to their own broadcasts as well. So fantastic results from that perspective. Now, this turnkey experience that we've been delivering now for 7 years with Cisco is really exciting. But now, what we're really excited to talk to you about is that really behind the scenes, for the most part, we've been working on taking the same turnkey experience and extending it across the data center. Not just one data center, but multiple data centers. So that same experience I talked about, pre-engineered experience, right? Imagine if you could just do the same thing across the data center, right? Where any change, any enhancement, any patch, any upgrade, right, can be fully interoperable, right? And compatible with the rest of your infrastructure. That's what vScale is all about. What vScale is really good at is not just helping ensure interoperability across the infrastructure, it also allows customers to create pools of resources. You could create pools of resources such as UCS, a pool of UCS blades. You could create a pool of Dell EMC storage or Dell EMC data protection and share that across your converged and hyper-converged infrastructure. I've heard this called the gold standard for how customers are going to grow on demand their future data center. I can tell you that this is the area where Dell EMC and Cisco are very passionate and working together to solve our customers' biggest challenges in the data center. We're really excited about that. The infrastructure itself, it uses Dell EMC, as you can see, from an engineered system perspective. But it also uses Cisco UCS, and at the top layer, one of the key layers here, the Dell EMC vScale fabric. What that's using, it's using a combination of ACI, right, to ensure security, control, and the management of the infrastructure. It's also using Cisco UCS Director. That's what's actually handling all the automation and orchestration to ensure that customers can actually meet the demands of the new services with the right set of resources. Right, so this is game changing. And we have tons of customers doing this today. Like I said, we actually just introduced this somewhat quietly about 18 months ago. We've been behind the scenes. We got now tens of customers using this. Why are they using this? How are they using this? First, it's a lot of our existing VxBlock customers that want more flexibility. They want a pool of resources, such as a set of UCS blades, right, where they can actually apply that to new or existing applications. We also have customers that have deployed CI, converged infrastructure. They're now deploying hyper-converged as well, and they want to be a way to bring it all together into their future data center. Right? They want to leverage their existing investments. They want to be able to share data protection, for example, across those applications. And one area that's been really interesting that's been emerging in one use case is around big data analytics. Big data analytics is driving a lot, right, of new infrastructure in the data center. What we're finding with vScale is because it has this flexible sort of on-demand element to it, that we have a lot of customers doing that as well. Where they're running, for example, a big data analytics application and they can easily just set a policy up where they can add Cisco UCS pool of resources. They could also add a set of Isilon, Dell EMC Isilon resources to that as well, to ensure that they can independently grow and scale that resource. Now, just like for the other example, I want to keep it real. Inovalon, I don't know if they're in here today, but Inovalon is here at Cisco Live this week. They're one of many customers, and I wanted to highlight them because they are using big data analytics. Inovalon is a service provider, cloud-based service provider for data analytics for the healthcare industry. Another industry that's going through transformation, not just politically, by the way, real time. It's going through a transformation in terms of helping customers and patients, if you will, move from really a volume-based paradigm to a value-based paradigm. And the way they do that is through big data. Because big data has a lot of insights that can help actually look at patients, understand their issues, their challenges, and try to improve ultimately the patient outcomes. So this is a growing market. Inovalon's at the center of this space. Meanwhile, they've done a fantastic job of creating demand, but their concern was, do they have the right infrastructure to support that demand? Enter, as you will, Vscale. And really what they need to do is they need to build 2 new data centers. Not just 1, but 2 new data centers. They need to do it fast. They need to be able to bring new customers, if you will, online quickly, okay? And they need to do so securely as well, and by the way, compliant with HIPAA. No easy task. So they brought Vscale in and immediately created a first data center where they leveraged the great software-defined capabilities, if you will, of ACI, and able to actually create profiles and policies for their key applications for their customers. And then what they did is they literally replicated that for the second data center. So they're actually able to deploy 2 data centers in half the time they would if they were done it on their own. In addition to that, they're able to actually triple their infrastructure growth without adding a single person. I forgot to mention that was one of their other key requirements here. They didn't have the luxury of adding new people, but they're able to actually triple the infrastructure growth without adding a single person. In fact, the existing infrastructure staff that they had were able to actually spend more time helping to deploy new services for the data analytics customers. And then finally, last but not least, they were able to onboard new customers quickly in half the time, right? This means, and these are large-sized healthcare providers. The healthcare providers gain, right, because they get faster time to value, and Inovalon gains because they get faster time to revenue. It's all good. So again, this is a real-world example of how Vscale is becoming really the new gold standard for customers as they look to grow out their future data centers. So we've talked a lot about the infrastructure layer, and we talked a little bit about the cloud layer as well and how we automate service delivery. And one of the keys here is really software. How do you make software repeatable enough? How do you make it predictable enough, right? So that you can eliminate or at least reduce the amount of human error. And the way to do that, of course, is through APIs, make it programmable. We heard a lot about that today in the keynote, or through orchestration tools. Dell Technologies, our parent company, delivers this in several different ways. We have solutions such as VMware vRealize, right? We're able to deliver infrastructure as a service for more your traditional applications. We have Pivotal Cloud Foundry. Many of you may be using this, or some of you, for really delivering platform as a service for cloud-native applications. And then what we're finding, actually, is that while this turnkey experience is really catching on, right? It's catching on not just at the infrastructure layer, it's now growing up into the entire cloud stack. So we also offer hybrid cloud solutions, enterprise hybrid cloud and native hybrid cloud, for customers that want the full stack all the way through, up and down, from the infrastructure all the way up to the cloud software layer, all as a turnkey solution, right? Those same things. Any change that's made, any enhancements that's made, any patch that's made, it's easily, it's ensured, if you will, that it's going to work, right, in these environments. Enterprise hybrid cloud, we have a version for Microsoft environments. We also have one for VMware environments. Native hybrid cloud, think of this as a turnkey platform as a service. Right? These are new. We just announced these at Dell EMC World recently, but really excited about where this is headed. And as you can see, this is really all about providing that integrated experience for our customers. So we've talked a lot about, if you will, software-defined solutions. Whether it's hyper-converged, whether it's converged, whether it's vScale, as I mentioned, or even cloud solutions. It's all about software-defined. It's all about relying on software more. Now, the question is, what are our customers seeing? What kind of results are they seeing? Well, customers that are moving in this direction, these are the ones that tend to be transformative, right? What they're seeing is that they are more likely, 3x more likely, to be ahead of schedule on key projects. Right? These are business impact type reasons. They're 33% more likely to have budget available, right? More budget available to reallocate to innovation. They're 8x more likely to have a better relationship, IT, with the business, right? The line of business. This is really critical as they start to realign and reassess what the role is for IT in the future. And this is really what we want it to be. And finally, last but certainly not least, they're able to deliver more revenue on average, right? 2x more likely to exceed the revenue goals for their company. So these are major results. And I can tell you that none of these results, none of these ones I just mentioned, would be possible without the joint commitment that we have to innovation across both Cisco and Dell EMC together. Right? I can tell you that, there might be some fear, uncertainty, and doubt out there, but I can tell you that what you see here on the screen between Michael and Chuck is also going on behind the scenes. What I talked to you about with vScale is just this, we're just scratching the surface. I can tell you the future is very bright for the relationship between Dell EMC and Cisco because we have a common focus, a maniacal focus on helping customers grow their data center to meet their scale and complexity requirements. So really excited about that and helping our customers digitally transform and grow for the future. So for those of you that want to learn more about IT transformation and what we're doing, check out our booth. It's like right down here, about 30, 40 steps away. Visit the booth. You can check out our VX blocks in person and vScale as well. And by the way, if you want to see them in a different way, you can check out a virtual reality tour as well. For those of you that want to Google Home, your best chances are at the Dell EMC booth. We're doing 80 presentations over the next couple days, and every single one of those presentations we're giving away at Google Home. So I don't know about you, but I think I might be going too. I'm not sure if I'm eligible, but thinking about it. But seriously, check us out, come by, check us out on Twitter handle as well. Appreciate the time. I hope that you've been inspired to give us a shot, Dell EMC and Cisco together. I can tell you that we're really excited about working with our joint customers in the future. Thank you.
Fantastic. We just heard all about how Dell EMC and Cisco are working together in the Innovation Showcase talk. Lots of IT transformation going on there. We're going to hear next from Jonathan Siegel and Mark Farino. James is going to be interviewing them in the theater in just a moment here. Jonathan has been working at Dell EMC for a while, really concentrating on things like VxRail, VxBlock, all those converged and hyper-converged infrastructures that are really becoming so important in this new on-premises era where we're trying to bring that kind of cloud computing concept on premises so that our IT departments can actually worry about the application rather than the infrastructure. So we really want to make that easy for them. And then of course we have Mark who works for Cisco and is helping us with this as well. James, are you ready in the theater to interview these guys?
Hey Lauren, yes I am. An amazing presentation just now by Jonathan Siegel from Dell EMC, all about converged and hyperconverged and vScale. Joining me, of course, is Jonathan, who's just stepped off the stage like 2 seconds ago, pushed him down, like, quick, sit down, we're gonna have an interview. And also Mark Farino from Cisco. So Jonathan, let's kick off with you. Great presentation, thank you so much. Talk to me more about the relationship you have with Cisco.
Absolutely, so first of all, really excited about the relationship we have with Cisco. As I mentioned, we're really all about, right, Dell EMC and Cisco together driving IT transformation for our customers worldwide. We've got thousands of customers, right, and we've been doing this for years, right? This isn't something new. We've been doing this for about 7 years now, and we're really excited about where we've taken this. We started about 7 years ago with the VX block, with the V blocks, where we had a simple premise, right? It was all about how do we simplify IT for our customers? How do we help them spend less time, right, building and maintaining infrastructure and more time innovating? And out popped the turnkey solution called the VX block. Not easy to do, but it was really the relationship we had with Cisco, Dell EMC and Cisco together that made that happen. Fast forward a couple years, 7 years later, we got thousands of customers, like I said. Really excited about where it's headed with VX block. We are committed to using Cisco technologies, Cisco UCS and Cisco Nexus in the VX block. And now we're on to the next great thing, right, which is vScale. vScale is really, as I mentioned, it's all about taking that same turnkey experience that we put together in the VX block and now extending that across the data center, giving customers a way now to ensure that any change, any upgrade, any patch they make, right, in their data center is now fully interoperable. And by the way, I was going to say, it has a big reliance on Cisco.
It certainly does. Mark, tell me how Cisco have been supporting this guy here with implementing vScale?
You know, this partnership goes back more than just the vBlock announcement. Chad put out a blog talking about vScale, and he talked about being there for 2008 when we announced the N1K. And that's kind of led us to where we are today. vBlocks are now VX blocks. But more importantly, here we are with vScale. And vScale, at the heart of vScale, as Jonathan talked about in his pitch, the heart of it is ACI and UCS Director that allows us to scale out. And ACI wasn't even, it was a glimmer in our eye in 2008. And when I think back about what Gartner talks about, 90% of all SDN conversations are about two opportunities, ACI and NSX, and those are completely embedded into this conversation today. So.
You mentioned on the stage about one of the customers that deployed vScale and how they're now able to deploy data centers twice as fast. Tell me more about that. You put some amazing stats up there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So Inovalon, who actually is here at Cisco Live this week, I don't know if they're in the audience right now, but they're here this week, and they're one of many customers we have, by the way, across several industries. So we have you know, for vScale today, we've got customers in the transportation space, right, the airline space. We can't quite name them yet, but a very popular airline there, manufacturing, financial services, retail, so you name it. So it's across the board. I wanted to highlight, you know, Inovalon because they're a big data analytics service provider, and they've got some of the pains that I think a lot of our customers are going to just soon see, and that's about scale and complexity. They provide big data analytics solutions to the healthcare industry, and what they needed is a way to essentially build 2 new data centers, to do it fast, to do it efficient, to do it securely according to HIPAA requirements, and they need to actually bring on new customers in a way that they're able to do it, you know, as quickly as possible. And they wanted to be able to ensure that these customers, that essentially they didn't have to add any more staff as well, right? So this was really the key for them. And really excited the fact that we were able to, with Cisco and technologies, able to deploy 2 new data centers in half the time they could have on their own.
Without any more staff, really?
Without any more staff. In fact, the staff that they had, they were able actually to reallocate them so they could spend more time innovating, actually delivering new services, new applications to their healthcare customers.
Impressive.
Yes.
What's next for Dell EMC and Cisco? Who wants to take that one? Let's go to you.
I'd love to. So, you know, we talk, Tom Metzel, who's our SVP and GM of the Insemi Group, you know, talks about self-driving data centers. And it's simple. It's like when you get into an autonomous driving car and you say, I want to go from San Jose to San Francisco, you know, you're communicating intent. Okay, and then the car's got to take that intent as an object model, put it into the car, and then take you there and enforce all the policies associated with that intent. And that's what ACI is. It's a logical intent-based model. And as we look at where things are going, Chuck Robbins in his keynote today talked about in 2020, there will be 1 million new internet connections per hour. And then where are they going? They're going to the data center. And so when I think about what we're working on together and what we're working on to make the network more extensible and flexible and secure, it's what Tom's talking about. So we've got intent with ACI and UCS Director that helps automation and orchestration. We're adding things like analytics, which is a big part of the show today, with our Teturation, which is available with vScale. And then we're going to the next steps around concepts like assurance. And then ultimately we take all that and we're going to be able to deliver for vScale customers of tomorrow, self-driving data centers. And we're very excited to be doing that with Dell EMC.
Sounds brilliant, Mark. Thank you so much. Closing comments from you, Jonathan.
First of all, I love the self-driving data center, by the way. That was the same analogy I used, the self-driving car. Listen, we've only scratched the surface in this relationship. Like I said, even though it's been a decade or more since we've been working together, we're really excited, and we are hyper-focused on the same issue and the same challenge, which is how do we solve our customers' biggest data center challenges? And this is where we both have passion. So we've only scratched the surface in terms of where we're headed. I can't wait to see what's next.
What a great note to end on. Of course, if you are in the world of solutions, go down and check out the Dell EMC booth. There's lots to see and do there, and I think they can win some prizes as well.
Oh yes, Google Home. I'll tell you, if you want to Google Home, your best opportunity, your best probability, I took stats, is to go to the Dell EMC booth.
Guys, thank you so much. Lauren, back to you in the studio.
Okay, awesome. Hey, that was fantastic. You know, I love hearing about ACI. That's kind of what I've been concentrating on for the last 3 years of my life at Cisco. So, you know, especially with now SDN access and the network intuitive. Everything's going to that intent-driven networking, which we love. And to hear Chuck talk about the self-healing network and all of that, that's really cool stuff. Especially as a woman in technology. How do you like that for a segue? We're going to talk about the Cisco Empowered Women's Network for just a second here. So there's been some really awesome things. CEWN, Cisco Empowered Women's Network, has been around for quite a few years now. I remember going even before I worked for Cisco as a channel partner and got to meet just a ton of cool female executives and just executives in general and other females in the tech industry. So it's near and dear to me, of course. Today I know they sponsored, or not sponsored, but they held kind of a speed mentoring session. So literally people were sitting around the table and they got to visit with different executives from Cisco and get some mentoring sessions, learn some tips, get some advice on career and tech and being a female in technology. So I think we're actually going to go to a video about that if you'll join me in watching right now.
All right, good morning and welcome everyone. This year we are celebrating the 5th anniversary of the Empowered Women's Network. Each speed mentoring session today lasts 13 minutes, and again, you realize it's not enough, but you get the opportunity to meet 3 wonderful mentors. A mentor is someone who helps you identify your hidden or hidden to you talents, which you probably wouldn't have realized until somebody shone a light on that.
So sticking with this kind of social responsibility theme, I also want to talk a little bit about the Olympics and Cisco's role in that. We actually did a lot for Rio while we were there. We did little things like recycling our badges and donating your backpack to the kids in Rio. So that was actually, I think Cisco gets so involved in some social responsibility things. I'm so proud to work for Cisco because of a lot of those things. So, let's go and watch a video about that too.
At Cisco, we believe that when we securely connect everything, anything is possible. And every 4 years, we connect and celebrate all that it is to be human at the Summer Olympic and Paralympic Games. In everything we do, we believe in innovating for the future and using the Olympic Games as a catalyst for change, leading the world into a new and secure digital era. One with smarter cities, stadiums, industries, and new ways of working. As the official networking partner in 2012, 2016, and the upcoming 2020 Games, our work begins long before the Games begin and lasts well beyond the closing ceremonies. Together, we're creating a legacy, a truly connected world, positively impacting the way we live, work, play, and learn. From London to Rio to Tokyo and beyond, consistently performing at the highest level on the world's biggest stage. Cisco, proud supporter of the Olympic and Paralympic Games, and an even prouder supporter of the years following.
All right, so that was very cool. I mean, who can't get patriotic? Who can't get involved with the Olympics, right? This is the first day of Cisco Live, or the first day that I've really been going around Cisco Live. I've been walking around on these little triangular tiles. Yeah, I don't really know what they are. Steve, can you tell us a little bit about what we're doing with those tiles? Nope, just kidding. We're not ready for tiles, so we're going to talk a little bit more about I'm watching Steve on the monitors here. We're not quite ready for tiles, so we'll talk about that in just a moment. Now we're going to talk about the James is here. James is joining me.
Hey, how are you?
Thank goodness, because I was like, what am I going to talk about next, James?
I just ran over from the Solutions Theatre, where I've just been interviewing Jonathan Siegel from Dell EMC and Mark Frieda from Cisco, all about vScale. Really, really exciting, hyper-converged networks, ACI, a topic that I know you love.
I can't get enough of it.
You just can't get enough. Just can't get enough. Yeah, so it's been a great day at Cisco Live so far. Come straight from that Solutions Keynote Theatre. Great presentation there. And of course, if you do want to go and see the Innovation Showcase Theatre, it's just in the world of solutions. So make sure you go down there. Lots and lots of innovations and presentations for you to see. David Geckler coming up this week, Rowan Trollope talking about IoT, collaboration, security, some really sexy stuff there. But of course, we're going to be talking about corporate social responsibility for the next 2 minutes of this segment.
We're going to dive into that. I mentioned a couple things, but let's hear more about, you know.
Well, I'm wearing my badge, and I've worn this for a reason. So everyone at the venue gets these lovely badges, and you have to wear one of these to walk around. But at the end of the event, what do we do with these? We recycle them, because there's plastic. We don't want to waste it. We don't want to chuck it in a landfill.
So it's not hanging on your doorknob in your office or something?
Well, unless you want to keep it, because you're like, I've been to 18 Cisco Lives. I'm so happy. No, don't keep it. Recycle it. So there's going to be a badge recycling bin, so when you leave the event, boop, just pop it in there. I'm going to put mine there right now. But also, we have lots of other things as well. So at Cisco Live, you each got a backpack. Fantastic. We all love backpacks, but do you really need 18 of those at home from every single Cisco Live you've been to? No, you don't.
Every vendor event.
Exactly. You get so many goodies in backpacks. So this year, we want you, if you're willing to donate your backpack to a teacher exchange program. What that means is you give your backpack to us and we give it to teachers to give to children around Las Vegas. So, of course, we are in Las Vegas. We want to support the local community. So we would love it if you could give up your backpacks and give them to the teacher exchange program. You also mentioned the tiles. And I know Steve is going to talk about the tiles shortly. So basically, every time you walk over these amazing tiles, they feel really squishy, right?
They do, yeah, they're interesting.
But as you walk on them, it's connected to the network. And you're then generating electricity, and we're going to donate all of that electricity to people in Nepal. So it blows my mind that we can be in Las Vegas, but actually helping people in Nepal. So I can see that Steve Malta is ready at the tiles. I think he's going to have a play with them. Steve, are you there?
Have a play with these things. This is the beauty of live theater. As you said, they're squishy. That's part of the fun. I'm speaking with the Scottish dialect because we're going to bring in some men in kilts in just a moment here. But let's talk about what is going on with these. As you entered the show hall, no doubt you crossed over these kinetic tiles. We got the small version here. There's a large strip up the concourse as well. This is going to be open in the foyer throughout the course of the day on the way into the WAS. We want people to get in here and visit this fun area of tiles as many times as possible during the show. Okay, why? James just mentioned it a moment ago. It is all part of our social impact initiative here at the show. We're going to keep talking about social impact. We got lots of great stuff. But the social impact here, we want to amplify Cisco's commitment to accelerating global problem solving. That is what it's all about, whether that's through technology or expertise. We want to positively impact people all over the world, society, the planet. So we've set a goal to positively impact 1 billion people by 2025. And I'm going to give you one of the ways that we're doing it on our little bouncy tiles right over here. What am I doing? I am generating joules. So we call this the network to light area. You can see the sign up here. But attendees and exhibitors who come down to these kinetic tiles, they can make footsteps count for the rest of the world. And the goal was to reach 1 million combined steps. Guess what? So far, we're already at 600,000. We've got a leaderboard out here that is literally counting the steps as everybody runs across them in each direction. We're already at 600,000. I think we're going to be upping that 1 million step goal by a long shot here at the show. I'm continuing to step even as I speak to you, as you can see. So all you have to do, you walk. That's it. All I'm doing, I'm walking. I'm a walking expert. I am a walking fool and a walking fiend. That's got to be like, what, another 15 steps right there. It's just that easy. We do this together. We're going to go so far beyond 1 million steps, and then we can track them. What you want to do is you want to download the Citizen Earth app. And you're going to be able to get that through the Apple App Store. You can get it through the Google Play Store. But it's going to show us exactly how many joules, how much energy we are personally creating here at Cisco Live just by walking. across the kinetic tiles. That's it. All that harnessed energy. In fact, come on in, walk with me, people. Come on in, walk up. So these steps, all that energy, it's going to be donated to schools in Nepal. All you have to do is download that Citizen Earth app. You walk across the tiles, and hopefully we are going to watch your name rise up there on that leaderboard. I'm joined by a bunch of very manly men. All right. So let's go ahead and talk about, first of all, why the kilts. I think that's always the good first story, and then we can go to what we're going to do all here together. So talk to me. I've got Jonathan over here with me, and he's going to tell me the story of the background of the kilts.
Okay. Yeah. So Kilted Monday, there's two stories. First, it was the joke that grew legs. We started 2 years ago with 3 of us. Last year we had between 30 and 50, somewhere in there, and I think this year, based on what I've seen, we may have 80, maybe 90 people wearing kilts.
That's a whole lot of bare legs going on.
It is. It is. You know, it's we get a lot of looks. We get some very interesting looks, some interesting questions from it.
Should we be doing cat calls together? I think we should, right?
You know,
wow. All right.
It will not be the first time, I assure you. So the backstory is, in San Francisco, I and another person who was actually involved the first year, got to participate a lot with the Cisco Empowered Women's Network. And in particular was a roundtable where engineers that we knew were participating, and it was essentially me and one other guy in a room full of women. Absolute geniuses, you know, up on stage. People I love dearly. And as we were leaving, I heard another male engineer make a very crass comment about skirts, and it upset me. It really frustrated me, especially after listening to some of the things that were discussed, and also knowing these people, knowing the incredible engineers, and not skirts, but cohorts, you know, co-workers, the people that were there. So fast forward a year, there was a joke made about kilts, and I went, oh yeah, I'm going to show him some leg.
All right.
So that's a little bit of the backstory that not many people know until now. So the idea is, let's maybe flip it on its head a little bit. I would much rather people be talking about my legs and why is he doing that than fellow engineers who happen to be wearing skirts.
I think that's perfect. You talk about social activation. Boy, that is social activation in a nutshell, happening from the inside as well as from the outside.
Absolutely. That's my hope.
All right, so we're here in this area where we've actually got this game going on. We've got this race. I need one of my race leaders back over here on this side. Who's handling the races back over here? Folks, guys, come on, one of you come over here. Who's running this area? Come on back over here. I need somebody who's running the races. Is anybody doing the races? Somebody get on in here. These guys have got to race. So how are they going to do this? Tell me how we're going to get this set up.
We're gonna stand on the tiles and run really fast.
Okay, so do we need to get the game started in some way? Is there like a kickoff to it in order to get it underway?
There should be a start.
There should be a start to it. Okay, so who's in charge of getting this thing started and underway? Oh, looks like somebody's already actually running. Do we have a reset button? Here we go. It's going to take a moment. Okay, so no, these guys here are going to be doing it. How many are racing at a time? A kilt versus a kiltless. Who's going to be? This gentleman is my kiltless. Get on in here. Oh, are you kidding? You're moving that way. What are we even talking about? I didn't ask, I told. Here we go. All right, great. So the kilt versus the kiltless. This is how we help to generate energy. So you let me know how this is going to work. I'm going to let you kind of talk us through it.
Okay, we're going to wait for the game to start. Okay. We're going to see some squares come up in a minute for red team and blue team. Here we go.
Red team and blue team squares.
On the tiles.
We're going to start walking. Just start bouncing on the tiles.
Fill in.
Here we go. Here we go. There you go. Keep going. Keep going. And here we go. The race is underway in 3, 2, 1. Boom. All right, you're creating jewels. Get them going. Get them going. Get them going. 2 laps to go. They're neck and neck. Red and blue. Red and blue. Red and blue. All right, red cape's doing it. Red cape's doing it. Clearly the skirt is getting in the way of advanced motion. Last lap. 1 more lap to go. We're creating energy. We are creating jewels out here on the show floor. Running across the kinetic tiles. You can come and race against regular humans or skirted humans. Beautiful. Bravo. Nicely done. Put it up. Oh, see? Bare legs, covered legs. I don't know. If you had pulled up the legs maybe a little bit more, if you maybe showed a little bit more ankle, a little bit more sock going on here. I know, right? Maybe not so much. Guys, beautifully, beautifully done. This is loads of fun. Everybody get down here and do this. It's not so bad, right?
It's not too bad.
And by the way, you look phenomenal in the cape. Absolutely great. Guys, men in skirts, men in kilts, let's hear it. Superpower! Yeah. Everybody get on out here and give it a shot. Thanks to all of you for helping create great social impact here at Cisco Live, for helping to create energy. And again, it all goes out to Nepal and for a phenomenal cause. Right now, I'm going to toss it back up into the studio. I'm going to meet you back inside in just a moment. I've got another great social impact capability to share with you guys. Back up to you.
Oh my goodness. Lauren, that was brilliant.
That was the most amazing thing I've seen so far.
It was a little bit scary seeing guys in kilts bounce up and down. So I'm from London, United Kingdom.
I would think you'd be used to it.
Well, if you live in Scotland, yes. But I did want to say to Steve, actually, because men in Scotland, if they wear kilts, they actually don't wear underwear.
Well, I've heard that.
And
you win the blue ribbon, right?
I was a bit worried about those guys bouncing up and down. I was like, ooh, that's a bit
Maybe in
painful.
America, we don't do it quite the same way.
I'm really hoping they were wearing some white fronts underneath there.
We'll find out tonight.
So much fun there. So, you know, as I was saying before, we're in Las Vegas, but just that simple fun activity of completing a race, we're generating electricity for children in Nepal, which is thousands of miles away.
Right.
And of course, if you've just tuned into the show on Cisco.com or Facebook, we're talking about corporate social responsibility, what we can do to change the world, because we are all global problem solvers. And of course, in Chuck Robbins' keynote today, he was talking about how we want to impact 1 billion people for good by the year 2025. And Cisco have done 80 million in the year 2016. So just some of the things we're doing. For example, this week at Cisco Live, you can donate your backpack to the Teachers Exchange Program in Las Vegas. We're here in Las Vegas, so we want to make sure we do give back to the local community. And of course, we can recycle our badges as well, recycle that plastic so it doesn't go into a landfill. Sticking with the subject of corporate social responsibility, Steve Malta, are you there? I know you've got a lovely little nugget for us. Let's go across to you in the world of solutions.
Yeah, and my lovely little nuggets out here in the world of solution. I'm just still catching my breath from what happened out front with the kinetic tiles. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about another great social impact, World Environment Day. Just a couple of weeks ago, we had World Environment Day. It was a great opportunity to highlight some of the amazing ways that Cisco and other companies are using technology for sustainability these days. So cool. We're seeing more and more technology play a key role for individuals, for organizations, for brands to help the environment. A couple of great examples. Fashion companies, right? They're moving toward more ethical trends. They're creating fabrics out of things like orange peels, plastics. They are literally growing their own leather. What's that all about? They're embedding odor-beating fibers into these manufactured products to help reduce water waste. They're even creating fading jeans using lasers. It's just crazy, but it's great for the environment. I read about a great company named Aquabatics. They're dealing with pollution by collecting sediment off the ocean floor. That builds up. It smothers marine life, and it can increase the possibility of floods up on land. No. Aquabatics is going down and pulling that sediment out of the ocean. Great technology. A couple of weeks ago, Mashable highlighted a really, really neat new technology. You guys might have seen this. It was all over Facebook, other types of social media, but it's called Seed Bin. I don't know if you guys saw this, James. Lauren, but it literally sucks in trash and debris while it floats along the surface of the sea. It's amazing. There were so many memes out there on social media, and the filter on the Seed Bin, it's made out of recycled material, so it's going to pick up plastics and oils and other waste. So even here at Cisco, we have partnered with Dimension Data, for example, on technologies that are serving wildlife parks. Looking for poachers, using our own Cisco routing and switching. How cool is that? Wi-Fi, local area networks, biometrics, Centras, and so on. But we're helping to save rhinos and lions and elephants. Amazing technology, all developed to address immediate social environmental needs. So it's really good proof of how important social impact and social responsibility is, not only to all of us here at Cisco, but so many of these partners that are out here on the show floor as well. It's just incredibly exciting, and there are so many great ways that technology is affecting not only our daily lives in terms of our business, but also how it is affecting our ability to help the world as we create these new technologies. I find that just incredibly exciting. I think it's a terrific opportunity for us to all work together toward common shared goals. So whether that is running across the kinetic tiles out on the main concourse, or talking to these partners who are able to create the ecology methodologies of the future and put these modern capabilities in the digital network to the test in the best of all possible ways, it's all just enormously important enormously powerful, and it gets us thinking. It gets us inspired. It helps to create creativity in addition to creating a better world for every single one of us to live in. So, social impact, think of it as you walk around the show floor. Get involved in any way you can. Again, it's one of those great benefits about being here at the show with us live here in Las Vegas. This is what it's all about. Meeting people, connecting with people, helping to create a bigger and better world altogether. So I look forward to sharing all of it with you as you guys are down here. All right, so are we going to head back up into the studio here at this point? Is that what's going on? Terrific. Back up to you guys.
Steve, thank you so much. You're a great ambassador and a great global problem solver yourself. Thank you so much for sharing all of that amazing information with us. Lauren, earlier today in Chuck's keynote, we talked about the network intuitive.
That's right.
The big announcement from Cisco, the Catalyst 9000. We have rewritten 25 years of software. Amazing.
Yeah, all the iOS code. And not that they threw it all out, but yeah, really just modernized it to work with modern workloads, right? To do modern things like work with the DNA Center GUI.
Of course, a new switch for the enterprise, a premier switch. And of course, that's going to help us give greater data analytics for you, our customers. And sticking with that subject, Scott Harrell is going to be delivering an innovation talk in the Innovation Showcase Theater a little bit later, in about 10 minutes. And he's going to be talking about transforming the network with automation and analytics. But before we go to that, I want to show you a quick video. It's called Don't Fly Blind. It's presented by Michael Stevens. It's part of the Frontier series. That's on Cisco.com. Let's roll that VT.
Okay, gears coming up. Here we go.
We're flying. All right, well, now that we're up in the air, Bert, I'd like to put on this blindfold.
Sure.
I'm going to put it on you. I haven't sized this to your head.
Oh my God, that's okay.
You can't see anything? All right, well, today we're looking at the importance of vision while landing an airplane.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
What happened?
We hit a bunch of birds is what it looks like.
Uh-oh, having some trouble with the engines.
What? Oh, Bert.
I can't see.
Oh, wait. We crashed.
We crashed.
So what do you think went wrong?
I couldn't see.
That's actually why I'm here today, Bert, to talk about vision. Vision is a huge part of our reactive capabilities. The same can be said for a network. You can't protect yourself from things you can't see. And analytics are the vision that secure your network. That's why I'm here to talk today with Simone.
Great to see you, Mike.
Thanks for meeting me in the middle of an airfield. Everyone talks about vision and analytics, but I want to know how Cisco's analytics are different.
We have just launched the new network, which is going to change the way we look at IT operations, and analytics is a big piece of that. Classical analytics tools, they look at the past, the history of data. What we want to do is changing the way IT monitors and detects anomalies and issues, going from a reactive, after-the-fact approach to a proactive one. We have built an enterprise network analytics engine called NDP to ingest data from multiple sources, analyzes, enrich it through machine learning, and then feeds it to analytics application through OpenAPI.
Okay, that makes sense, but can you give me a concrete example of this being implemented?
Absolutely fair. So let's say you want to deploy an end-to-end QoS policy on your real-time application. There are so many things to consider. Not only the application itself, it's the device you use, how you connect to the network capacity. All these are factors that will contribute to the overall experience. But how do you measure it? And what if something goes wrong? Where do you start troubleshooting? Network assurance can give you visibility on the now, but also what might happen in the future. It's not easy, and it's not fun to fly blind.
No, it was scary, actually.
And that's why we have built NDP that can collect, correlate, and enrich data coming from not only the network devices, but also from other sources like sensors, AAA servers, and location repositories. Then we can feed this data to network assurance that now can connect the dot and measure the end-to-end experience. And even we can suggest some corrective actions.
Corrective actions? What is that?
Well, for example, let's assume you are in one of these beautiful open space office. At some point, people gathers in one location for a meeting, and they all have to access the network at the same time. All of a sudden, you have a capacity problem on your wireless network. The MDP gets the data and can alert network assurance and suggest a corrective action. For example, apply an RF profile to the wireless LAN controller for high-density settings so that you will increase the wireless capacity. And this is going to be manual at the beginning, but it's not hard to imagine that we will give you the possibility to click on a checkbox to instruct the system to do this automatically when it happens again.
Cool.
Exactly.
Can you apply any of this to security?
We can give you encrypted traffic analytics, which means that we can now give you visibility into security threats without compromising privacy, meaning we leverage the power of our flexible ASICs to collect critical metaflow data, and then we feed this information through NetFlow and IPFix. Cisco StealthWatch gets this information and runs behavior analytics to really understand what is normal for your network, so it can detect what is not. And usually that's a sign of an anomaly or a security attack. We don't tell the network what is an attack. The network learns by itself.
That is vision. Wow. So you can say that about a network, but definitely not about me. I need to log a few more hours in that simulator.
Can I come with you?
Of course you can.
All right.
Do you have your own blindfold?
No.
All right, well, I'll get you one.
I do not want to fly blind. Lauren, what can I do?
Well, James, I mean, you know, we saw StealthWatch talked about in that video. It's not just StealthWatch though, right? You want StealthWatch, you want ICE, ISC, you want it all integrated into one thing though. We don't want to be managing several security platforms like Chuck Robbins showed on the slide today where it was like 1 billion different vendors. We want to be able to manage it all from one thing, namely DNA Center, namely the network intuitive.
If you loved that 5-minute video, there are more on Cisco.com. It's called the Frontier series, so check out Cisco.com and look at all those great videos. We have Scott Harrell coming up in just a few minutes. He's a Senior Vice President of Product Management at Cisco, and he's going to be talking about automation and analytics, how you can transform the network. I'm assuming he'll probably talk about StealthWatch, right?
I assume so. I think that'll be part of it.
What else do you think will come out of his iTalk today, the innovation talk in the Showcase Theater?
You know, I think that it will probably, it's not just analytics, it's automation. So talking about the programmability. So I think that that's going to be important.
Oh, Lauren, we're going live straight across to Scott, so we'll see you later. Enjoy the iTalk.
What makes us human is a kind of innate cosmic ambition, this desire to go beyond. We're creating multiple exabytes of data every day. It is the ability to make decisions and contextualize our world based on this data that propels our species forward.
Technology is fundamental in today's world. Sometimes we take it for granted, but it's what empowers us to make better, faster, smarter decisions. And all of this is only made possible by the network. How do we know this? It's because we built the internet, and now we're building it for the next 10, 20, 30 years. By creating a network that better eliminates the complexities and brings us greater opportunities. This is the new network we are building. It's a network that is built on a set of powerful human ideas. Everything should start with the right intention. What is it that you want to achieve? Intent allows us to translate business goals into action at scale by automating how we do things in minutes rather than weeks. This new network requires more context than ever before, more analytics and intelligence to turn raw data into insights. Knowledge about the world around us is extremely important. By identifying threats and opportunities and learning from each one, We can adapt quickly to achieve what we want. We can become intuitive.
We assess situations and make decisions based on context. We are distributed intelligence. That is what makes us human, and that is what makes technology fundamentally a part of our humanity.
We are defining an entirely new era of networking, making the impossible possible and the unsolvable solvable. A new network that will take your business to places you haven't even imagined yet.
We are the captains of Spaceship Earth. And where we go from here is up to us.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Vice President, Product Management, Cisco Enterprise Networking Business, Scott Harrell.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Exciting times here at Cisco. The network intuitive, as you guys saw today on stage, and then with that great video we just watched. And when we think about the network intuitive, what problems are we trying to solve? And you heard Chuck mention some of these today. First is the speed at which change is happening. Things like cloud. Every day, your enterprise, your line of business is provisioning new applications onto your network, often via just a credit card swipe. And now you have to deal with it. You have to assure it, make sure it functions well. IoT, billions of new devices coming onto the network. That increases the complexity of your world from a network and operator point of view. And at the same time, every line of business is putting pressure on reducing cost, reducing OpEx. And then overall, you have to deal with the rapidly emerging security threats. It's an extremely challenging world, and we get this. And this is why we're fundamentally changing our approach to networking. We know the old way won't work. And so where we have gone and where we're going is to the network intuitive. And what that is, and we're going to show you a lot deeper on this today in the limited time we've got, but it's about making the network be powered by intent and being informed by context. And you saw this earlier today if you went to the keynote, about how the network can now be programmed holistically through something called DNA Center. And that we can take context from the network, telemetry from the network, and learn from that using advanced analytics and machine learning, and then recursively go back in and reprogram that intent as needed. And the goal of this is to dramatically improve things like security, as well as your users' operations. This is what it's all about. This is what we're focused on. And when we look at this, to do this, we had to rebuild some core components of our solution. And we started with the OS layer, the operating system, iOS. All of you guys in this room have probably taken a CCNA exam, taken a CCIA exam, and you've had to use iOS as a result of that. And when you do it, what you find is there's a lot of drift from device to device. You use one series of Catalyst, you get a different command line than you do the other. You do the same thing if you do an ISR or an ASR. The first thing we're working on is unifying that so that you have a single iOS XE image that can run across all these different platforms and maintain that feature richness that's been developed over 30 years of investment in these platforms. But at the same time, we're opening it up, making it API driven, making it programmable, so that if you want to actually program it yourself via things like Yang and NetConf, you can do that. If you want to use a third-party controller, you can do that. And making it more modular so that we can run software as a module, or that we can allow third parties to run software on these platforms themselves. So we rebuilt the OS layer. The second thing we've done, and we're announcing as part of this new era of networking, is we're rebuilding the infrastructure layer, the Catalyst, the iconic Catalyst. Chuck mentioned that he was hugging the box. They are incredible, best-of-breed new switches. Catalyst 9300, 9400, 9500. And what makes these things great is they were purpose-built from the ground up for an intent-based networking world. They were built for a world that needs to be mobile ready, cloud ready, IoT ready. And when we talk about like being IoT ready, what does that mean? There's all kinds of different things we could talk about. One that I find to be really cool is this concept of UPoE, universal PoE, so that when the box fails, if you have something critical hooked up to it that's getting its power from the switch, say just your lighting, you don't want the lights to go out because the switch went down, right? We can maintain that power. We can maintain that power for those IoT devices even if the switch fails. But what's even more impressive is things like the programmable nature of these devices. If you're familiar with switches at all, you know that they all have ASICs. They need to have the speed to operate at network speeds. And the challenge with that is we have to start developing ASICs like 3 years in advance of delivering these appliances. And then they've got to last for another 5 to 7 years. That's like a 10-year lifespan. That's forever in IT. And you've got to hardwire all the features you need into an ASIC at the beginning of that process. And so we have to change that. And we've made the ASIC itself more programmable so that as things appear, we can adapt. And a lot of what we're going to talk about today, we did not actually know was going to be there when we built these ASICs. We're not going to talk much about it, but things like encrypted traffic analytics, that'll be another session. When we built these ASICs, we had no idea that that even existed or would exist. But we were able to adapt these systems to be able to support that at wire rate because it's programmable. That's something unique to Cisco in the campus layer. Nobody else can do it. And so when we talk about this, we've rebuilt that intent-based network infrastructure. And we've actually made it optimized for this solution. But the other piece of this is the command and control layer, what we call DNA center. This is where all the policy, all the automation, all the analytics are done from and driven back into the network. And I'm going to bring one of my colleagues up here in just a few minutes, and he's going to demonstrate it for you. And also over here to the right, there's all kinds of demonstrations available to you where you can put your hands on it yourself. And what's powerful about this is you can now, across your entire wired, wireless, and WAN infrastructure, you can automate all of that via DNA Center. You can program it once in English language and have that intent driven down into your network infrastructure. It radically simplifies how you manage networks. We've also modified the telemetry that comes off these devices so that you can have better context and therefore better analytics in the system. And that's really important. Because when we think about today's world, where we're constantly having new devices, new applications, new things on the network, it's become increasingly complex. And when there is a problem, it's hard to figure out what happened. When a user connects to the network, if it takes them 4 times and they connect successfully on the 4th time, what do? They start working. But the fact that it took them 4 times to connect is a sign of that health may be degrading. Maybe there's too many 5 gigahertz clients. Maybe DHCP is being exhausted from an IP address point of view. There's things that are there that are symptoms that health is degraded. We're going to track all of that. We correlate that with all the context we can get from all the different systems, your Active Directory, your IPAM systems, whatever it might be, and we bring that together into a single interface that's manifest via the network data platform. And the first application we're going to deliver on that is something called Assurance. And that's just going to allow you to troubleshoot the network. But this is also an open platform. And you're going to be able to write your own applications, or you're going to be able to use third parties to write applications for this analytics engine. And this resides within DNA Center. Probably just as exciting, though, about this is that's about the context and how we get informed by the context. But it's the power of intent. And we have a concept we call software-defined access that we're going to talk to you more about. But what this really is how do we treat the entire network as a single fabric? Instead of programming each device by device, we treat it as a complete fabric. And what that does for you, what it simplifies in your life, is some of the common problems you've had in building campus and access networks go away. Get dramatically simplified. No span and tree. You get rid of things like IP address management, ACL management, VLAN management, all these things that are so onerous for your organization. And we know from talking with companies and doing surveys with people like McKinsey that it costs somewhere around $60 billion a year, roughly 3x the size of the product spend, to operate networks. And it's driven by a lot of these kind of things. And so what's powerful to us about this is not just the savings in times and simplification of your life, but what it actually unlocks you incrementally to do. We know that security is paramount in your organizations. And one of the key things you can do to make security better in your organization is to segment your networks. How many of you read the business press or the technology press where you see a particular incident? They almost always start the same way. Somebody's device, somebody's laptop, or maybe a HVAC system, or maybe a IP camera got infected. And what happened? The ransomware spread across the whole organization from that single entry point. Or maybe the attacker moved from there to another person, another device, until they got to somebody who had really good access to the core data, the core IP, and they breached that person and they exfiltrated from there. But it almost always happens where they land on the network and then they move laterally inside the network. And the reality is we have not done a good enough job of making it easy to segment networks. This is ridiculous. How many of you guys checked into a hotel this week? Wow, there's a lot of people from Vegas here, because that's not all the hands. Did they give you one key to your room, or did they give you keys to all the rooms in your hotel? I hope, because I know probably a lot of you are staying in the same hotel as me. I hope they gave you one key, right? That access just your room. But that's not what we do today in networks in many cases. Once you're on the network, you have access to everything. We've got to stop that. We've got to granularly segment the networks. And one of the things we do through SD access, software-defined access, and using DNA Center is we radically simplify how you provision the network. We automate many of the manual tasks today so that you can do more sophisticated things like segmentation, which will greatly improve the security of your organization. So that's probably enough talking. I'd like to actually bring up one of my colleagues, Carl, who actually leads our TME team for all of wireless, all of switching within Cisco for the campus and access network. So Carl, why don't you come on up?
Thank you.
Now, Carl, you're going to show us how this all works, right?
Absolutely, Scott. Absolutely.
All right, well, take it away.
So, can we run to the screen, please? Okay, I'm going to log in here, and I'm going to show you the main window that we have to manage our network. So everyone here has probably worked with CLI. I've worked with CLI. I know it. We love it. It's the easy way. But as Scott said, we have to change the way. We can't go about configuring and administering devices on a singularity basis. So we're going to use this new window, DNA Center. And DNA Center is really geared around optimizing the automation provisioning policy, day 0, day 1, day 2 operations. I'm going to share with you and show you some simple workflows to explain how this works. And we're going to start off with the design, which is really starting out with day 0. We're using a very simple example here of an airport. So I have, shall I say I'm a company, I'm looking at the physical buildings associated with an airport. We've got a couple of airports here based in my hometown here in San Jose. So this design module is really about setting out your hierarchy. Just like you have Windows Explorer, Mac Finder, you organize your files and your folders. Here what we're doing is we are setting a site hierarchy, and this is going to be reflected more importantly when we start configuring our base network settings. They're going to be associated with that. But the settings here is really about building out this hierarchy. You can see here that we have areas, buildings, and floors. And on the floors we can download floor maps. We can build those floor maps here. You can start seeing them here. What we're looking to do here is start doing things like device placement, where you can actually place devices, things like access points, start building out heat maps, all right, RF planning, that kind of thing. So there's a lot of flexibility in terms of what we do with this site hierarchy. So once we've got our hierarchy, we go to our network settings. And here we're building the base settings that we're going to be applying to the devices when they're onboarded into the network. But we do it in a hierarchical manner, and we use a measure of inheritance. So at the global level here, you can see here that I've got some servers, DNS, DHCP, AAA, I can add syslog, NTP, a whole bunch of services, and they're assigned at the global level. When I assign and provision a device and I associate it with a site, it will inherit those settings automatically. But I can go down to a specific site here, shall we say San Jose, and I can say, hey, I want to override the AAA server that I've got at the global level, and I want to set a different AAA server. So when I associate a device to that site, it will inherit that AAA server instead of the one that I have at the global level. So the inheritance makes it really simple and flexible for how you go about provisioning your devices. But we also do other things. We integrate capabilities like IP address management. Right out the box, we're going to be supporting info blocks, but there are capabilities to support other third-party IPAM tools. And this is going to suck in the IP address blocks, which will be used by the controller to assign devices as they're onboarded into the network, and also to our users' devices and things. So again, IP address management made super, super simple. We'll also be able to do things like create wireless profiles and SSIDs. So we'll have workflows and automated tools to go through the workflow to create those SSIDs in a very simple manner. So this, in effect, creates the foundation of your network, your site hierarchy, all of your settings that are going to be used to provision the device. But there's a little bit of magic extra that we also need to factor in here, and this is around the policy. A policy is really focusing on our segmentation capabilities and also what we call micro-segmentation. And I'm going to go through and show you the example of how we apply this in the airport. So what we have here is our virtual network screen. And you can see down the left-hand side, we have a couple of tenants, American Airlines, Alaska, United. Everyone knows that when you go to an airport, you have all these check-in counters. Same physical network, but we don't want a an American Airlines employee getting access to, shall we say, the United network, even though they're on the same physical network. So we create these segments or boundaries. Now, in the past, you'd have to go using CLI and create your segmentation strategy and configuration. Whether it's VLANs, MPLS VPNs, VRF Lite, TrustSec, you name it, you'd have to go and individually apply that to all the devices. Here, the hardest thing about applying segmentation is figuring out the name of your virtual network. So I come down here, I say I'm going to create a new virtual network, and I'm going to call it Southwest. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to click the Southwest groups that I have here, and literally I'm going to drag them over here, and I'm going to click Save. And what that does is it now creates a virtual network segment, and any user who's associated with any of those groups, when they connect to the network, they will automatically be placed into that virtual network segment. So it's pretty easy, pretty cool, and it's a really simple way to go about deploying your segmentation strategy with a few clicks of a button. But we can go further. So on the policy side here is where we have our micro-segmentation, because by default, while I've segmented my airlines, everything inside that virtual network can still access one another. And I actually want to stop the baggage people from accessing the ticketing system and upgrading themselves to first class. So how do I do that? All right, so what I could do is I can come down here and I'm going to choose the baggage people here, and I'm going to choose the ticketing system here, drag it in the source and destination. I'm going to add a contract which defines the access rights. And by default, I have a simple permit and deny, but you can go into the contract section and you can define multi-line contracts that you can apply to your policies. So I'm going to click on that save, and what I've done here is I've now, actually I need to give it a policy name, so I was going to say baggage to ticketing. All right. So once I've done that, I then click on Save, and this will then create a policy that says no one in baggage can access the ticketing system. And it's really that simple. So the whole experience that you have here is trying to take a lot of those workflows that you've done in the past, really abstract away the complexity. The complexity is still there in the network. You can still get in there. You can still see the CLI. But the window that you're using to do that definition is greatly simplified.
That's awesome, Carl, but it's incredibly unbelievable.
It is. It's,
well, I mean, everybody knows, Southwest does not have first class. So what the hell are you talking about, man?
Yeah, maybe not the right one, but it kind of shows you the point that the capabilities are there. All right.
All right. Well, thank you so much, man. That was awesome.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. So it's a great example of how simple this is. He walked through what would have probably taken months to do in a normal network in seconds. And it was all English language based, it was all intent based. The other piece of it, though, that may not have been as obvious was he mentioned the integration with third parties. This is an open system that's got full sets of APIs. We have already brought people around this, and we haven't even fully shipped it yet. We don't ship DNA Center officially until August. And we've already done integration with Infoblocks. We're working with third parties like ServiceNow to do the IPAM system integration. We're doing things with third parties that actually do similar tasks to us, not just people that are complementary, people like NIST that are here today as well, to bring them in and allow them to help you drive your operations better. So very focused on making this an open platform. And like we said, all of this is open APIs, whether it's at the DNA Center level, at the platform level, wherever it is in the construct. And so you can program it yourself, and you can use it with third-party systems yourself if you are so desired. And what we're doing with DNA Center is trying to radically simplify that for you, but you're free to go and do that yourself as well. The other piece of this is around the timing of this. When does all this come to bear? You heard a lot of different concepts, and I wanted to kind of bring that home to you about when does all this show up? Well, if you look at the switches themselves, the Catalyst 9K, the 9300, the 9400, the 9500, these are actually replacing some of the existing switches like the 3850, the Catalyst 3850, and the Catalyst 4K. And those are actually available for order now. And what's great about that is if you want to continue, though, using the prior switches, that's fine, too. We're going to continue to invest in those. And in fact, if you want to use DNA Center, you will have support for all those cool concepts we just talked about back on the existing generation of Catalyst switches. The Catalyst 3K, 4K, 6K, the Nexus 7K, as well as your Wave 1, Wave 2 APs, as well as your ISR and ASR platforms. And that's really an important point. This is not just a solution for the brand new switches. This is a solution that'll go across your entire infrastructure today. And if you want to do this in just one stage, you want to do one floor, you can do that. If you want to do a whole building, you can do that. If you want to have just the access layer be able to do that, you can do that. All you need is the access layer and then the border element where the traffic exits the network. There are multiple ways to deploy this and to walk into this as you go forward. And that software-defined access piece, that DNA Center piece, that will be available starting in early August. The analytics elements around what we call the network data platform and assurance, that actually comes later. That comes in November. And at that point, the full solution will be brought to bear. And things like encrypted traffic analytics that you heard Chuck mention today, and I mentioned briefly, that actually ships in September. So over the next few months, this entire solution will be available in all the different aspects that we've talked about. So that was the bulk of the show today and the bulk of the conversation. Hopefully this helps you and builds upon what Chuck shared with you this morning. And you can see the excitement and the innovation that's here. And if you're interested to learn more and you want to know what else is out there, there's plenty of opportunities throughout the show. To go and do that. I'm sorry, I thought there was one more there. There's the World of Solutions. We actually have this where you can actually see the demo live, but then you can actually play with the tools yourself. There's going to be other sessions where we're going to dive deeper into other aspects of this in this same room. We're going to go into the Cat 9K and everything it can do. We're also going to go into the automation layer and everything you can do with the automation layer. So thank you so much for your time, and I hope you have a great rest of your Cisco Live.
Welcome back. That was Scott Howell there, Senior Vice President of Product Management at Cisco, talking about automation and analytics. What did you think of that innovation talk? We want to hear from you, so send us your tweets using hashtag CLUS. Of course, in that session, he talked about how Cisco is on course to deliver the next set of innovations that will radically change how the industry not only designs, but also provisions and operates access across networks. We have Rob Boyd, who's out in the world of World of Solutions. Rob, I think you have someone to talk to. Let's go across to you.
I absolutely do, James. Thank you so much. So yes, I'm on the World of Solutions floor. If you're trying to get oriented while you're in here, we're back in the Cisco campus area, and this is an extremely busy area, especially with all the announcements that have just been made about the extensions that we've made to DNA, Digital Network Architecture. Specifically, when you want to figure out, well, how do I start to begin playing with stuff? Sometimes you go to people who build demonstrations and you go, hey, how can we make this real for people? And I can't begin to explain it. So Rich Zavala, correct?
That's correct.
Rich, tell us a little bit about what you have planned out here. If someone's come in, why do they want to come to this area?
Okay, so we have a lot of things that we bring to the table here at this Cisco Live. So we're announcing several products. I just want to call out a few. SD Access is one, NDP, Network Data Platform, which is our analytics engine. We have our 9Ks. We have EFT, Encrypted Traffic Analytics, which is very
ETA.
important. ETA, sorry, excuse me.
Get your acronyms straight, man.
Yeah. So that gives us the ability to actually look at encrypted traffic and actually detect anomalies going on in the network, which is huge. So we're able to, with this new SD Access being provisioned and driven by DNA Center, because we have our hero area that we're calling it over here, we're doing live demonstrations. We have live demonstrations that are being hosted and built in San Jose. We're extending the network from Las Vegas to San Jose and actually being able to give that to these various workflows where policy, automation, analytics, actually showing how we can quickly provision the fabric consistently, securely, quickly without error, right? Before, if you think about it, if you had to configure the network, you had to do a lot of thousands and hundreds of lines of code. Now it's a few clicks of the button and the network is provisioned quickly. And again, it's very, very important that the network is actually provisioned correctly, right? Because the error for human error is quite high if you do it all manually.
Well, one of the things that struck me about this particular set of announcements, especially around Fabric, is a couple things. One of which is that we've actually been talking about the very same Fabric that's here. When you look at what we're doing from a Fabric perspective, and help me out because I don't want to get it wrong here, but we're doing Lisp. We're talking about some
VXLAN,
Lisp, VXLAN, and TrustSec orientation for some of the tagging and such like this. So we get that policy-based security. But we've had these technologies for a long time.
Yeah.
But we're also talking about overlay technologies, which are not new to anybody, or most engineers aren't going to be unfamiliar with an overlay.
Right.
But we talk about VXLAN, and we're now talking about the reality of an overlay in the enterprise versus the data center, which might be more used to it.
Right.
What kind of reaction are you hearing from anybody here? What's your personal reaction with how hard is that going to be for people to get over? Or do they see DNA Center and they go, oh, I get it?
Yeah, so like this overlay technology, so we have this PNP functionality too. So all you have to do is provision a single device, right? DNA Center can then actually provision the rest of the devices. So we're making the automation very easy so that only a single device would need to be started off being provisioned, and then the rest of it can then happen through DNA Center. Just several clicks of the button. But again, the VXLAN and Lisp, that scares a lot of people when they have to go and configure this. You don't really need to, you just have to have a base understanding of what it is, and then DNA Center actually pushes all that line of code to all the config to those devices quickly.
So out of all the different things that we have in this area, what would you recommend someone go to first if they're like, Rich, I'm overwhelmed with what your team has put together. What should I go get my hands on? Would it be DNA Center?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm glad you brought that up because we actually have some simulation terminals, 8 of them, and where customers, so where we have DNA installed on them, so people can come and actually play with DNA Center firsthand. And if they have questions, right in front of those terminals are experts that are actually having DNA Center running on a live environment that can work through those live DNA workflows. Again, it's policy, analytics, assurance, and automation. So we have our experts over there. They're here to ask any questions, and we'll answer them. Another thing I wanted to point out here is just to the left here, we have DNA Advisor. Okay. So folks want to actually see where they're currently at with their network being digitized. What does digitization mean too, right? What does that mean? It's mean, having your network be able to be self-automated, detect these threats. Security is always top of mind with our customers. And you mentioned earlier the SGD tagging with TrustSec. So ICE is under the hood along with Lisp and VXLAN.
Very important technology.
So any device or any user that it comes onto the network, our solution, our technology, we can track that person or thing from end to end, right? So we can open the doors. We can, like I said, we were talking early. I was talking earlier about ACLs not being in the picture anymore.
Right,
it's all about policy.
I love hearing that.
So it's all policy. So it makes it so much easier. So you want to think about what is your business intent and just think it that way rather than how do I configure my network, right? So security is all going to be integrated, and it's just going to be awesome.
What's that whole notion, I think, especially when I was looking at how we're doing security now, the biggest problem is it always has felt like you've got to take so much into consideration beforehand of stuff we never track through different people that may have worked on the network and different stuff we're afraid might break if we start to retract. As they say, never take an ACL out, right? We only add them and things like this, and that's a good example of everything within the network. You guys are now giving us, there's a visualization here that gives you a level of confidence, I think, and the notion of saying, I want to know the time as a business person with this network. I don't want to know how you built the watch, and I don't want to have to build a watch just to find out what the time is or was back at the time I started building it. So the real-time nature and stuff of it as well. So you're saying these are real demonstrations.
Oh, yeah.
These are not faked flash, anything like that? No smoke and mirrors?
Nope.
And I always love the fact that we have all the smart experts like yourself and those you work with, so they can explain things, they can ask questions.
Yep. So we have network as a sensor. We have network as a sensor and enforcer demo here that has that ETA capability, that encrypted traffic analytics. I encourage everybody to come down, actually take a look at that. It's an awesome demo. It's the future for how Cisco's moving with security. Because detecting those threats that are encrypted is key, and it's a differentiator from us with our competitors, right? And again, I want to invite people to come down, get their hands wet, get on DNA Center, because we have it here. This is the first time we're showing it, and please come down and ask our experts anything about DNA Center, and hopefully you'll get your answers answered.
So Rich, hey man, thank you so much. Thank you for everything that you do. Guys, this is really the place to come to here because there's so many words and this announcements and such that have been made, but when it comes to the enterprise network and this network intuitive and the intent-based network, it really, really comes together when we look at software-defined access and the fabric that is underlying everything, and the core program, the additional piece of software that's just been released is literally, it's DNA Center. It's a simple name. It's the center of everything, and so many things that you would normally have to do in a very manual fashion, as Rich talked about, become very automated here, and this sets you up. And I think once you can turn your head on grasping exactly what's available here, and I think you'll get that by being here and getting hands-on with it, you begin to realize, wow, this networking announcement is a really big deal. So stop by the DNA Center booth. Be sure and check out all the demos that our friend Rich has put together, and man, don't waste your time with these experts. Back to you guys.
Rob, thank you so much, and of course, big thanks to Rich there for taking us through DNA and ETA. Lots of acronyms here this year at Cisco Live. To break it down for you, DNA, Digital Network Architecture Center, of course, and ETA, Encrypted Traffic Analytics. Make sure you go down to World of Solutions and check out that booth area. I'm now joined in the studio by Scott Harrell. How are you?
I'm excellent. Thanks for having me.
It's always a pleasure to see you, sir. You just delivered your innovation showcase in the Innovation Theater, and you've dashed over to join me for a quick chat, so thank you.
I'm getting my exercise today. I've been running around this whole place.
We need to get you on those tiles. Have you seen those tiles to generate electricity? Have you seen those?
I've seen those.
We should have them everywhere.
I just want one of the capes. That's all I want.
Would you like me to get you a cape? I will get Scott Harrell a cape, but
you've got to make me go faster.
You've got to promise to wear it though if I get you one. You do that.
Hey, that may be a little far. Give me drinking tonight, maybe.
All right, we'll have a drink, then he wears the cape. We'll bring him a cape, and you can see him wearing it tomorrow. Let's talk about your innovation talk that you delivered earlier today. Just very quickly recap for me what you discussed.
So what we really talked about was what you were just talking about, James, which is DNA Center, and kind of what does it mean, and what does this network intuitive really mean? What does it mean to be into?
What does it mean?
Well, the reality is it's fairly simple. If you think about the way we used to run networks, we used to program networks device by device. And that was great when networks were fairly static and they were somewhat simple. But with the rise of IoT, with all the diversity that comes with cloud applications, that doesn't work anymore. That's not going to work these days. And so you need a fundamentally different approach. And what we're doing is we're bringing a fabric-based architecture where you treat the whole network, the WAN, the wireless, the access layer, And the switch layer all is a single fabric. And we basically automate how you work with that infrastructure. Yep. And the way we do that is using DNA Center. And so in a single kind of English language, no more CLI, you can program that infrastructure. And by simplifying that infrastructure, we're making it simple to operate, simple to deploy, simple to manage, you actually can now start to do more sophisticated tasks. Things like segmentation, which is incredibly important for security. Advanced analytics, which you can do for security reasons, but also for network operations reasons, both. And so it really unlocks a whole new wave of innovation around the network, which is awesome, because that's what we kind of like to do here at Cisco.
We love to do that stuff. Scott, I don't know if you're aware, but this year at Cisco Live, as well as this show going out around the venue here in Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas, we're also streaming live to Cisco.com and Facebook. For the first time ever, we are streaming live to Facebook. So if you're watching us on Facebook right now, and you have a question for Scott about DNA or ETA, or anything that's happened today that you've seen about the network intuitive, I want to hear from you. Why don't you put a question into the comments field of the Facebook stream that you're watching right now? I have my cell phone with me, and that's going to come across. Your question is going to come straight to me, and Scott, I'm going to ask these questions.
I'd have to say, James, this is the first time I've ever been live streamed in Facebook.
I know, live streamed to Facebook, and we're going to take people's questions live. So guys and girls, if you're watching, please, I got people calling me on my phone. Carissa Wilson, stop calling me. We're live doing a show. Let's just cut her off. So yes, please do send me your questions. If you're on Facebook, put your question in a comments field. It will come straight to me, and I promise that it's right here. And I will ask your question of Scott. So we have a question coming already. Oh, I'm so excited. This is great. Scott, okay. Does ETA work with the network data platform?
So we actually have kind of two different outcomes when you, and let's maybe take a step back, because this is yet another acronym, which I know you love, James.
I love acronyms.
So within DNA Center, we have two different things you can do. You can do automation so that I can program the network, and you also have analytics built in. Those analytics are actually done via something called the network data platform. And what the network data platform does is it gathers all the context, not just from the network, but everything else that's associated with the network. It could be the Active Directory system, it could be the IP address management system, it could be anything. And it brings that all together, and it correlates it and makes sense of it so that then you can understand what's going on in real time in your environment. But it's much more around the network operations. So for instance, if you have trouble connecting to Wi-Fi, what do you usually do, James? You try again, probably, right?
Yeah, I tend to kill. I'm really bad. I kill my laptop. I put it back on. I try and connect again. I think, have I got the right password? But yeah, I go through
and if it eventually works, what do?
Woohoo!
You start working.
I get happy. Well, I kind of cheer like that because I'm a bit sad. Then I start working.
Right. Well, that's like most people. But the fact that you had to go through all those steps is a sign that something's not healthy in your network.
Yeah.
And that's really what DNA Center will surface to you, is the fact that something's degrading, and it'll allow you to become more proactive as an IT analyst. Encrypted traffic analytics is really focused at security operations. And so there's actually a separate set of tools to do that. This leverages a product we build called StealthWatch. And StealthWatch is basically an analytics engine that's highly optimized around security.
Yep.
And so you would need StealthWatch to actually do encrypted traffic analytics, but you would leverage the telemetry that it works on, the data that it actually does its analytics on, come from the network, come from the Catalyst 9K, the new series of Catalyst, come from the ISR and the ASR routers. And that's where the telemetry comes from. But the analytics, is actually done in StealthWatch. And so it is slightly separate from DNA Center, but it's all part of this concept of making the network more intuitive.
So StealthWatch is then placed into the new Catalyst 9000. It kind of brings everything together, right? Hardware and the software working together.
It's a separate appliance that takes all the data from the Catalyst 9K and the ISR series and then makes sense of it for security operations.
So if someone doesn't have the 9000 switch and they have an older switch, can they still use that?
So for the ETA, for the encrypted traffic analytics, no, because that relies on enhancements in the ASIC and on the CPU, but you can use it with the existing ISR 4Ks and the ASR 1Ks. For DNA Center, and this is the cool thing about DNA Center and all the things we talked about with software-defined access and the ability to have intent-based networking, that actually works back into your brownfield environment. That works with your existing Catalyst switches, with your Catalyst 3Ks, 4Ks, 6Ks, your Nexus 7K. It also works with your Wave 1 APs, your Wave 2 AirNet APs. It also works with your existing ISR 4Ks and ASR 1Ks. So you can get immense benefit out of this network intuitive solution without having to go and upgrade your entire infrastructure. But for ETA, and specifically for encrypted traffic analytics, that does require either the Catalyst 9K, the new Catalyst switches, or the ASR 1K or the ISR 4K.
Brilliant, so people need to upgrade that new switch. More questions coming in. Thank you so much for your questions.
You're just happy they're playing along and actually asking you questions. You thought this might not work.
Scott, how does the ETA work with ISE?
So there's two sides to this. So ICE, or ISE, the Identity Services Engine, is absolutely crucial to this solution. When we look at ICE, it has a world of context, and we talked about being informed by context. We leverage that context by having open APIs in ICE that can be integrated with both DNA Center as well as with StealthWatch. And so that as we go to try to figure out what's going on either from a network operations point of view, or we want to program intent-based networking, or from a security point of view, we can leverage all the knowledge that ICE has. And you're going to see this more and more. We're going to loosely couple systems via APIs more and more as we go forward, because that's the kind of the future of how you build networking appliances. That's the future of how you build solutions. And ICE is no exception. It's connected into everything. It has one of the best ecosystems in the world of any product. It has probably over 100 people that have done meaningful integrations with that product. So it can the context it has, the knowledge of the user, where they are, who they are, what device they were on, what's the posture of the device, is all resident in ICE, and that can be shared with everything, not just with our systems, but any third party as well.
We have lots of questions coming in. Thank you for that, Scott. Does DNA Center work with APIC EM? If so, how?
That's a great question. So there has been some confusion on this, and we actually started to put this in the Innovation Showcase. We decided to kind of hold it out because there's sometimes too many acronyms, too much information. But what happens is DNA Center actually leverages APIC EM as its controller. And so DNA Center, you want to think about as a single pane of glass where you go through and you do all your workflows. But what it's actually talking to on the downside is actually APIC EM, which is the controller that then programs the network. So you will need an APIC EM to actually run DNA Center.
Okay.
The two are synonymous in the way that they work, but the way we're going to talk about it going forward is much more around DNA Center, because that's what the customer interacts with.
Oh my goodness, this question is hilarious. Thank you for this one. What is the ETA for ETA?
Oh, that's a great one. So a lot of these solutions are rolling out over time. The new Catalyst 9K switches are actually orderable now. You can actually go get them now. The DNA Center that we just talked about, that actually ships in early August. ETA, encrypted traffic analytics, that actually is going to be together as a full solution in September, because it requires us to modify the catalysts themselves, as well as change StealthWatch and how it works and add machine learning to that. That'll be available in September. And then the analytics within DNA Center that are much more around network operations, that NDP platform, that network data platform, that will be in November.
Okay.
And so over the next 4 to 5 months, the entire solution will be out.
So it's going all to the switch now, and everything else will start to follow over the next few months. And by the end of this year, you got everything.
You got everything.
Brilliant. Okay, how will this solution reduce complexity and automate solutions for the IT force?
So this is actually at the heart of what we do. So we had a customer today who we had on stage with us, and he was talking about the fact that it takes them 30% of their IT operations time is spent just on provisioning the network, provisioning devices, making them stand up and run. All that goes away. But you look at the other operations that people spend time on, it's around $60 billion, James, per year that people spend to operate networks. That's good, I like that.
That's crazy.
That's an enormous amount of money, and where they're spending that time is, 30% of the time it's around provisioning, but the other percent of the time it's around doing standard operations like ACL management, IP address management, VLAN management, all this stuff that's all programmed device by device via CLI. With DNA Center, you don't have to do any of that. All of that goes away.
We're making it easy.
We're making it simple. And what that frees you up to do is the more sophisticated things like segmentation, like encrypted traffic analytics, so that you can bring a whole nother level of capability to your organization.
Thank you, Scott. Keep your questions coming, guys. We've got Scott for a little bit longer. Oh, let me just move this away. Final question. Oh, there's so many to choose from. I've got to pick one final question, the director's telling me. Okay, where do you see the Network Intuitive in the next 5 years, maybe 10 years? So hard to pick one.
If I could forecast out 10 years, James, like, you know, it wouldn't be working anymore, I don't think. But in all seriousness, what's really cool about this is it's just the start.
Yeah.
This is really kind of like we just fired the gun and everybody's starting to run. By setting this foundation, it took us a while to kind of upgrade all the infrastructure, build everything to be intent-based capable. We've now done that. And now we can start to innovate at even a faster speed than we've ever done before, because so much of what's possible now can be done at the application layer. It doesn't have to be down at the base OS layer. And so both ourselves, as well as our partners, as well as our customers, can start to write to this platform, can start to innovate on top of it, and we can rapidly introduce new capabilities. And this is what's really exciting for me, is like, it's a ton of incredible new innovation, but it's kind of like, you know, as a product guy, like the potential of what we can do from here is just unlimited. And that's why we're so excited about this new era of networking, and that's why we call it a new era. It's not like one and done. Like, this is a whole new way we're going to build products and we're going to operate those products.
I absolutely love having you in the studio because you are as passionate and as enthusiastic as me. You bounce and you're like this. It's like we're doing a little jig together, like a little Greek jig. I'm going to ask you a question, if I may. Security. Sure. Security is so important.
Absolutely.
How is security playing into the Network Intuitive?
So for me, like James, you probably maybe don't remember, the last time you had me on here, I was talking about security. That was my role prior to this, was running security for Cisco for the last 4.5 years. So I am insanely passionate about security. Like,
that's why I asked.
I appreciate it. I'm impressed. And that's part of the reason I came back to networking, is I worked on this problem for 4.5 years. Every morning my wife picks up the paper and looks at it and sees another breach and goes, what are you doing every day? You know, get busy.
Are you really at work? What are you doing? Where are you going?
This crap. And the reality is you can't fix it by not using all the tools in your arsenal. And one of the most critical tools in your arsenal is the network.
Yeah.
And the way we dramatically improve security is, number one, through segmentation. When you checked into the hotel, did you get a key to your room, or did you get a key to all the rooms in the hotel?
Just to my room.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, and that's, I think I'm thankful for that too.
Because I actually went to the wrong room. This is hilarious. I got up at the wrong floor, walked to what I thought was my room, and I was trying to get in, and some lady opened the door, and I said, oh, this is my room. And she went, no, it's not, it's my room. And I was on the wrong floor, so lucky my key didn't open her room. Huh?
Yeah, and you appreciate it, and she probably greatly appreciated that segmentation. But the reality is, most networks today, all you got to, once you get inside, once you get access to the network, you can actually move laterally across that whole network. And we see it with all the modern threats. Ransomware. What happens? They get a hold of one device. Maybe Johnny went to the coffee shop and got on the network there and got infected. He comes back to corporate. Everybody gets infected. How does that happen? It happens because the threat can propagate laterally. With the DNA Center and the new layer of intent-based networking, we can actually segment the network down to the granularity of a particular device and a user, and inhibit those attackers from spreading around your network. That alone will dramatically improve security for an organization. The second thing is we've never really modified the telemetry coming off the devices. NetFlow was not initially necessarily built for security, but the organizations around the world did a great job of starting to use it for security. Now we're invested in NetFlow, we're modifying it, we're making it more robust, and as a result, you can actually start to do some incredibly insightful things like ETA for security. And so both of those components, how we control the network, how we control the traffic on the network, and then the intelligence we can derive from the network, those are what we're going to use to really change the game in security, in addition to just the massive investment we continue to make in security-specific products.
Scott, it's always a pleasure having you in the studio. Thank you so much for your passion and your time. And to all of you for your questions on Facebook, that's the first time we've ever done a live Facebook Q&A.
That's super cool. I was not aware we were going to do that.
High five. We now have a video
I'm so
on
impressed you got so many questions.
I know, it's amazing, so am I. We now have a video on DNA. Let's roll that BT.
It's a very different world today. A world of endless devices and demands. And you're never going to get above it all and impact it all by solving tomorrow's problems with yesterday's network. Introducing the help and advantage you need, Digital Network Architecture from Cisco. Cisco DNA, with DNA Center at its core, creates a holistic end-to-end platform for your enterprise, so you can better manage your business. Not merely a graphical interface, DNA Center builds on 30 years of Cisco networking know-how made simple and intuitive. All of your essential workflows are built in, creating a single point of management with endless reach. You can add devices, assign roles, and then analyze the impact across desks or continents. You'll define a change once and watch it provision end to end, and effortlessly set policies to manage entire work groups distributed far and wide. And while you're managing today's challenge, Cisco DNA Center is proactively assessing and analyzing tomorrow's for you. You get the assurance to address challenges before they become problems. So instead of outdated processes burning up budgets and time, Cisco DNA Center drives both down, freeing you to drive your business's digital transformation. Imagine a network that lowers costs, reduces complexity, eliminates threats, and liberates you. That's a network built on Cisco DNA, just part of the new era in networking. The network.
How great was that video? And of course, to have Scott Harrell inside the studio taking your questions live on Facebook. Thank you to everyone that submitted a question via the live Facebook stream. We are so excited to be bringing you this content on so many channels this year. Cisco.com, Facebook, and also Cisco Live online as well. And if you want to join the conversation, you can do so by tweeting us, and make sure you use that hashtag CLUS. We have something very exciting to show you right now. Steve Malta is with Sean Curtis, our chief demo guy, and they're going to show you a demo that David Geckler is going to be delivering later on this week. Steve, over to you.
All right, thanks so much, James. Great job in there with Scott. That was a really great conversation. Again, the Facebook Live Q&A opportunity, that is great. I hope people continue to take advantage of those. And right now, as you said, we are down here in the middle of the DNA area, digital network architecture area. We just saw in the video, digital enterprises, they have got to have a digital network. So Cisco DNA, it is an open, extendable, software-driven architecture. It enables, simplifies, automates new digital applications across your workforce, your customer experiences, your operations. It is helping to really secure the enterprise and the network. So right now, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to bring this gentleman right on in. James just introduced you beautifully up in the studio as well. So this is Sean Curtis. Sean is Director of Technology Experiences for us here at Cisco, and he is truly a man of many skills and a man who wears many hats, as we talked about a few moments ago. Do you ever get time to sleep?
You know, I gotta admit, it's not me, it's the team that's really driving most of this, so I'm just the lucky one that gets to put my name on it.
You got way too much humility, man. We know exactly how much that you do. All right, so among the 30,000 other things that you're being asked to do here at the show, support of David Geckler and the talk that's coming up tomorrow. Let's talk a little bit about that talk. What can we look forward to? What do you think is going to be really exciting about that session?
Yeah, so this is going to be great because we're going to share with everyone, you know, what does the network intuitive really mean, right? We're going to give them a really good, you know, glimpse at how we're changing the way we manage the networks, right? Through intent-based provisioning, design, policy. Like, what do you want out of your network, right? And we're going to show how easy we're making that. You know, ditching the old way of command line interface and box by box configuration, where, you know, inevitably there are errors, and you got to go back and figure out where the heck did I, you know, what did I do with that line of code? Where's that, you know, ACL, ACL I put in there that's messing things up, right? So DNA Center is going to be the primary focus of that demonstration. Show how we get intent, what we want out of our network, right? Through those policy and provisioning.
So how much of that is really Cisco-driven in terms of the vision of what we see taking place, and how much of it do you feel is driven by the industry itself and what it is that we hear from our partners, our customers?
Yeah, it's a great question. So as you mentioned, open, extensible, right? We need to be able to connect back to the network and do more and get more out of it, right? So programmability is a big piece of that, and the industry is really driving that. I think one of the cool things that you find here at Cisco Live is that our DevNet is that big opportunity, the way for us us to connect into what are the outcomes we want in other parts of our business, right? So that's a really cool capability, and with the programmability on our new switching line, and that will extend to other products, that's going to really open up a lot of doors, and that software-defined capability. So tomorrow is going to be really about exposing what SDA is about, what's DNA Center, and how are we going to change the way our network engineers, our customers go in and configure and apply policy to their network, and also how do they get visibility into the network, right? So here's a really good use case, right? People are roaming on a wireless network, you know, let's say in a hospital, and maybe you're going to visit family and you want to be on the wireless. Well, if you drop, you know, it's a bad experience for you, right? Well, think about it if the doctor's on a tablet using, you know, for connecting to the electronic medical record and they drop. That could be a you know, a life-threatening scenario, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we need to have visibility into the network as well, right? So that's one of the other things we're gonna show. You know, I guarantee you, most of our customers, even in our own networks, we're not getting that visibility up until now, right? We're guessing at what the problem is, and if somebody comes through with a trouble ticket, boy, that helps us out a lot, right?
Absolutely right.
But most people, especially customers on a network, they're not going to report it, right? So we don't have that visibility. So with DNA Center now, we really have that visibility into it. So that's context, and that's what David's going to share as well. Is what do we know about what's going on the network, so that we can do something about it and then go back into the intent cycle.
That's really so perfect. Technology driving QoS. We talk about it all the time and how important that is. Okay, so let's talk just a little bit now about you. I want to know not only how you get ready for one of these keynote demos, but exactly what is in fact heaped on top of you. And I think that'll be a great introduction to talk about what's sitting up here behind us as well.
Yeah, so it's a great question. So the first thing is, last week, obviously, we had the launch, and we were with press and analysts to really make some noise and share with everyone what we were announcing, right? So for us, going in and preparing for Cisco Live, it was made a little bit easier in the fact that we had to be ready on Tuesday for a launch in front of the press and analysts. And so we prepared a demonstration for that. And by the way, this isn't a canned demo. This isn't like PowerPoint or Flash.
It's the real deal.
This is a live demo on a live network environment with Catalyst switches in the background. We're actually building up a fabric in the demonstration, and we're actually setting policy, and we're actually getting visibility out of it. So it's risky, but you know what? I love sharing this with our customers because they share the same kind of challenges, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know, they sweat at night wondering about how to do this kind of thing. So, you know, it's a good risk for us to take to show them, like, we're working towards the same challenges that they have. We're in this with them.
That's perfect. It's going to be a great talk. All right, we got about 30 seconds before we're going to ditch out. I want you to give me like the speed overview of what's happening in the NOC, which is in the middle of the campus. Give it to me like in the cool condensed Reader's Digest version.
Two things you're going to see. Later this evening, there's going to be a live broadcast from here, and then on Thursday, we do a wrap-up of all the statistics and how we built the network for Cisco Live. But right now, you know, we're covering over 3 million square feet of convention space across multiple properties, 3,000 access points, a couple of thousand switches on a very distributed network. So we are a living, breathing enterprise-class network here.
So cool. And I want to make sure that everybody comes down and visits the NOC, because you can see the master team that put all this together. You can talk to Sean. You can experience it for yourself. And I believe that you told me as soon as we're done with this, you're going to come and set this up in my home, right?
Yeah, well, maybe a Meraki network might be more applicable for you.
A little bit more applicable for me. We'll figure that out as well. Sean, thanks. Such a pleasure to talk with you. We're going to come back. We're going to keep chatting with you throughout the week, but really appreciate your time here today.
Thank you very much, Steve. Appreciate it.
And guys, thanks so much to all of you as well. We're going to go ahead and send it back over to the studio. James, it is all yours.
Steve and Sean, thank you so much. And Steve, before Sean goes to your home, he's going to come to my home because he is my best friend at Cisco. Great interview there, guys. Thank you so much. We have another innovation talk coming up in the Innovation Showcase Theater. It's going to be Roland Akra, and the subject, it's very exciting, Developers Delight. Cure your hyperscale envy. It sounds like a box of chocolates. We're going to go across the innovation talk right now. I'm James Bedford. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to check out the World of Solutions and join us the conversation on Twitter using hashtag CLUS. Let's go across to that innovation talk right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Vice President, General Manager, Cisco Data Center Business Group, Roland Akra.
Hi, hello everybody. I'm delighted to be here and spend the next half hour with you. What I'd love to do is to share our philosophy, our hypothesis, our organizing principles behind our data center strategy over the next half hour. The title is intriguing, Developers Delight and Cure Your Hyperscale Envy. We're going to talk about both. One stems from a new reality, a new world that is transforming just about every industry and every endeavor. And the other is about being at the same time innovative and clever in borrowing pages from the books of people who've done it the best and bringing it to our customers, whether they are in a public cloud or a private capacity. We all have a date, or will have one, when we know that software has changed our world. For Gary Kasparov, it was, I think, May 11th, 1997, lost to Deep Blue software. Those of you from the Bay Area, September 2013, September 14th, 2013, Team Oracle is down 0-6 against New Zealand in a race of best of 9. September 18th, I think, they were still down 1-8. Kiwis needed one win, just one, and the race, the cup was theirs. They would take it back to Auckland. September 25th, 2013, Team Oracle wins the race, 9-8. What happened? Yes, they changed the tactician, and their sailors were great. In fact, half the sailors were from New Zealand on Team Oracle. But every single night, Team Oracle went back and changed their code. Every night after the race, read the data from the sensors, reprogrammed the actuators, whether it was controlling the sail or the foilers or what have you. 8 days later, victory. That was probably the day when Team New Zealand realized that software had changed their world. What does that mean? As an IT community, we've always catered to software and people around software. But generally speaking, unless we were a software company, we've largely catered to people who use software. We've used productivity tools, we've used databases, we've used ERP systems, accounting software, you name it, engineering development tools. We've been users, and that's sort of business as usual. What is new is that no matter our endeavor, our organization, our company, we had better become good authors of software, not just consumers of software. Because if our company doesn't learn how to express what is special about it, what is competitive about it, what its goodness is in software, it won't make it. And we've seen it, right? I mean, it started with the bookstores, went on to retail, financial services, automotive now software defines who's going to be the next car company. It's a new world. We need to learn as a community how to continue to do what we have always done, which is standing up infrastructure reliably, securely, et cetera, for all of our users who use software. But there's this new category of people who we have to delight, and when they say jump, to say how high. These are the guys who essentially are holding the competitiveness of our organizations or our company. It's our in-house developers. JP Morgan Chase, a bank, tellers, branch offices. But JP Morgan Chase, high-frequency trading, coders, risk management and assessment, more coders. The mobile app that I take a picture from to upload a check that was given to me, coders. Coming up with derivatives and simulating how they're going to do it on the market. Hedge fund strategies, more coders. 30,000 coders. Is this a tech company or is this a bank? It's both. You no longer have to ask the question. If you want to be competitive in your market, you had better know how to empower your software developers to do the jobs they need to do as fast, as easily, and as conveniently in an agile way as they do in order to compete in their marketplace. This is the new world we all live in. And as they should, they'll do it with or without us. Right? We have all heard in a variety of ways, whether it's shadow IT or use of unsanctioned software and services, or lines of business are the future places where IT happens. The reality is, it's happening. It's happening in your shops. It's happening in my shop. I discover after the fact that some engineering team in one of my business units has been doing R&D on Amazon. I guess it was somewhere in my budget. I didn't see it. So we're all going through that. The awareness is very low of it, however. Actually fathoming how much of it and which of it is happening is quite low, as the data says, much less the control of it. The things which we are still together on the hook for, to deliver governance, to deliver good custody of the data, our customers' data, sensitive data, to be accountable for cost and for different things which generally the monkey doesn't move from our shoulder just because software usage and software development happens in the lines of business. And so the headline is, of course, public cloud is having a tremendous amount of growth. And whatever we do, as a vendor, as a partner, has to take into account and achieve relevance in a world where public cloud is here to stay. The more interesting and more nuanced view, though, is that the pioneers who've gone to the public cloud and done pretty much everything in the public cloud are taking a much more hybrid approach to things, for a variety of reasons. Some of them are rather blunt reasons, which is at scale, the cost structure is not that great. Or Hotel California on the data, which is it's great to ingest petabytes in. Exfiltrating it is another different story. Governance and security. So it will be a hybrid world. This is a thesis. We believe this is how it's going to be. More interestingly, though, it will be a multi-cloud hybrid world, right? Not all the cloud providers are going to excel at the same thing. When you have a job to do, you may think that the best machine learning library to avail yourself of is TensorFlow at Google, and that's going to cause you to use for one part of your of your workflow, TensorFlow and GCP. You may love function as a service, also known as serverless computing, and Lambda from AWS is the way that you want to consume or stand up your application. You're going to use that bit of AWS. And on and on. And so this world is one that has many ways of being hybrid. It could be application A in cloud A, application B on-prem. It could be it bursts into the cloud on Mother's Day and on Black Friday, but then otherwise it's in a colo. Frankly, on my team, what I've learned is that one of the most interesting uses of the cloud is in different parts of the engineering development cycle. For example, you're standing up a public site, a public application. You want to simulate millions of users beating on the application before you actually deploy it. What better way than to have virtual little thingies in AWS or Azure simulate that many mobile applications, hitting on a website and making sure you've ironed out all the kinks and all the performance and all of that. And then you may go back and stand it up outside of the cloud in colo or on-premise. So this is our new world. Whether within the life cycle of an application, whether A versus B, whether bursting depending on the capacity, this is the world we're going to be living in. And what matters is everything we do has to maintain or acquire relevance with this new reality. What tools are we going to bring to bear? We're going to talk about tools that go directly into developer hands. You wouldn't have heard Cisco stand up here a year ago and talk about developer tools, but we're going to talk about some of these exciting ones. We're going to talk about specifically portability tools, tools that allow an application to thrive in a hybrid world, in a multi-cloud world, in a world where you want to have a good bargain of, I want to get the choice of based on dollars or based on in-country data custody and governance of using the cloud or not, and in a way that I like it. Not a bad bargain of, if it's agility, use public cloud. If it's data sovereignty, use on-prem, but at the expense of agility. So we want that genius of the and, not the tyranny of the or, to use one of the cliches there. And then last but not least, very few of us are getting more budget to do what we do, right? IT budgets aren't visibly increasing. And so when we have this new onus, this new charter, to allow our developers to run as fast as we want them to run, with the choices of where they want to stand up their applications, that's an extra thing which, again, our company competitivity depends on. The old job has not gone away. Infrastructure, users of software as opposed to only the developers. And our job is to let you do that part with much less manpower, much less time, much less cognitive load. This has been a very bottoms-up manual process. Frankly, as an industry, we inflicted on you a lot of grunt work of configuring things from the bottoms up, stitching things together, testing new revs of this against that, and so forth. If we don't succeed in letting you do that which was steady-state business with much less effort, much less manpower, we will not free up the capacity for you to go and let your developers run at wire speed. So this is the charter, this is the mission, this is our pledge to help you do the above. The architecture that we're going to talk about, our Cisco signature architecture for the data center, we summarize with ASAP, analyze. We're going to rely on data, on pervasive visibility to make inferences, to use machine learning and algorithms that give us answers where otherwise we would have had a lot of work to do and inaccurate results. Simplify. I'm going to talk about simplify in so many cuts. I'm going to talk about simplifying the infrastructure for you to do your work with less effort. Simplifying the infrastructure as it's perceived by your clients, by the application developers in your organizations. Simplifying in order to achieve automation. We can't automate a complex plate of spaghetti. It just doesn't work. You need to simplify things in order to become clean models out of which you get automation. And obviously, simplicity is also an output of the equation. If we do our job right in automation, we deliver simplicity on the back end of this. And last but not least, as this thing falls off my belt, excuse me one second. There we go. Is my voice still on? Yes? Okay. And last but not least, we're doing all of this in the name of our payload, in the name of the application and the data that goes with it, and protecting it, allowing it to be secure, to be compliant to regulations and governance is obviously what we need to deliver on top of the automation and the simplicity. So we're going to talk about all of these. And equally importantly, probably more importantly, is going to be the coherence and the impact that comes from delivering on all of these together. An analytics company is going to say, we do analyze. We do big data, we give you Hadoop clusters, we give you log servers and that sort of thing. And you could do a lot of things with that. A security company would say, well, of course we protect, that's what we do, we're a security company. What I'm going to show you is a few examples where having all four of these bins, and equally importantly, having the arrows that feed between the bins is where all of the impact comes. It is because we play on all of these cylinders that the engine is so powerful. And we need to do it in a hybrid world, obviously, in the context that we just talked about as being the context of relevance. So let's look at a few of these. My favorite triathlete, Cisco's hyper-converged infrastructure product, HyperFlex. It can run, it can bike, it can swim. No? Oh. It does storage, it does computing, and it does networking. But let's take a minute and talk about what hyperconvergence actually refers to, right? We've gone from initially completely discrete compute, networking, and storage, that's how we've always done things, to the last decade or so was the decade of converged infrastructure, which really was a code name for we're going to pre-rack and stack a certain amount of storage distinct from a certain amount of compute, and then internetworking in order to tie them together and to tie them to the client that hit these workloads. That's CI, or converged infrastructure. Still dedicated hardware for each. HCI is simply the expression of saying we want to achieve a cloud-in-a-box effect on premise, where we stand one thing, we manage it from one place, and we want to deploy applications on it, but in a scale-out kind of way, number one, and in a way where all of the work that delivers the virtualized storage, the networking, and the compute is running on x86 servers, and in a scale-out kind of way. Now, this is hard stuff, right? Think of the noisy neighbor. We're claiming that we can build clusters, grow them and shrink them at our will, unbeknownst to the applications. Application running are competing with the thing that's fronting the storage, doing deduplication, doing compression for data at rest. All of that has to happen in a happy coexistence environment, in a way that the application doesn't feel the impact of the noisy neighbor. This is hard. And we're lucky we have some of the best virtualization talent, some of the best file system and data layout talent, at least in this neighborhood of the Milky Way, that has delivered us this technology, which HCI goes with. And we've had tremendous success so far, thanks to you, in our first going on to 13 months now of being in the market. 1,600 customers have deployed HyperFlex. The signature of HyperFlex is automation. It comes pre-configured with the hardware underneath, pre-tested, performance optimized, and predictable IOPS, predictable latency, no matter how many VMs you add. So there's this beautiful chart that I encourage you to go see how well this thing scales and how there is no effect of the statistical multiplexing of workloads on these clusters. Not only that, when you add more nodes, data gets relayed out. File systems get rebuilt in order to spread the load again on the additional capacity that you put in your cluster. A lot of exciting technology underneath this that makes it my favorite triathlete. Let me move into the network and the data center networking paradigm. So ACI and open fabrics. We've always built networks the way a car company would build its cars for mechanics to operate the car. Ports, IP addresses, access lists, VLANs, and stitching all of this in order to stand up a network, right? With ACI, we have achieved many things. Number one, even within the networking operation domain, with fabrics, you no longer have to worry about IPAMs. You no longer have to worry about VLAN tags or constructing ACLs. It's a policy-driven framework, even for us networking heads. But equally importantly, if we're doing all of this in the name of our application developers, we want to express the infrastructure in the cognitive model that application developers perceive the infrastructure. They don't think on port 12, VLAN tag 3, please put ACL 17. What they think is, I'm standing up a 3-tier application. I've got a web tier made of a cluster. I've got an application tier made of so many nodes, and I've got a database tier. The database shouldn't be calling anybody, right? And only my application tier should call my database, and please only let it call the database on the SQL port. Make it happen. That's the level of expression and paradigm and verbs and nouns that an application developer thinks of when they're asking the infrastructure to do something for them. Now, underneath, the world is a lot more complicated than 10 or 15 years ago, right? Because underneath those clusters, whether they are containers, whether they are VMs, there's stuff called vMotion, and things are shrinking and moving, and there's a lot of movement going on. And we need for the network to be enforcing that and chasing by listening to what vCenter is saying and what this and that, unbeknownst to the application developer, to honor the contract of policy that the application developer has asked of the infrastructure. right? Those are paradigms of simplification and automation that are very powerful, both to us, the network heads, as we do our jobs, but equally to our internal clients who want to stand up applications on the infrastructure. There's more to it, too. These things need to live in an actual ecosystem. There is an expectation of openness, of interoperability, and of the ability to do service chaining and constructing a path that we want our traffic to go through, where we, Cisco, much less ACI, are not the only game in town, no matter the fabric we use. So when it comes to interfacing with application delivery vendors, firewall vendors, load balancers, you name it, it is obvious that these things have to be interoperable and to be part of how we treat the traffic as it traverses the fabric, okay? And then last but not least, the infrastructure itself, the software, the operating systems that run in these switches have to be highly tooled for a variety of tools that may or may not come from Cisco. So are you Ansible capable? Are you Chef capable? Can you stream telemetry using Avro or Protobuf or things that people expect when they're mixing and matching the ingestion engine from the system? All of these are tokens of openness and playing in an open ecosystem that we expect us to be delivering. See everything and don't talk to strangers. That's what our moms told us. Tetration I could talk about for half an hour on that alone. So I will try to give you the gist of what gets me excited about tetration in a couple of minutes. Tetration is a data platform along with sensors that can live in the network, in the switches, or in the operating systems where your workloads are running. And what happens is, by combining operating system sensor data with an agent, or the network as a sensor, ASICs are producing telemetry at 100 gig per second and producing very, very rich metadata on the traffic that's traversing it. One or the other or both. You get different level of intimacy with the application depending on which of these you're using. You go from having no idea what's running in your data center to having a complete map of what's running in your data center. In fact, in hindsight, we should have shipped tetration before we shipped ACI. One of the things that stomped the early ACI customers was like, ooh, this is wonderful. I have a policy paradigm. I can express my whitelist. I don't know what I should be asking for. In fact, I don't know what applications are running, much less what whitelisting I should ask the network to enforce for me. And so with this, you get what would have been months of work of people running around after the who owns this SAP application, who owns that database, who owns this other tool, and running with a spreadsheet to be only obsolete by the time they've delivered it, to here having a real-time, always on, always learning what applications are running. And it does some very clever things. The way it learns is it looks at similarity metrics between different VMs and different containers, regardless of where they're running. So it says, hey, all of you seem to be called by the same group of IP addresses on the same port. You may be spread across 17 servers. I'm going to infer that all of you are a Cassandra cluster. By the way, I've seen how you operate on the operating system, what system calls you make, what part of the file system you access, what's your major and minor OS version on the Linux distribution that you're running on. That's another revealing attribute that says, if it's the same, chances are you're all one cluster that's doing the same thing. And grouping these things from being indiscriminate and non-distinct VMs or containers to actually giving them a personality and grouping them together is a huge amount of work that gets done automatically by data algorithms. Even better, once it's built these clusters and recognize these as being each a microservices-based application, it gives you the graph of connectivity that interrelates these applications. So this is wonderful. Why? This is the whitelist. There it is. Unless you're being compromised right now, this is your whitelist. This is what you, if you agree, should say push and please, yep, make it happen. Everything that right now is going should go, and everything that isn't should be a deny all. Now, you have human agency, you could disagree. I talked about openness and ecosystems. One of the great attributes is you can import context from third-party systems. You could be bringing data from ServiceNow or from Sev1 or from some other things that say, well, You don't know it because the behavior on the network is the same and the behavior on the OS is the same, but this is a production version and that's an engineering version. They do the exact same thing, it's just that one of them is in QA, one of them is production. I want the policy to be different as distinct from that. So importing that and exporting data is a key attribute of the platform. Enforcement can be done by the platform itself. So not only do you come up with what you want infrastructure to do, but you say, please make it happen, and it happens in the agents, or it happens in ACI, or in firewall rules, or any of mechanisms that you would like to use for whitelist enforcement. And there's one more thing. Because you could use it entirely independent of having a Cisco network underneath, by using agents at the end where the workloads are running, and the platform itself being deployed in a cloud environment, the entire impact of application visibility, grouping, whitelisting, and enforcement goes to the cloud with you when the workload goes to the cloud. So there's a tremendous amount of relevance and applicability, whether you're in a on-prem 100%, in the cloud, or some combination of both. And again, that is the onus that I will be repeating, is the bar we have to meet when we deliver new exciting technology. It has to keep relevance in a cloud world. Bringing it all back, these were just a few examples of the ASAP cycle where simplification comes from automation, simplification feeds automation, with analysis, with a finality to the analysis that serves protection or serves insights or serves forensic searching. All of those build on each other. And we have to live up to the fact that when they're together, they give you multiplicative effect. But if they're separated, they're still open, they're still interoperable, and they deliver on the value that any subset of them will be delivering to you in your expectation. Automation in a way that makes your lives easier. Paradigms that make your developers, again, stand up applications on an infrastructure in the language that they would like to express their requirements with, as opposed to our language of mechanics. We want it to be the language of the drivers and the controls they want to have out of the network, in a hybrid way and in an open and highly programmable way. But there's more. We love your coders directly, too. We love them already by giving them the network and the infrastructure in a way that they like to talk to it. But we're going to love them even more by giving them direct tools that could go into the line of business developers or into the DevOps and CloudOps IT teams who deliver to these developers. And the way we're going to do this is, I'll give you just two examples. I believe the session after mine is the App Dynamics session. Tremendous tool. You pick the most business-critical application that your company business depends on. You instrument the code of that application. And out comes understanding down to individual transaction levels what's going on inside the application. Of course, for application performance monitoring, this is what you would like the user of the application, your customers, to be getting great SLAs, great snappy response times, and all of the goodness they expect if they're purchasing on your website or they're interacting from their mobile app. That's the first thing. But equally importantly, because App Dynamics instrument the code in the application, it understands semantics of individual transactions. To the network, to the operating system, a $1 million PO, purchase order, looks exactly the same as a $10,000 PO, right? To App Dynamics, it knows this is a $1 million PO. It's looking at the content of the URL, and it can see this is a big order, or this is the federal government. I better give them a good experience. Let's make sure that the transaction is complete first if there's competition on the Java workers on the database queue. So tremendous amount of business relevance and impact. The other one I'm going to leave you with is Cisco Cloud Center, formerly known as Clicker. The application portability tool if there was ever one. The hybrid relevant platform if there were ever one. Main paradigm, develop your application against a model, an abstraction, a common model of the infrastructure, and then let Cloud Center be the API broker that projects that model on AWS, on Azure, on Dimension Data, or on-premise, on OpenStack, or VMware, or what have you. Right? Do not ever rewrite a line of code because you decide that you're going to be splitting your application for burst reasons or for data governance reasons in some country where your favorite cloud provider may not have local data centers. That flexibility, that portability and mobility of the application is a tremendous thing in a world where, as I said, we may be mixing and matching multiple clouds depending on where we are in the engineering cycle or which country we're in or at which cost structure we want to switch back and have a purchase economics instead of a rental economics. In conclusion, I hope I've left you with a couple of impressions. One is that we all, starting with me, but I'm sure all of you, are in this world where we will win or lose our battles depending on how well we master the software skill. We have those people who, among all of our constituents, all of our users, are the warriors that are fighting this battle for us. And we'd better deliver to them the best experience and the best choice of doing things on-premise as well as in public or hybrid capacity. Because if they're well-wired and they're competitive and they're hungry, they're going to go do it anyway, as they should. Anybody to whom you say in the morning the company competitiveness rides on your shoulders is either a slob or he's going to go do or she do what they need to do. And let's give them a good choice instead of a devil's bargain of you can be agile or you can be secure. You can be cheap or you can be slow. Right? We want to give the and. We want to do it indirectly as the providers of the infrastructure, so you can focus on the things that make your developers faster and more competitive and do less grunt work. This is our promise to you. We need to do more of that. But equally, we're going to increasingly be delivering out of Cisco tools that go directly into the hands of the application developers in order to delight them, in order to give them cure their envy of public cloud or of web scale by saying we know how to do it on premise, we know how to do it in the cloud, and we know how to take to the cloud some of the impact that we've done in policy, in security, and in enforcement of those. If you're excited about any of these topics, I encourage you to go see the Tetration, more in-depth session tomorrow, which Ish will be giving right here on the stage. And on Wednesday, Liz, who's also on my team, will be giving a more in-depth rendition of the HyperFlex capabilities. With this, I want to thank you very much. Please remember to fill out your surveys. I enjoyed this talk very much, and I hope you have too. Thank you.
Welcome back, I'm James Bedford. We're live in Las Vegas, where we're celebrating Cisco Live 2017. That was Roland Akra there, just coming out of his Innovation Showcase talk. What a brilliant talk that was. As I'm sure you can see behind me, the world of solutions is buzzing with activity. Let's get a shot of that, guys. 27,000 people on site in Las Vegas at the Mandalay Bay Convention Center, and there are 300 of Cisco's partners behind me, all demonstrating their technologies and solutions. And I've actually just been given, ta-da, a little gift there from Plantronics. They're giving away 100 of these devices. It's the Voyager 5200 UC. If you fancy one of those, go over to Plantronics, enter their raffle, and you could be in a chance to win one of those. There's Apple Watches up for grabs. So much you can get your hands on. Lots of swag here in the world of solutions. Don't forget, you can join in the conversation on Twitter using hashtag CLUS. We want to know what you think of Cisco Live, what you're enjoying, and send us your photographs. But for now, let's go across to Steve Malta. Steve, are you there?
I'm here, James. Hopefully you can hear me out okay. There you have it. Another phenomenal innovation showcase talk that we just finished up. Roland Akra hitting some really great stuff. Senior Vice President, General Manager of Data Center Business Group here at Cisco. Really, really great stuff. So here's what I want to do. This is Didi, by the way. Didi was kind enough to kind of jump on in with me here. And I want to kind of talk to you about what you saw here. First of all, was it an inspiring talk? Are you glad that you're here for this particular innovation showcase?
Absolutely, absolutely. Because, for the first time, I saw how all the different technologies across the different data center products that we have, switching and security and cloud, how it all comes together in a single architecture. Cisco's done a decent job kind of articulating one product at a time, but for the first time, I felt that the sum was bigger than the individual parts, and it all kind of came together into an architecture and a cool acronym, ASAP. Can't argue with that.
That's exactly right. You talk about the analyze, the simplify. the automate and the protect, and it really does take us all the way around the horn. And I think we used to talk about these, and Roland touched on it a little bit, right? We're frequently siloed. We talk about, I can handle one capability, and he even mentioned, well, if you need security, great, we can do the security side for you on the firewall side. How do you pull it all together into a single capability? Do you think that was kind of the biggest surprise of what you heard in Roland's talk?
I think so. I think for me, the slide where he showed like those 4 bubbles with the arrows, the most interesting part of that slide were those arrows. Because I think today those arrows are being served by carbon life forms, which we all know are not very highly reliable. Be humans like you and me, right? So yes, the analytics product is working fine, but how is that talking to the security product? How is that talking to the switches? And I think those arrows, the effort Cisco is spending on integrating each of these, I think that's where the magic lies. And so I think that was, to me, the most interesting part of the conversation.
I think that's exactly what Roland would love to hear from you as well, that's what really touched. I'm going to ask you one more question here. Within that same context, and let's expand on it a little bit, if we can tell a bigger story, right? If everything is going to support everything else, do you think that ends up expanding the capabilities and the potential for what it is that we can accomplish? Roland mentioned making sure that everything strikes a bar of actual usability and practicality for both the developer and the end user. Right. Do you think it allows us to go even further?
Absolutely. I think, if you look at what's happening with cloud, if you look at what's happening with the developer community in general, right? All of these things need to come together, right? And I think Roland might have touched on it, but we've got about 200 partners that are part of this architecture. This is not just our own that's confined and it's proprietary. We don't have the answers to all the problems here. Some we do, and some we partner with. And so I think it's definitely a movement which is headed in the right direction, trying to attract the developer community, because like Roland said, they make the world go round.
Oh yeah.
So really exciting session.
That's really great. Such a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you. I know it's a crazy busy day. You got a million things to do. We're going to let you head on your way. And actually, Roland's going to be headed up to the studio soon. He's going to be talking to James out there. But before that, we're just going to go ahead and toss it back their way, and we'll see who else we can connect with out here on the show floor. Thanks.
Thank you.
Steve, Didi, thank you so much. Now we're going to go across to Lauren, who's speaking to Sultan Darwood about ASAP. Let's go across to Lauren. Are you there?
Here, James. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you, Lauren.
All right. So we are here in the data center, part of the campus of the virtual world, or the real world of solutions, excuse me. I'm here with Sultan. Sultan, say hello.
Hi, Lauren, how are you?
I'm doing well.
Everybody, welcome to Cisco Live.
Thank you. Thanks for joining me on this interview. Like James said, we're going to be talking about ASAP. So automate, simplify, analyze, and protect, right? But what does that really mean from a Cisco point of view? We have real products and solutions behind this, right? Why don't you, tell us a little bit about it.
So Lauren, ASAP is Cisco's data center architecture. Yep. It's our vision of how we can enable our customers to really understand how to build a hybrid cloud infrastructure and build it using Cisco's extensive portfolio, whether it's hardware or software, we bring it all together. And as you said, it's all about analytics, it's about simplification, it's about automation, it's about protection. These are the 4 foundational tenets or pillars, so to speak, that every customer has a top-of-mind concern about when they build their data center infrastructure. What do they need to be concerned about? So when you think about analytics, understanding better how your applications are behaving, understanding what events are occurring in the network. Think about a retail environment where they're preparing for Black Friday. Wouldn't it be really better to better understand how to anticipate a breach, or how to anticipate heavy traffic volumes, and how to quickly redirect traffic so that you don't have the situation where your network is down?
I like that use case. And now, I think of things like Google and how they're able to tell us when there's high traffic areas. We should be able to do the same things.
Absolutely.
But we're not just telling people when it's high traffic. We need to be able to tell our machines, our devices, the wireless controller, everything, what needs to be ramped up or what needs to be ramped down.
Exactly.
Very cool.
And the same way, simplification, our big goal is to really help our customers quickly have access to to a hybrid cloud environment. Today, customers are thinking about how they can best use the cloud, how they can best decide which workload sits where. This is something that easily gets lost in translation, so to speak, because customers today know that they have workloads, they need to put them in the cloud, but what they don't really know is which application is best suited for which cloud.
Right.
And that's one thing that Cisco makes it possible with our extensive portfolio, using our Cloud Center product, for example. The same thing, automation is a big part of today's environment where people really want to start spending more time on strategic initiatives than doing day-to-day network resolution type of problems. So with automation and our ACI platform, we can really help customers get a turnkey solution. And then finally, least but not least, protection, meaning security, which by far is a key topic, and Cisco's doing really well in that environment. One of the key areas that we're helping our customers is how to secure their data center.
So I get Cloud Center, right? That's how I build my hybrid cloud. So I can have my ACI data center over here. I could be using AWS or Azure, one of those over here, maybe a co-location over here.
Exactly.
And then Cloud Center will actually tell me what that's going to cost. Like, by application even. I can pull up an application, deploy it somewhere, and see what the actual cost is. And see if it's different 6 months later, right?
Exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, to your point, we want to help our customers make better decisions, make those decisions proactively. And so, to your point, Cloud Center, for example, as an example with one of our portfolio products, customers can now benchmark and decide based on logical decisions of cost versus performance where that application is best suited.
And the performance is, of course, key, too. I mean, we may have to pay a little extra sometimes for performance that we need, especially like a retail around Christmas time, something like that.
Exactly.
All right, so then we bring in ACI, and that, of course, well, I should say all of these products that we're talking about, I mean, whether we're talking about UCS, ACI, Cloud Center, Tetration, they all have security built in, right? I mean, from the beginning, we're thinking about security.
Absolutely. I mean, Lauren, let's look at it this way, right? We talk about analyze, simplify, automate, and protect. When you start thinking about bringing ACI with Tetration, with Cloud Center, the common thread of what makes us different, what makes ASAP so cool, is the fact that we own all the platforms and we can integrate it all together so that our customers can better reap the value than going out and procuring individual customer or individual vendor solutions.
I just want to check, are we running out of time, guys? We want to, okay, all right. So thank you so much. It was awesome talking to you. And you know I love working with you on the ASAP stuff. So Sultan, thank you. And we're going to go back to the studio.
Lauren, thank you so much. Lauren, can you still hear me right now?
I can hear you.
Lauren, I want you to read out what Sultan has written on his t-shirt, because I've been trying to read it throughout that whole interview.
Let me see your
what does it say?
We're
Read
the
it
ones
out.
who make it work. We solve it, develop it, secure it, and connect it. I am Cisco Data Center and Cloud. We're the ones who hold it all together, who keep it running, the ones who will transform IT into a future that will truly amaze.
I love it. That is brilliant. Sultan, I want one of those t-shirts, please. Can you sort that out for me? Lauren, make it happen.
More t-shirts? Yeah, I'll make it happen.
Woohoo! Thank you so much, Lauren. Great interview. Thank you so much for your time. Thanks to Sultan as well. I think I want to find out how our customers are implementing ASAP into their organizations. Let's roll the VT on Durham County. So clearly that was not a video about how our customers use ASAP, but it was a video about ASAP. And speak to me more about that is Roland. Roland, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
You've just come straight to the studio, fresh from your innovation talk. How did it go?
It went beautifully, I think.
I think you did
I hope the audience agrees.
I think you did it. Your earpiece has just popped out. Let's get your earpiece. If you can grab your earpiece so you can hear me. Let's pop that back in. We can get someone from. It's okay. We're live. This is live TV. AJ, thank you very much. Let's get Roland sorted out. Want to make sure he can hear all the questions.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Brilliant. AJ, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We love it. Takes a village of people to make live TV happen. AJ, thank you so much. So let's talk about ASAP. What is ASAP? Another acronym. So
yes.
let's break it down.
Yes, ASAP is our signature architecture for the data center infrastructure.
Yep.
It stands for analyze, so it uses data in order to infer and give people results that they wouldn't have otherwise had. S is for simplify. In many ways, we can talk about those further. The other A is for automate. We need to help our customers do more with less manpower, less time, less cognitive load. And P, last but not least, is protect. Security, compliance, and protection of the application and the data.
Which is hugely important. In today's digitized world, we have to make sure we're protecting everything, right?
Yes, it's very, very important.
So what is Cisco's relevance in this world of hybrid IT and clouds, and how does ASAP play to that?
So ASAP, by definition, is meant to be applicable in on-premise deployments as well as in cloud deployments.
Okay.
I'll give you one example. Tetration, which is our data platform that delivers people the visibility into all of the applications running in their data center or in the cloud, as well as gives protection to those workloads, works equally well in the cloud or on-premise or any combination of the two. This is but one example of how important it is in this day and age to be delivering the benefits of automation, simplification, protection, regardless of whether people stand up their applications in a public cloud, a private cloud, or some combination of the two. Hybrid is going to be the reality that we all have to be relevant in, and everything we do has to be delivered in a hybrid world.
And of course, our customers want to make sure that we're able to help them automate their processes as fast as possible. You mentioned doing more with less. Tell me more about that. How are we helping our customers to do more with less?
We need to have our customers stop doing some of the grunt work that we've had them do in the past by building things bottoms up.
Yeah.
I'll give you one example. Managing a network in the traditional way has always been delivering a network as if a car vendor was building the car for the mechanic, who knows every nut and bolt and everything inside of the car. Instead, we want to deliver the network the way a car company would deliver it for a driver who's not the mechanic. For instance, all of the IP address management, all of the VLAN tags, all of the access lists for policy and security, all of those get taken care of by a fabric which will propagate the policies, which will understand which applications are running in an automated way, allowing our customers to move their efforts to where they can add a lot more value, which is in supporting their application developers, which are making their companies more competitive. So we want to take and automate using tools, analytics, data, and models in order to elevate where our customers spend their time, which is what's relevant to their business, as opposed to what was a necessary evil in the traditional model.
So let's talk about those tools and the infrastructure that's enabling IT to be able to deliver this service.
Those tools look like, number one, having one point of management for what's called the underlay or the overlay of the network. When you're building abstractions of multiple ships in the night that are traveling over the network that need to be ignorant of each other deliberately, we do this with one platform. It's the combination also of what's called the day zero problem, configuring, just getting things going, versus day 1, day 2, and day 7, which is when life cycle events happen, listening to faults or issues or performance. All of that gets done in one place, one management paradigm. It gets done both with a human at the helm, that's one model. Equally well, it gets done programmatically. So if this is one brick in a broader building, whereby we're only one subset of the infrastructure, all of those capabilities get programmatically snapped into somebody else's broader configuration infrastructure. And all of these are tokens of automation that people expect today.
Brilliant. Roland, thank you so much. A pleasure seeing you in the studio today. Thank you for your time. We're now going to go to Chuck Robbins' keynote that was delivered earlier today. Stay tuned.
Thank you.
I'm gonna
10,
not how much?
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Superheroes. We've been told they walk among us, always ready for a challenge, to achieve the impossible, to go beyond, to save the day. As it turns out, superheroes aren't as rare as we think, because today, this room is full of them. You're the superheroes. You're the ones who make IT work. You solve it, develop it, secure it, and connect it. You're the champions of configuration, of software, of peripherals, the kings and queens of the cloud. You're the ones who hold it all together, who keep it running. You're the real superheroes we're celebrating today. You're it. Today is the first day of a revolution, a fundamental change to the backbone of everything you do, the network. You're moving toward a very different world. You need a very different network to get you there. A network that doesn't just make business sense, it makes business work. A network that frees you from mundane tasks so you can focus on the important things. Business changing, customer gaining, money saving things. All because we've built the new network around something very powerful and very human. We've built it around you.
Feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder.
And while we're powerful individually, together we're a force. Together we can make the impossible happen. Together we're making the future brighter. Together. Introducing the next era in networking.
Thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, 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 feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, 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 feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, thunder.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chuck Robbins, Chief Executive Officer, Cisco.
Wow! If you weren't awake, you are now. 28th Cisco Live. 28th. We used to call it networkers. You remember that? How many of you went to networkers? With what we're announcing, maybe we should rename it. I don't know. We had one person in agreement with that. Thank you. This is our Chief Marketing Officer over here. You can talk to her. I really do want to just welcome all of you. How many of you saw the launch that we did last week? Right? We've been busy. And I do believe that we are at the beginning of a new era. And what we all face ahead of us requires us to think about things entirely differently. And it requires us to deliver a new era of networking with you. But I think it's also important for us to just look back and think about how we got to where we are and think about the importance of the network throughout almost every transition that we've seen in IT. We start back in the beginning with a personal computer. It was a declaration that one would be on every desk, in every home, and this was the beginning of serious productivity. Then we thought, maybe we should connect them. And so we began to connect computers and corporate networks. And I hate to admit it, but back in the late 80s, this was like one of the first things I did. When Cisco had invented routing, I was building out some of these early corporate networks. And we gave rise to the internet. The internet that changed everything. It democratized the access to information. And it absolutely changed the profile of opportunity for everyone around the world. And then we moved to another era, one of mobile and cloud. And in this next era, the network actually gained relevance. Every time we've gone through one of these major transitions, the role that the network plays, despite the fact that it may be taken for granted sometimes, has increased. This was all about access to information, ease, simplicity. I need my data all the time, anywhere, wherever I am. And the network was at the heart of it. And it still is. You all know that every time you hit a button on your phone to access information, it traverses across a very complex network to get there. And now we're moving to yet another era. And I believe we all recognize that in 2016 we hit an inflection point. There was a study done that during Q3 of last year, the number of new machine-to-machine connections that were added to the network exceeded the number of phones and tablets added to the network. It's happening. We've been talking about it for a long time, and it's happening. We're moving into a world of unbelievable, massive expansiveness, distributed connectivity across hundreds of billions of devices. And through artificial intelligence, through machine learning at scale, we have the ability to extract greater insights from all these connections than we ever have in the past. And all of these connections, we all know, will change everything you think about the future of your organization. Whatever organization you're a part of, the insights and the value that we can gain from these billions and billions and billions of new connections will change everything about how you think about your future. But there are a few things that are important for us to get right if we're going to make this work. There are three really important things. Number one, we have to do this at scale, like we've never done before. Yeah, we've added 15, 18 billion connections. That was easy, right? We have 8.4 billion connected things on the internet today. 8.4 billion. Heck, there's probably about 100,000 of those in this room right here. 3.1 billion of those devices, those things, are already being used by enterprises to change their business model, to implement predictive maintenance, to drive new revenue streams. And this is the future. Every organization on the planet is going to want to move with great speed at taking advantage of what's possible from all of these connections. Huge scale. In 2020, as many as 1 million new connections will be added to the internet every hour. And guess who is going to be asked to make all that happen? All of you. 1 million connections in an hour. Now I can just imagine the conversation that you're going to have with your leadership team, because I know the conversation I'm going to have with my team. Okay, great, we can connect them. Now, how fast can I get to that business model change? Or how fast can I get to this new revenue stream that's possible? Or how fast can I fundamentally change how I think about maintenance, predictive maintenance, fix things before they break, change the OpEx structure of our organization? How fast can I get there? They're going to say, well, the connections came up on Wednesday. Surely by Monday we'll be live, right? You only laugh because you probably have experienced some of that. And that's what is going to be asked of all of us. We're going to own this. So we have to change the degree of complexity. Complexity is the enemy of everything that I just described. And that's part of what we're talking about this week, is how do we remove this complexity that was necessary when we kept adding more and more capabilities, more and more features. We converged more and more technologies. It was necessary. Now we have to bring a degree of simplification that allows us to move faster than we ever have before. And then once you convince your leadership, we got that complexity part solved, we can move fast, then they just have one other minor issue. Is it secure? Because we all know what's in the press. And as we add more and more and more and billions and hundreds of billions of things, the threat surface expands. And we see this once a month. Something major happens. So we have to ensure that we're building security into everything we do as we think about this in the future. So I believe what we are going to do together with all of the capabilities that we're going to talk about this week is we are going to build the secure, intelligent platform off which you can run your digital business of the future. This will allow you to reinvent and think differently about the pace that you can move, about the speed that you can go to actually take advantage of all that's possible. It will allow you to reinvent your future. And the first thing we felt like we had to do was we needed to reinvent networking. That was the first thing that we needed to do. We needed new network for the future. We also know that we don't live in a single cloud world. I love when people say the cloud. How many of you have a cloud? Right? There's more than one. It's a multi-cloud world. And you and all of us are going to be asked to navigate that. They're not even going to know to ask us. They just think you're going to the cloud. It should be easy. And it's secure. And the power of the data. How much data passes through the networks that we've built for the last 25 years? We have to unlock that. And we do have to deploy security everywhere. Everywhere. As David Geckler says to me, if you have a security strategy that doesn't include the network at the heart of it, then you don't have a security strategy. Because it is the common denominator across all of these billions of connections. There is no perimeter. So this requires us to deliver this new network for a new era. We have to do things differently than we ever have before. And I love coming to Cisco Live or Networkers every year. And there are some years where things are just bigger and more different than they were in the past. And this is one of those years. This is a year where we're beginning a journey to change everything. And last week, we announced the Network Intuitive, which is the start of this new network for this new era, powered by intent and informed by context. Let's take a look at what's possible.
We live in a world defined by less. Less time, less budget, less of everything, and yet more of everything. More data, more threats, more on the line. We live in a very different world. And in this world, you can't use yesterday's technology to solve tomorrow's problems. For that, you will need a very different kind of network. One that uses context to turn the data generated by the entire planet into intelligence. Solves issues before they become issues and learns from each one. Sees billions of threats a day and stops them in seconds, even when they're hidden in encrypted traffic. Configures millions of devices and connected things, not in months, but in minutes. A network that turns business intent into business results. A network that can take us from where we are now to places we haven't dreamed of yet. This is an entirely new era of networking, and only one company on Earth can deliver it. Cisco, the network. Intuitive.
Thank you. So depending on the audience, when we tell this story, we use different examples. With this audience, we're going to talk about what it really means to you and what you do every day to actually realize the benefits and how they apply to your value, to your business from a strategic perspective. Because every one of us is being asked to spend more time on the strategic relevance of how technology changes your future or the future of your organization and less time trying to put all this technology together. So everything about this intuitive network starts with intent. This is automation at scale. So for all of you, you want to deploy a security defense mechanism. You can enter it once and have it deployed at scale across thousands of devices as opposed to the way you have to do it today, either manually or through scripts. That's one example. You already know hundreds of others. Automation at scale. And then the context. We've talked about the network sees everything. There's context there that has value. When your organization is experiencing, if you're an airline and you're seeing high rates of abandonment on a reservation system or an e-commerce system or whatever you're seeing in the application that manifests itself to your customers from your business, the network actually has insight and context that can help you realize what's happening and help you solve that problem more quickly, helping your business achieve its business objectives. There is so much context in the network, and we're going to unleash that for you and unleash the power of the data that passes through these devices. We're going to build security deep into the network because the network is going to be the platform across which all these connections come into your world, and we have to start applying security the moment they hit the wire, or we don't have a chance. So security deeply embedded to create trust. And then all of this, over time, creates this adaptive system that understands your intent, has a level of trust built in, that then gets informed by context and constantly adapts, and over time can actually adapt itself based on what it knows you're trying to do and the context that it's seeing flow through the network. So what did we announce last week? First off, we announced, well, let me back up. First thing we had to do, and I know you all will appreciate this like nobody else, and I think I saw Ravi Chandra over here somewhere and his whole team. The first thing that we had to do, which has been a multi-year endeavor, is we had to take 25 years plus of software and rewrite it. We had to rewrite iOS to a modern data model, API structured operating system. That was no small feat. The good news is they've already finished. But that was foundational for us to do any of this. Think about that. How many years have you been working with iOS? And see, I just casually stand on stage and say, oh, they just rewrote the whole thing. It was a huge undertaking. And that then allowed us to launch DNA Center, which is fundamentally the command center for the network. This is a command center. This is where you will declare your intent that will be automated, defined by the policy that you're trying to implement. Software-defined everything through DNA Center. It also is a major analytics platform. We've had all this data in the network for all these years, but it's been sitting on islands, on routers and switches throughout the infrastructure. And DNA Center is going to serve as an analytics platform where we are going to stream the analytics. And we now have the ability to provide insights, analytics, and context from the application to the data center to the core enterprise network and combine it with all of the threat intelligence that we have in our security portfolio. You are going to have a tremendous amount of information that can bring value to what you're trying to achieve. We also announced new platforms, and I get excited about these. I think I took a picture hugging the Catalyst 9000. It's a beautiful box, right? It was designed by the same team that designs the Ferrari, right, David? It's just beautiful. You figure if it's going to go that fast, you got to get the fast company to design it for you, right? Ferrari guys. But the Catalyst 9000, first and foremost, it starts with programmability. We actually built new custom ASIC that is programmable with a new operating system that is programmable, that allows us to deliver services and allows you to deliver services on top of the 9K. It is the premier enterprise switch in the world. It's IoT ready because you can dynamically deliver segmentation of new connections through the 9K. So if I'm a healthcare, if I'm a hospital, I have medical equipment coming onto the network. The 9K can automatically segment it with a lot of the other capabilities and put that onto a private segment inside the hospital so that the medical equipment is not intermingling with your guest networks. Can do that automatically. It's IoT ready. It's mobile ready. Supports both wired and wireless. And it's cloud ready. So not only did the teams work to make the software programmable, the ASICs programmable, but we also implemented what is now a core part of our strategy in future networking devices. We put general purpose compute in this device so that you can run third-party applications. You can run extensions of cloud apps at the edge on this box. You can build third-party applications on this box. VM-based, container-based, whatever you like, run them on the box and allow this fast processor to stream data to the application with a performance that only we can do. This is a breakthrough for all the work that Susie Wee and the team have been doing in DevNet, right? Right? Where's DevNet? There's Susie. See, I get $20 every time I mention DevNet. That's just a deal. You guys like DevNet? See, that's 60, so 2 more times you owe me $100, okay? One of these services that we built through this programmability is encrypted traffic analytics. And you have to understand the power of what our teams built. This is revolutionary innovation that's only possible through a combination of all the threat intelligence that we have with our Talos security platform that I'll talk about in a few minutes, the programmability of the silicon, 30 years of understanding packet flow dynamics, and the context that we see on the network. Our teams launched encrypted traffic analytics that with 99.995% efficacy can determine when there's malware inside encrypted traffic without decrypting it. Really threading the needle between privacy and security. And for our service providers in the crowd, we are going to take, well, I'm sorry. First of all, I'll get back to the service providers. I want to make sure you understand this is not something we're announcing today and then we're going to work on delivering it, right? We have had 75 early field trial customers with some really significant brands and companies that have been working for us or with us on making sure that this technology is ready. So there's been a huge amount of work that's gone into this already, with actually many of you here in this room, including our own Cisco team that is going to release the use cases on how we're using this technology in our own environment. Then for our service provider customers, what we're going to do is exactly what you would expect us to do. We're going to take all this technology and help you build managed service offerings with it. Give you the tools and the capabilities to take these offerings and actually deliver value-based solutions to your customers. And then we're going to take the same mentality to the service provider networks. We're going to deliver automation at scale. We're going to give you the ability to take analytics and insights out of your technology investments, making the data actionable, delivering in a secure way, and Yvette would tell you that what we ultimately want to do is get to self-healing networks in the service provider space as well as the enterprise space. Now, as we get this platform, this new network delivered, it makes anything possible. It will allow you to take advantage of everything, all these connections going forward. And it will allow you to address many of the other issues that you're having to deal with in order to bring all of this value to life. Let's talk about cloud. This is the cloud. How many of you have one cloud? No one. Multiple clouds. You originally moved to the cloud because of simplicity. It's going to be easier. It's going to be faster. And now what's happening? Well, you've got a department over here that signed a deal with a SaaS provider. You got another one over here that signed with another SaaS provider. You got somebody else who figured out that they could get a better deal with one public cloud provider. You have another one who has a deal with this public cloud provider. And now they're all coming back to you and saying, by the way, can you help us? And what you began with a quest for simplicity has now resulted in fragmentation, complexity, and a feeling of loss of control of data, policy, and security. And again, the network, and connecting these ecosystems, and connecting these people, and connecting all these things, we will continue to help you build out the most robust private cloud infrastructure you have, but we're also going to help you navigate this multi-cloud world. We've extended ACI, Tetration, Clicker Cloud Center, as well as our security portfolio and other networking services into the cloud so that you can have visibility. We have orchestration to help you move workloads We have security to help you manage and ensure that your security and your policy remains constant. This is a major challenge that we have to solve in order to move with the speed that we need to going forward. And it's not going to the cloud. It is going to many, many clouds, and the network has a unique ability to help you navigate that, preserving your policy and preserving your security. Let's talk for a minute about not only is it multi-cloud, it's also the importance of the edge. We've talked about these billions of devices. Think about connected cars. They're moving all around the periphery of this picture. Connected mining operations, connected water systems, right? The edge is where so many of these connections are going to be. And what we believe is that the network has to provide you the ability not only to connect, but also to deal with the data at the edge. Putting in the general purpose compute to allow you to run applications that actually process the data at the edge. Giving you the ability to take in the data, actually determine which of it is important to move back to a central data center, and then doing so securely. And we do that through our data center, DNA center edge devices. And you're going to hear from Rowan and the team tomorrow about Jasper. Today we're adding 1.7 million new machine-to-machine connections per month are being added to the Jasper platform. And I think tomorrow there's an announcement about our ability to help you take that data, massage the data, manage the data at the edge, and then securely deliver it wherever your application is, as well as run instances of your application at the edge. All the time protecting it through security capabilities like IoT threat defense. And you'll hear more about this tomorrow morning. One example is a customer we have, Chevron. I'll tell you a little story. I want to make sure I get this right. They have these rigs all around the world that are actually operating to deliver energy. And in the past, they have deployed sensors, lots of intelligence, and lots of capabilities at this rig to actually have performance information, understand what's going on, give them the ability to predict when things might happen. And in the past, that data has either been transported back to a central location where an engineer would review it and make a decision, or they brought the engineer to the data. And that has taken weeks, not to mention the risk of bringing engineers to these facilities. We worked with them to implement the IoT Edge platform and actually capture the data and then deliver it via the internet back to the engineer and allow them to take action much more quickly. And we literally took the process of getting to an understanding from 2 weeks to 2 seconds by deploying intelligence at the edge. And this is the power of what's going to be possible. And this is why we have to build a new network that takes into consideration centralized public cloud, SaaS, and an increasingly powerful and robust edge as we go forward. Now, your leadership is going to ask you about security. And they're going to say, how do we secure all this? How can we be confident that all of this is secure? And if you answered it today, this would be your answer. And that wouldn't make many people feel good. There's another way I think about it. It's sort of like this, right? Your boss, nor I, nor you want to fly on that plane, right? But in today's world, this is what we're doing. Things are moving too quickly. The perimeter's disappeared. We have to have an architecture for how we think about security going forward. We have to have an architecture. And our team's been working so hard over the last few years to build out an architecture that meets you where you are, that defends everywhere, but recognizes that threats are going to get in, and how quickly you detect and remediate is almost as important as the amount of time we put on defending in the network, at the endpoint, in the cloud. And it's all powered by the incredible threat intelligence that we have with our Talos platform. Our Talos group creates this integrated threat defense. Last quarter alone, we added over 6,500 anti-malware customers, over 35,000. We added 6,000 next-generation firewall customers. We have over 200,000 customers that are using our firewalls today. Bringing all this together in an open architecture, powered by this visibility and threat research and analytics that we have. Hundreds of people, hundreds of threat analysts, hundreds of threat researchers and engineers. 7.2 trillion threats blocked annually. That's 20 billion per day. 20 billion threats. Just to put that in perspective, Google does 3.5 billion searches a day. This is artificial intelligence, machine learning in the cloud at scale that gives us the ability to help you defend everything you do, particularly in this world where everything's going to be moving faster and your world's going to be incredibly distributed. So all that I've talked about is part of us creating together this secure, intelligent platform. This platform that goes from the edge to your private data centers, to the public cloud, to your SaaS providers. There's an intelligent, secure platform that has to help you navigate all of that. And that's what we're going to build together. And as you go through this journey, we want to make sure you're successful. So as you would expect, our teams, our services organization has worked incredibly closely with the engineering teams to make sure that we have services enabled with and through our partners, many of whom are here today, to actually help you navigate this journey going forward. Also, we know that as we go through this, there are different skills, different capabilities that are going to be needed. The world is changing. We just said everything's programmable now. The network is programmable. There's third-party application capabilities on these boxes that are coming out. So our teams have been working hard on taking these new digital skills within the construct and within the framework that you're all used to, the Cisco certification framework, but recognizing the new capabilities that many of you are going to want and need, and delivering those certifications and the education programs to actually help you take advantage of what's possible in the future. Now, there are 3,000 of you who are actually going to be taking these tests this week. I hope they're early in the week so you can have some fun afterwards. But good luck to all of you who are going to be taking those. Now, as we think about this new platform and ensuring that you're successful, we also think about our partnerships. Because as we build these kinds of capabilities, and as we begin to connect everything, we connect elevators and cars and oil rigs and lighting systems and traffic lights and cities and stadiums and everything. It opens up the opportunity for some really interesting partnerships. And we announced one very strategic partnership in the last 2 years that continues to gain more and more momentum. And so today, I'd like to actually ask my friend our partner, the CEO of Apple, Tim Cook, to come on stage with me, please.
Thank you.
This is a small crowd for things you guys host, right?
No, this is a big one. This is a big one. How is everybody? Good.
So how many of you think it's a good idea for Apple and Cisco to have a much deeper partnership? Yeah?
Thank you.
Well, that's all we
like that.
Well, Tim, so if you don't mind, maybe we should start by just positioning how you think about the enterprise, why this is important to you. Because a lot of people think you're a consumer brand, everybody uses your stuff, but I mean, you have a reasonably decent sized enterprise business that you believe could grow, and there's a lot of value that you can provide.
Yeah, for those of you that have known Apple for a long time, the whole premise behind the company is to make the best products that change the world and improve things. And so we saw a confluence of things coming together in the enterprise. For one, many forward-thinking CIOs were giving their employees the ability to decide what devices they wanted to use, whether it was smartphones or tablets or PCs. And so there was a pull there into the enterprise for us, which was fantastic. Second, we thought, looking at the enterprise, people were spending tons of money, and but when you looked at the user experience, it wasn't very good, And so we thought we could bring sort of Apple's legendary ease of use and simplicity to the enterprise and really change the way people work. And so with those two things coming together and our belief that we could provide a much more secure device because of the way our systems work with underlying architecture, as well as our ability to update devices and sort of own the silicon all the way through to the software, we thought we could do something that would become important. We had no idea at the time how important security would become.
Right.
But for all of those reasons, and it feels great to serve the market.
Yeah. Well, we actually share your belief that silicon all the way through the stack has value.
Exactly. It's one of the many things that we have in common, I think.
And so Tim, we announced some capabilities around iOS Fastlane, and we've already done some work on collaboration, but you also had a major launch recently where you launched iOS 11.
Yeah. Yeah, we're super excited about it. I hope everybody is, assuming there are lots of developers here today, or developers in your organizations and shops. iOS 11 developer release went out earlier in the month. The public beta is coming out very shortly, very, very shortly. And we couldn't be more excited about it. There's some things in there, like ARKit, where we've integrated augmented reality right into the operating system. And so you can get your hands on it and begin thinking about what AR means to your enterprise. And this is one of the things I am so excited about for both consumer and enterprise. There's also a significant number of security enhancements. We believe that with every release, we need to make security better and better because the hacking community is getting, well, the hacking community aren't hackers anymore. It's sophisticated enterprises, right? And so there's lots of things there. The fast lane that we've worked on together for iOS last year is brought to the Mac this year. We're excited about that. And the things we've worked on together with configuring and encrypting DNS, sort of blocking these phishing emails that all of us are getting tons of every day, and filtering content for security reasons. I mean, these kind of things built right in. And then there's some simple things, but it goes to this user experience that I'm talking about, like the stuff that we worked on together with WebEx and Spark, so that with one tap on your calendar, you're connected. I mean, how many of you guys have been to meetings and it takes 5 or 10 minutes just to get everybody connected? It's an incredible loss of productivity when you think about it. And so there's tons of things like that I'm really excited about. And iPad, for those of you that are iPad users or there are iPad users in your organizations, we have rethought iPad from the ground up. And so in iOS 11, we've introduced a dock, which you may recognize as something that we took from the Mac and how people operate the Mac. Multitasking got a huge upgrade. And so there's many, many things like that I think you're really going to love.
Yeah, it's fascinating to me that, particularly with the launch that we had last week, I think a lot of this stuff actually comes together even more deeply, because you've always embraced a developer community, and we're now opening up a lot of our portfolio. In fact, our future strategy is everything about our portfolio will be programmable in the future for all of them. So this bringing together of the development capabilities through DevNet, Susie, that's 80, and then also the automation platform that we launched last week. So when we want to deploy some of these features that we've talked about relative to quality of service, iOS Fastlane, et cetera, the ease of deploying those will be significantly improved with this new capability. Now, you also, I think, there's some Wi-Fi analytics that also fit within what we're thinking about. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, you know, the whole idea behind the work that we're doing together is that you should be in control over, you know, the cat video that's being watched in the office aside you versus the critical business applications. And you think about the difficulties people have just connecting or staying on Wi-Fi, and the prioritization there and the ability to configure so quickly. We've got a whole new device management system in iOS 11 as well that make rolling out multiple devices simple. And so I think the things that we're doing together now, I hope everybody gets the feeling there's more and more and more. And I think together we make up the most secure combination of anybody in the enterprise. And I think that increasingly is not just important, but necessary.
Well, we've been talking about the fact that they'll never be able to achieve the benefit and realize the benefit of these billions of connections if we don't bring security.
That's right.
Much more richly into the infrastructure. So we've talked about this in this analytics. Wi-Fi analytics is going to fit very neatly, because one of the key aspects of what we launched last week is, as we bring analytics out of the infrastructure and the context, as we're able to anonymize and look at how that data is performing, we can actually create assurance capabilities for you and getting insights. You know, the worst thing is when a Wi-Fi endpoint can't connect, right? You just start, like, standard troubleshooting procedure is start powering things off until it works again. And I think that we can bring more sanity to that, and this will be a great addition to it. So, hey, Tim, the last time we met, when we were together for a couple hours talking through what do we want to do next, as we got to the end of the conversation, we talked a lot about security, and we talked about it here today, but we think there's a bigger opportunity for what we can do together here. And any comments on the security front that you...
Yeah, I always get excited every time I come over to Cisco and talk to Chuck about things we could work on together. And one of the things that came up in that conversation was, if you think about it, the cybersecurity threats are just going not like this, but they're going like this. I mean, they're really exponential, and it's not the guy it's in the basement any longer, right? These are sophisticated enterprises, and every day you read the news or whatever, there's another one, and it's massive. It's commercial theft, it's financial fraud, it's things that affect our public safety as well, right? I mean, they're just going on and on. And so we know that there's a lot of people buying cybersecurity insurance. This market itself is getting heated up, and as you can guess, it's difficult to conclude how to price this. Because the firms have to assess the vulnerabilities and the risk and so forth. And so, but the thinking that we share here is that if your enterprise or your company is using Cisco and Apple, that the combination of these should make that insurance cost significantly less for you than it would if you were using, you know, some other personal and network side and you know, the other operating system in the mobile area. And just saying. And so this is something that we're going to spend some energy on, because you should reap that benefit.
Yeah.
Your company should reap that benefit because you are safer, and there'll be more on that coming out, right?
Yeah. When we had our session, we were talking about how quickly we should think about integrating the security aspects of our portfolios. Yeah. And as soon as I mentioned to Tim that we had been working on this with, and I think David Yulovich has a blog coming out later that's going to talk a little bit about how we're going to try to get more deeply involved, not try, we are getting more deeply involved with some of these initiatives. You jumped right on it.
Oh, yeah.
And so more to come on that in the future, but Tim, it's been a phenomenal partnership.
Thank you.
And we, you know, we have always believed in partnerships, and when we go in, we have every intention of trying to make them wildly successful. And sometimes sometimes they work really, really well, and other times it's tougher to realize the vision, but I think ours has just turned out
we could not be happier with it. We're delivering things to users that make their lives better and change the way people work, and that's really why we're in it.
We fundamentally believe that when we innovate together, we can bring greater innovation to you, and that's what we're committed to do in the future. So, Tim, thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So, as we think about partnerships, we also believe, and all of us believe, that we love what we do every day. We love the technology. We love the business aspect of it. We love making all of our, all this technology work to make our businesses more effective. But we also love creating solutions that make a difference in the world and make a difference for people. So I have one more guest with me today that I'd like to invite on stage. If you would please join me in welcoming another friend and a partner of Cisco's that we're working together on some interesting stuff, the CEO of United Health Group, Dave Wickman. Hey, Dave. How are you? So it's pretty clear that if you're going to run United Health Group, you have to be in pretty good shape, and you look like you're in pretty good shape.
Yeah. Or like you, I've got a lot of stress. So.
One of the two, right?
I do, absolutely.
So, you and I have worked a lot on this partnership, and our teams have really come together. But tell us a little bit about, your business and you and technology and how it's all coming together. How do you think about it?
Sure, absolutely. As I sat and watched you and then got the chance to watch Tim, that it's very clear that that protection of data, information, and networks and whatnot is intensely important, and it's no more important than in healthcare. We have a simple mission in our business, and that's to help people live healthier lives. and to help make health systems work better for everyone. And in doing so, most people think about us as a benefits company in United Healthcare, but I'd like you to think for a moment about the other half of our business, which is really a services business. It's a technology business, and the combination of all that is built off of 3 foundational competencies, and these may surprise you. It's an information competency, which means you have to take data at scale and conform it to usable information so people can make better decisions about their health and health care. But in addition to that, you have to be able to not only process that data at scale, but you have to protect it. And nowhere is there any data that's more rich and more pursued than healthcare-based data, because it's not only health data, protected data, but it's also personally identifiable data as well. We have to, so not only process it at scale, but we also have to present it so people can make better decisions about their health and healthcare. And the last is really you have to have deep and intimate knowledge of local health systems and how they operate, because they're all different market by market. And so you have to be able to adapt to those individual markets as we progress through the application of technology in those environments to make them more productive and simpler.
And we're working together actually here in Nevada.
We are. We're working together here in Nevada. Very pleased with the arrangement that we have. But we have a business here called Southwest Medical Associates. It's noted as being one of the best health systems in the country, one of the more progressive ones out there. And it's really around initially the advances of health care to serve local communities, in this case serving the Southern Nevada market. But what we're really focused on now is seeing if we can apply technology to make healthcare simpler, to increase the availability of physicians and clinicians, which are going to come in short supply here in the short term, and also to be able to dramatically improve the patient experience. And that's a little bit of what we're going to hopefully show you here today.
So I think we're going to roll a video in a few minutes and show what's possible.
Right.
But most people think of you as an insurance company.
Right.
But you actually provide clinics and care and hospitals. Tell us a little bit about your footprint.
Yeah. And it's actually one of our most important initiatives, alongside advancing pharmacy services and technology and information-based services as well. But we're in about 30 markets today. We have about 12 million patients that we serve, that we're directly accountable and responsible for serving. And we do that through the hands of 30,000 clinicians across these 30 markets. Our intent is to move from 30 to 75, which constitutes 2/3 of the US population. So we'll move into that. And what we're trying to apply is a different way of applying healthcare. We're trying to make it much higher quality. We're trying to drive greater levels of consumer satisfaction. That includes the time they spend in those facilities, the cycle time, if you will. And we're trying to reduce costs, which improves value. Because the one thing's for sure is that people don't value their health care today. And so we're trying to make a difference. And we think by applying that kind of approach in 75 large communities and then eventually expanding it from there, we believe we can make a difference in how health care is delivered.
That's fantastic. And as you think about technology, you guys spend a little bit of money on technology. Yeah. So we
mostly on Cisco services, but
we appreciate that. Let's see.
More to come with all this innovation going on here, right?
Somebody's quota just went up,
exactly.
For sure.
Exactly.
So one of the things that we have been working on and thinking about is the overall patient experience, because technology is going to permeate every industry.
That's right.
And healthcare is one that we believe we could work together and really just change how the patient goes through situations when they go through it. So we've been working on a little bit of a view of what that might look like.
Yeah, exactly.
So why don't we just show them real quick? Take a look.
Meet Dorothy. She's an engineer and just celebrated her 42nd birthday. She's married, has 2 kids, and a dog. Following a recent biopsy, she receives a Spark message during a meeting and steps out for a video call with her doctor. Shocked at the news, her head fills with questions about what will come next. United Healthcare provides her with a care manager who helps to connect her with resources and answers. He also collaborates with her employer on a benefit support structure. He connects her with documents and videos, and other survivors who can share their stories. Her family and friends join her care team, and she prepares for an appointment with her doctor. The clinic staff knows when she will arrive. The assistant greets her by name, and the doctor personally escorts her to the exam room. They discuss her care plan while the doctor's notes are automatically captured on the Sparkboard. And the doctor conferences in the oncologist for an introduction and consultation. As Dorothy prepares for surgery, she reviews her checklist and orders her prescriptions. Following the surgery, the doctors review the results and agree on a care plan. Once in remission, Dorothy continues to visit her doctor for regular checkups. And she keeps in touch with her care team. Today, the story only exists on paper, but together, we can make it a reality.
That's great. So, wow. I think that the one thing about your business and what we just saw is that every human being in this room can relate to that patient experience in some way.
Yeah.
So how do you think about, I mean, you're so committed to thinking about how the technology can certainly in this example make a very tough situation, you know, at least more manageable.
Mm-hmm, right.
I mean, the patient experience is pretty important to you.
Yeah, it is. Well, so first of all, it's deeply personal to me too. My wife's a breast cancer survivor, and we went through that experience. It wasn't quite what we just expressed here, but having that kind of as a background, and I'm sure, you know, there's 20,000 people in here. I'm sure at least 18,000 of you have been through something similar. You realize how important it is, in particular, in the first days. And the one thing there's a massive void is just the knowledge or information, and having it come to you in an appropriate way. And then the confusion that sets in where multiple caregivers are giving you disparate advice around, you know, what should be a single set of protocols around managing these circumstances and situations. So you are confused, you're afraid. Technology can bring that forward in a very big way, in a very organized fashion, to help you know, resolve or simplify the complexity that individual consumers experience, but importantly also help the healthcare delivery system coordinate so that they can better serve patients. You saw that on the Sparkboard, where you could have an actual consultation with an oncologist while in the middle of an exam room, so that the conversation can occur and the decision can be made about what path to follow immediately right there on the spot. And that brings a lot of certainty and a lot of comfort to individual patients.
Yeah. You know, what's amazing to me is that this initiative between United Health Group and Cisco This is not something that a bunch of people inside your organization worked on and then brought it to you and said, oh, look at what we came up with. You have driven this because you saw the power of what was possible with us coming together. And that's been fascinating for me to watch.
Yeah.
The other amazing thing is, you know, I have to tell you, I'm actually a grandfather. I have a 16-month-old granddaughter. And thank you, there's a clap somewhere out there, right? Thank you. And you have three.
Right.
So see, if you subscribe to all this stuff that he's talking about and all this healthy living and all, you can be a grandfather and look like this guy looks. So
also, it gives you good reason to live. That's for sure.
Amen. Hey, thanks for the partnership, Dave. Thank you for being here today.
All right.
Appreciate it, buddy. You know, as we get ready to send you on your way, last year we stood on this stage and we reiterated our core value of giving back. I've always said that I love this place and I love this group of people because we can be intensely competitive, but we can also leverage everything we do to do great things in the world. And we said last year that we were going to positively impact 1 billion people by 2025. Let's take a look at our progress over the last year.
In 2016, Cisco committed to positively impact 1 billion people by 2025. Over the last year, nearly 80 million lives have been impacted by our investment in the digital revolution. And we're well on our way to continue this momentum. Our mission has empowered entrepreneurs and global problem solvers to use the network to create solutions that have the ability to scale and multiply impact around the world. This year, we celebrate the 20th anniversary of Cisco Networking Academy and the millions of students who have learned the digital skills they need to reach their full potential. We want to support the next generation of entrepreneurs and global problem solvers. That's why we invest in and provide early stage funding for innovators like the teams at Mind Research Institute and Biocarbon Engineering. Mind Research Institute has created a software solution that's doubled and even tripled growth in math proficiency in K-12 students across the country. Biocarbon Engineering uses drones to map terrain and plant biodegradable seed pods for the creation of healthy forests. We want to thank each and every one of our customers and partners who've made these milestones possible. So let's keep the momentum going. Join us in making a positive impact right here at Cisco Live. When you walk across the kinetic tiles, which are powered by the network, we will harness that energy of your footsteps. Innovation and building talent for the digital economy has always been at the core of our values. The progress that we've made this year is just scratching the surface. So let's take the next steps together and multiply our impact around the world.
So here's your job. When you go to the world of solutions, don't tiptoe down the side. You got to walk right down the middle. And we're going to get to 1 million steps and turn that into energy for 30,000 students in Nepal. It's a very cool initiative and continues on this journey of impacting 1 billion people. As I talked about all day today about building this secure, intelligent platform for your digital business, the other opportunity we have is to build a secure, intelligent platform that solves some of the world's greatest problems at scale. That's what's possible with hundreds of billions of connections and the capabilities that we can deliver together. We have worked together for a very long time. We have built the internet. We've done amazing things over the last 25 years. And today, I believe we are embarking on a new era. And the same success that we have had together over the last 25 years, I know all of you are going to partner with us to help drive that same success in the future. Have a great week. Enjoy Cisco Live.
Lightning and the thunder.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Vice President and General Manager, Cisco Cloud Collaboration Technology Group, Jens Megers.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for coming out. I would like to spend the next 30 minutes to talk about collaboration. Because when it comes down to work, all of us really only have one goal, right? We want to move faster. We want to win. We want to be part of the winning team. And we want to always outperform the competition. And that's what we're all striving for. And for that, we need to focus on people. We need to focus on creating powerful teams and create a winning culture. Now, one thing I know, and hopefully you guys agree with us, is if we have a high-performing team, they're always really, really good communicator. And I want to give you an example. How we're doing in communicating. What do you think? How are you doing? I'll tell you one thing. On Saturday night, we are all doing well. It looks more like this. Where's that? Right there, right? The Saturday night dinner party, we're actually great communicators. We're planning our next vacation. We're talking about important life decisions. The next week activities, it's going really well. We're actually great communicators in our personal life, at least probably most of us. I'm not so sure. Now on Monday morning, it looks more like this. Okay? Everything falls apart. And we got millions of boring meetings, hundreds of emails. You always feel like you're falling behind and that your competition is kind of running circuits around you. And you always think that decisions take too long. Because we communicate a lot, but it's not necessarily really effective. And that's actually pretty disappointing because all of us, we're spending about 1/3 of our time, of our entire life at work, right? And we want to be part of the winning team. We want to be successful. And so what's the problem? Well, there are obviously a lot of problems with that, but there's one problem is that work has changed a lot over the last, let's say, 5, 10, maybe 15 years. And we, in our industry, and pretty much in every industry, we haven't really adapted to that a lot yet, okay? Here's a good example. This used to be my desk. I think that's a photo of me, actually, at better days. That used to be my desk in 1995. The yellowish kind of thing. Who remembers that desk? You see, here we go, 80%, good 80%. Makes sense. This was the #1 workplace. Everybody's very proud of it. It was actually very powerful to have a work desk like that. And it was designed for individual work, right? So you would get your tasks down from your bosses and your managers, and you would create it, and you would send it back up. It wasn't really collaborative. It wasn't team-oriented. And it was designed around silos, right? The office were designed like silos too, just like this. And we were sitting together all the time, but we were not really working together back then. And all of this has changed a lot. Instead, today we have a mobile-first, digital-first world. That's really the reality. You can pretty much work from anywhere at any location. It's fantastic. It's multi-device, multi-location, highly diverse people. It's a really great working culture. And we're focusing more on the outcome, right? The work environment is designed to produce the outcome and creating great results and doing that very, very quickly. So how do we get to this new reality? And I think we need to do 3 things, or at least almost 3 things. Okay, first of all, maybe not in every organization, we have to maybe create some new organizational structures that support that. Okay? Then, maybe for some teams, we have to create some new processes around it. And there's one thing I know we need for sure, and I think we need new tools. I'm actually sure that we need new tools. And we need modern tools that support this kind of work environment. And look, we're a technology company, so let's look at the tools. Let's have a look at the tools first before we talk about anything else. So here's what we found when we looked at the tools. These are the tools, the most used tools today that everybody's using. You got email, right? You got instant messaging, chat, you got web conferencing, and everybody has some sort of video conferencing. That's kind of like, since the late 90s, mid-90s, the most established tools. The funny thing with this is, these are exactly the same tools that we had back in the 90s, and they just look better. They look better, but underneath, they're almost the same. I would say work has changed a lot, but the tools haven't. Okay, I'll give you 3 examples to make that point a little bit more clear. Here we got Microsoft Mail, okay, email. Email was designed it was established in the 80s and rolled out massively in the 90s. So he got a screenshot of actually Microsoft Mail in 1995. Microsoft Mail, actually I was using something called Pegasus Mail. Who knows Pegasus Mail? Okay, 4 people, thank you. Looks exactly like this. The funny thing is, the other picture is Outlook 2017. These 2 products are actually exactly the same. Remember, the Rolodex was much better than the contact button that you have today. They are reskinned, they're more prettier, they added hundreds of features that nobody's using. There is not much change in email, okay? Exactly the same. Next example, instant message. Yahoo Instant Messenger 1998, anyone? Wasn't that thing great? Yeah, loved it too. So the other is Skype for Business. Skype for Business. It's exactly the same. You got your buddy list, you know who's online. When they're online, you double click, you get another window, and you can chat, you close it, the chat is gone. Not much change in instant messaging. Okay? Now one more example, so you don't think I only throw the competitors under the bus, by the way. Here we got WebEx, web meetings, okay? Placeware, 1999 Placeware compared to 2017 awesome, the world's most advanced meeting product, Cisco WebEx, right? What are the difference? Not much. You get an invite in your mail, you click on the link, you go to some web page, from the web page they launch an app, then you share your document, you talk about it, the meeting is done. Right? Exactly the same tool. Now, obviously, WebEx most advanced and probably way better, but still pretty much on a surface the same tool. Okay, great. So, what's the problem with this? You could say it's not a problem. These are powerful tools. They have worked for us for 20 years. Why would they not work for another 20 years? Well, I think that we're actually stretching these tools to their absolute limits. Okay? Take email for an example. Usage is quadrupling. It's exploding. When I still was using actively email, I'm not using it anymore much, I was averaging 280 emails a day. And when I came home in the evening, I had to spend roughly an hour and a half to go through all of these emails, sometimes up to 2 hours to make sense of it. Okay? And I think the tools are really holding us back. They're keeping us from working the way we want to work. I almost would say that the 90s want their tools back, honestly. We really don't have these great tools right now. We're working with the tools from the 90s. All right. Okay, so now, a little bit more scientific. What's the real problem? We can draw it up here on that chart, okay? On the x-axis, you have maybe like an 8 to 12-hour workday. On the y-axis, you have email, chat, call, and meetings kind of sorted by user engagement, okay? So you wake up in the morning, first thing you do email, right? Low engagement, start with that. Then you switch, when something happens, you switch to chat. Then you do some ad hoc meetings and do some scheduled meetings. And you switch between these workloads on a day, many, many times. The problem is that almost every company buys these individual workloads, tools for this separately. Sometimes at the same vendor, sometimes not at the same vendor. And when you switch between the tools, there are these big pain points. Give you an example. You have a data center outage, so you talk about this, and we're doing this all the time, right, Anna? Can happen. And then you go like, oh my gosh, over the chat, you almost solve the problem, then but I need to get the stakeholders on the phone, so you do an ad hoc meeting, okay? But these are not the same guys, and you talk to them, but they know nothing about the chat, so you spend the first 20 minutes in the meeting talk about what was already resolved in the chat. Then you say, okay, I couldn't get all the people on the phone, you make the scheduled meetings, 3 days later, you get the scheduled meetings, 6 people come in the meeting, you spend half an hour to explain the problem, then some guy goes on the whiteboard, draws the conclusion on the whiteboard, some other guy takes an iPhone picture, sends it over email to the wrong people. So you get another 15 emails that say, can I have it, can I have it, can I have it, right? So between all of these workloads, the transitions is not smooth, it's very, very painful. And it gets worse. In my case, I have multiple time zones. So I put here a chart on that has San Jose and Oslo. They're 9 hours apart from each other. So now you do exactly the same thing, but in 2 different time zones, right? Now you can only meet in the morning. Chat doesn't work for the most of the day because they're not online at the same time, right? And ad hoc meetings are close to impossible between these time zones. And that's nothing. Now think about like my organization. I actually have 8 locations in 7 time zones. So it actually looks like that. Right? So it gets exponentially worse, and now it's complete chaos. The pain points are increasing exponentially with that. All right. So we looked at this and we thought, okay, look, Cisco is the leading provider in collaboration in this industry. If we need to own this problem, if there's one person or one company, not a person actually, if there's one vendor that can actually really solve this, then that's us. We have to do it. Okay? So we must create a tool that provides a single experience across all of these workflows, right? And create a great experience across all work streams and independent of time zones and locations. That's what we have to do here at Cisco. If we wouldn't do it, it would be careless, right? We have to solve that. And can we do it? And I think, yes, we can. We started working on this 4 years ago, and that's why we created Cisco Spark, okay? So we built this because we wanted to actually really create this fantastic experience that is unrelated to time and location. And the way we did it, we took 2 powerful technologies and we integrated them in each other. We took persistent chat and we embedded video meeting experience in persistent chat. Why persistent chat? Well, persistent chat is the most established technology in the consumer world, with billions of users on WhatsApp, Facebook. It already has been decided that it's the most effective communication tool, but it wasn't available for enterprises. So we built it, and we integrated security, compliance, analytics, manageability. Okay? And then we embedded video experiences right into the persistent chat. That is Cisco Spark. Okay? Obviously, we rolled it out with our key customers and also in our own organization, and it is absolutely fantastic. So the tool is just one thing. Okay? What we found is when we have the tool, actually allows us to work differently than before. It actually opened like a door, opened an avenue to a better way to work. And we rolled something out which we call empowered execution. Now this is not necessarily something new, but with the old tools it was actually difficult to do. And the idea of the empowered execution is to get broad information to everyone, engage everyone in the organization, and make them a leader in the business. Okay? Let them operate independently. Let them make decisions very, very quickly. That allows them, these teams, to run much, much faster. All right. So here's an example how this would work. This is an old school org chart, right? Actually, we still have that org chart. It's supposed to be my org chart, and I hope it's true. And so they're very familiar. Now, if you want to work better together, you normally organize in teams, but teams form and they get retired many, many times throughout a given day, a week, or a month. Okay? If you would try to reorganize every time you create new teams, you would have to reorganize the entire org chart every day, which is infeasible, okay? Because teams are either vertical, horizontal, maybe diagonally formed across the entire organization. And so we have to have a tool that supports these org structures. And that's why we designed Cisco Spark around teams and teamwork, okay? So like, for example, pricing and licensing, right? Many people, product managers, engineers, strategy people are involved in pricing and licensing. They come together in one team when they create a new pricing structure for a certain product. Codec design, we build a new codec, right? Or event planning, or the Cisco Live after party tonight is a team. Right? So sometimes you want to also invite outsiders to a team, so we support that. We can bring in outside people into a team. Cisco Spark supports that as well. It's very, very powerful. Now, with this structure, we now have a team. Every team has virtual spaces, one or many. Most teams only have one, but you can have as many as you want. And in every virtual space, you have message, call, meetings, whiteboarding, and files, right? In one context. So when you meet with a team, when you do ad hoc meetings and scheduled meetings, that context is always available to you. That's the power of the virtual spaces with persistent chat. Okay? That's how Cisco Spark works. Perfect. So what happens now with that? You take your hierarchical org chart and you create like sort of like a horizontal superhighway of communication, all right? And it allows you to make decisions very quickly, share information, and really break the traditional relationship between information and control, okay? Now that creates very effective teams, very effective communication. So that's how Cisco Spark works. Now, what's really cool about this, from now on, I don't have to worry about location anymore. I worry about getting the best people in the industry and integrate them in my team seamlessly, okay? I can now bring the brightest minds in there and use my technology to create great products. That's the power of Cisco Spark. All right. Okay, so we talked about video before. I talked a lot about how we integrate video. And video is critical to get it right. Because face-to-face is actually the most effective way to communicate. And the closer we get to face-to-face, the better it is. So when you look at studies while meeting is happening and they're not on video, about 60% of the people actually disengage and do something else in parallel. But we want really effective, engaged meetings. And that's why everything we do is on video. And we integrated video technology in pretty much every touch point that is with Cisco Spark. All right? So we have video in our apps, in our iPhone and Android apps. So if you're on the airport, you can have a video meeting. If you're in a hotel meeting, you have great video meetings on your laptop. And we also have video on the desk, right, with our dedicated video system. So life-size, face-to-face, high-quality meetings on the desk. We got meetings in every small room. We put video systems in every small room and also in the large rooms. Now this is all seamlessly integrated into the Spark experience. Spark controls these video meetings and it shares the context around it. But we thought that's not good enough. We want something like more like also in addition to that, sort of like an immersive video where you can stand in front of someone and then even draw and share the drawing. Like what you do when you meet with your buddies in your room and you try to figure out a really difficult problem. You stand next to the person and you interact. And for this we designed a custom hardware just for Cisco Spark, and it's called Cisco Spark Board. It's this device. It's fantastic. It's a video system, a drawing tool, and a screen sharing tool in one unit. Okay? Integrated microphone arrays, so no moving parts, and fantastic experience how to use it. Okay? This is the most advanced collaboration tool in the industry. If you want to try it out, we have a few of them over there in our collaboration booth. Okay? It's great. It makes brings collaboration to a whole new level. So I want to now bring in a customer who actually has deployed all of that, Spark boards, Spark, and so on, and I want to ask the customer how they dealt with this. And we're bringing in Benjamin Bose from the Statman Clinic, which is an incredible organization. Actually, they provide advanced medicine and surgery to the world's top athletes, like Olympians, NFL, and NBA players. Okay? So I'm going to use the Spark board here. Obviously, they have Spark boards too. I'm going to go just press one button, and hopefully we get Ben on the call here. Let's see if it works. I heard it was supposed to work.
Jens!
Hey, Ben, thanks for joining me from the Statman Clinic. How are you doing?
Doing well, man. How you guys doing?
Okay, perfect. Hey, tell us a little bit, Ben, about your business and why collaboration is so important at the Statman Clinic.
Yeah, sure. My name is Ben Bose. I'm the IT director here at the Statman Clinic. The Statman Clinic is kind of a unique place. I mean, not only are we located in Vail, Colorado, but the doctors here who practice at the clinic are the best of the best. Their clientele include Olympic and professional athletes from all over the world who travel here to Vail for these complex surgeries. We've got behind me a scientific wing where they do stem cell and PRP research. So a lot of really cool stuff going on here. A lot of interesting people coming through. We're not your run-of-the-mill orthopedic clinic.
That sounds really, really challenging. So tell us, why did you need a new work paradigm at your clinic?
I started here a year and a half ago, and the first thing that I saw when I started was this beauty. We had around 200 analog Nortel phones spread out through our clinic. And the irony of this situation is you have these doctors who are the best at what they do, yet they have collaboration tools from, the early 90s. We had 5 or 6 different communication apps, different tools for project management. There was no standardization. And when I was hired on, I was told that we had the state-of-the-art video system, and I was super excited to see it. And what it was this Mondo pad with an external camera, soundbar, 6 or 7 different inputs, a keyboard, you had login credentials, and the best part about it was this giant manual that people had to use in order to use this video system. So basically it was set up for failure. So we had all of these antiquated systems that we started basically just trying to solve our phone situation and upgrade our phone system, and essentially we were lucky enough to completely overhaul collaboration.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So now when you then use Cisco Spark, what did you use and what did you deploy?
So we started with the phone system. We had like 200 analog lines, and we ported those over in a weekend. We were able to cut the entire clinic, 3 remote sites with 2 guys, and we swapped out every single phone to Cisco Spark. The next day, we pushed out Spark through group policy, and then we used mobile device management to push out the app to everyone's phone. And then everybody had one standard tool to collaborate on. And then the best part was going and basically overhauling our phone system. We didn't realize that we were essentially fixing collaboration as a whole. So we were able to rip out that state-of-the-art Mondo pad and replace it with Spark. We started with our SX10 series, loaded those with Spark, and now we've got 4 or 5 Spark boards throughout the organization and doctors' offices. So you've got this one tool now that's a standard work for everybody, no matter where they are in the clinic.
So how's it working? Do you see any benefits? Is that going well with Spark?
My favorite part is we're seeing a death of email. So no longer do you have these exchanges back and forth between people on, okay, where's this meeting happening? Okay, I'm running late. Now we've got these spaces where people can work smarter, and everything's, it's filed into the searchable index to where now I don't have to go through and delete 30 emails to, try to reach inbox 0. It gets harder and harder to, because the unfortunate thing about Outlook and Exchange is people abuse it.
Yeah.
So it's, we're able to destroy email. We work with a lot of external vendors for, most recently we did a security audit here, and it was back and forth email exchange. It's like, guys, we got to move this on the Spark. If you guys want to work with us, download the application. It's free. It's encrypted. No more email. It's got to stop.
No more email. Destroy the email. I love this, Ben. Okay, anything else? Any other benefits you saw?
The encryption has been a huge thing, and we're a HIPAA managed organization, so we check a box there. Before, like I said, we had 3 different messages for communication, and it was all based on who was doing it, whether it was SMS, Google Hangouts. We even had people on AOL, AIM. It's just, it was insane. So standardizing that was a huge benefit. And I don't know if anybody in the audience has ever been to the Stedman Clinic, but if you were here prior to a year and a half ago, you probably walked in and you probably were just blown away by the amount of overhead paging that took place. So on these phones, instead of trying to find the doctors in this busy clinic, they would do overhead page after overhead page after overhead page, and now they can use the application. And instead of violating HIPAA and saying, hey, patient so-and-so's here in the lobby, doctor, can you please come up here? Now they're able to work smarter and, keep us in a better relationship with HIPAA and other organizations like that.
That is awesome. No more overhead paging. Love it. So thank you so much, Ben, for sharing your story. That's great. So give them a round of applause. This is awesome. Thanks for doing that.
Thanks, guys.
Okay. Thank you, Ben. Appreciate it. Cool. All right. Isn't that a great story? Love it. That's fascinating. So look, it is powerful what we're doing with Spark, but we're not stopping there. There's more stuff coming. We're always looking for the next technology that can bring the collaboration experience to a whole new level. I want to show you 2 small things, or actually big things that we're doing right now. First thing is AI. AI obviously is the buzzword of maybe the buzzword of the decade, but for sure this year. Look, AI is coming to the workplace. The question is just how and when. And I can tell you, we're very, very close. You would see more AI-powered technology in the workspace very, very soon. So here's what we're working on. We know that AI is coming into the meetings for sure, okay? And we're banking on conversational interface, AI-powered conversational interfaces. We know that we can integrate digital assistant, powerful natural language digital assistants straight in our collaboration tools. So you would see our video systems having conversational interfaces. You can just talk to it. You can schedule meetings. You can reschedule meetings. You can take tasks. You can add reminders, right? So all this is coming to our Spark experience, but not just in the video systems, also possibly in standalone units and the apps, right? All of the apps will be powered either voice controlled or via messaging interfaces to have intelligent assistants built in, okay? And they will be like custom made just for the collaboration flows. Right? It's going to be very, very powerful. Maybe you heard of our acquisition of MindMeld, something we announced about 4 to 6 weeks ago, and they are like the industry-leading company for conversational interfaces, and they're heads down right now integrating their technology into our Spark architecture. Okay? MindMeld and conversational interface is going to be awesome. Next thing is virtual reality. Okay? Who cannot be excited about virtual reality? Because what if you don't have a Spark board? What if you don't have a laptop or anything like this? A laptop you maybe have, but you don't have a Spark board. Wouldn't it be great if you could just take the whole thing and just bring in virtual reality, just put your headset on, and you got every tool in virtual space that we have produced ever before at Cisco, right? That would be cool. You don't have to pay for anything. You just get it in virtual reality. So we were intrigued by this, and we said, let's prototype that. Because it's too good to be true, so maybe just do it. And so we built it. And we're actually launching it in a couple of months, and it's called Spark in VR. And let me show this to you. Actually, I've got a few screenshots. So the way how it works is you take a Spark space where you have chat, message, files, and drawings. Okay? So and then you just press a button, and you lift it up in virtual reality. Put your headset on, and we're using the Oculus headset. Put it on, and you're in the room. You can walk around in the room. You can walk up to your chat history, which is there on the left. You can walk up to the files. These are the little boxes there in the middle. And you can go on that Spark board and start drawing. Okay? And everything works the way you would assume with a physical space. And multiple people can be at the same time in the same room, represented by avatars, and then discuss stuff and talk to each other. Okay? So if you walk up to the files, you can pick up a file and you can show it to the other people in the room, and you can point to it. Okay? And if you walk up to the Spark board, you can start drawing on a Spark board with multiple people at the same time, also connected to the physical Spark board, which is in the same Spark space. Okay? Now, this is really cool. We are planning currently to launch this maybe August, October timeframe at the Oculus App Store. It's going to be a beta because we don't know yet exactly how useful this is in real life. Okay? So it's not a product. This is a kind of like a preview for the future. And we also have set up over there in our booth, so whoever wants to try it out, it's about 100 feet this direction, and virtual reality with Spark, it's already there. You can try it out today here at Cisco Live. It's going to be awesome. So do it for me, okay? Cool. Virtual reality. Now, to summarize, we have a chance with Cisco Spark to create a new work paradigm, okay? Provide information to everyone, flatten your communication streams, and then embrace virtual teams. Make your teams very, very powerful. Invest in the people and not in the locations. And then give them the modern tools, give them video, give them messaging, and create a real engaging work environment. So now, if you think that's cool, if you have interest in it, and I know you have because you came here to listen to this, go and start a trial. Take your most important teams, take people, bring them, go to ciscospark.com, do the same thing with Benjamin for the Statman Clinic, roll it out half a day later, you have like really fantastic, fluid communication experiences. It's going to be great. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for listening to me. I appreciate coming here. And if you have any questions, we're going to here to answer it. Okay? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Welcome back to Cisco Live 2017. I'm James Bedford, coming to you live from Las Vegas, where 27,000 Cisco customers have come together for a week of networking, training, and education. That was Jens Megge, Senior Vice President and General Manager of Cloud Collaboration, coming out of his innovation talk. Shari, how amazing was that?
Can I just tell you, everything that is ahead of us with Spark, the possibilities are endless.
Ah, my goodness.
When I think about information for everyone in the spirit of inclusion, it means that we all now have access, but through Spark and our collaboration technology, we can all now participate in the business outcomes of our companies.
I love the fact that his the title of his talk was called "The 90s Called." They want their workplace back. I think really it should have been the 90s have paged you. They want their workplace back.
Let me just tell you, I definitely don't want to go back to the 90s. When he was talking about what's ahead of us with everything from AI coming to your organization, like now, it got me not only excited about the fact that AI is going to be part of how we do business, but more importantly, virtuality. I don't know if you saw what I saw and what was possible there, but the fact that we can take what's in Spark, upload it, and then all kind of converge with avatars and be there together, regardless of where we sit in the world.
So that means you and I could be together in a virtuality world. Oh,
even though you're in England and I'm in Sacramento.
Sacramento, that amazing place called Sacramento. We could be working on the same Spark board, but in a virtual reality world.
I will tell you, I'm excited about the speed of innovation, because the reality of being able to connect people anytime, anywhere, any device creates new possibilities.
Well, new host Laura Malhoit is actually with Jens Megge right now. He's fresh from the stage from his innovation talk. Lauren, over to you.
Thank you, James. Yes, poor Jens. I accosted him right as he was trying to get off stage, but we caught him in time. So Jens, you just got done with an innovation showcase talk. Tell us a little bit about what you're talking about, new work paradigm, right?
Yeah, the new work paradigm is really a big deal because, look, work has changed a lot over the last 15 to 20 years, and the tools haven't changed much. We're still using email, instant messaging, some video and web meetings, and the experience isn't great, right? It's not awesome, and we think that there's a lot for us at Cisco here to do.
Yeah, we're not really working together, are we? We're videoing, but it's still asynchronous, I guess. This kind of gives us a little more synchronous way of going about having meetings, but being in thousands of miles away, maybe.
Well, look, the tools, when they built the tools back in the 80s or the 90s, we didn't really have these big teamwork, the agile workplaces, and so on. And now we are in a way different way we work, and we have still the same tools. So that's why we created Cisco Spark. We really wanted to bring everything to a whole new level.
Now, are you seeing people embrace this of all ages, all use cases? What are you seeing the most of? Are millennials really embracing this, or we're hoping everyone does?
Well, so the millennials for sure, right? So what we call the digital natives, they come from a world
I like that better. I like that better.
Yes. So look, they grew up in a world where they had like chat systems, WhatsApp, Facebook, and so on. So they come to work and then they go like, oh my gosh, this is ancient here, right?
Right.
So that's why it's so easy for them, obviously, to adopt Cisco Spark, and they're having a blast with it.
Yeah, we saw the guy in your video had an old Nortel phone from it. I mean, it looked like 89. He said early 90s, but I think he was being generous. Yes. So tell us what's next then. I saw you talking about VR, saw you talking about AI. So really, can you describe why we would need AI to be involved in this?
Look, even like if you bring the tools to a new level and you create really great end-to-end experiences, like there is new technology that can bring the experience even to a whole new level. AI is a good example. Look, AI is a powerful tool. It comes to every industry right now, and it's really not a question. If it comes to collaboration, it's just a question of what will it do and when. And we think there's a lot of flows in collaboration where AI can be very, very useful.
What are the use cases that we're doing right now with AI?
We think conversation interface is the next big thing. Having the ability of an intelligent assistant being with you in the meetings, be able to answer questions like, hey, when is my next meeting? Can you schedule a meeting for me? Or take an action item, take a task, repeat it for me, and all of that. But being able to do this really with natural language in many, many different ways, not like a command interface. We can do this now. The AI is ready for that.
Kind of like when we have meetings and we all say, here's our action items, and then we all leave the meeting and immediately forget what our action items are supposed to be.
This is not going to happen anymore because the AI is going to take care of these action items.
Right. So the VR thing, this is very cool. I have a VR headset. I love using it on the airplane. I thought this was amazing. And I work remotely, so describe the VR with Spark.
Yeah, VR, because obviously we're all gamers at the company, so we played a lot with VR, mostly with the Oculus headset. We love this thing, and we go like, oh my gosh, can I just replicate the entire collaboration space, right, in virtual reality? And the answer is yes. Look, the hardware is in an early stage, so it's not really a product, because you can't really spend more than, let's say, 30 minutes, 45 minutes under a VR headset to a day. But I can replicate a really great collaboration, a real-time collaboration experience. I can have whiteboarding in VR, even video, audio, file sharing, discussions. I can set up a table and stand with people around it. It's fantastic what I can do in VR.
Yeah, no, I thought that was absolutely amazing. I would love to have, you know, my co-host with TechWise and I just doing everything over Spark VR. I think that would be fantastic. So what do we want people to do next? What should they check out? If they're here at Cisco Live, if they're at home and weren't able to attend, what should they do?
I think it's very easy. Go to ciscospark.com and try it out. Get into the game. Bring your teams in, sign up, roll it out. It's going to be awesome.
That's awesome. All right, thank you so much, Jens. And James, are you ready for us back in the studio?
Lauren, I am. Thank you so much. Brilliant interview there with Jens. And Jens, speaking about digital natives, Sharian, back in London, I've just recruited 5 graduates and 9 interns, and they are brilliant. I know some of them are watching. Thank you, guys. So great to have you watching us. And of course, they are digital natives. And they've come to Cisco, and they love Spark. They were playing with the Spark board at our Customer Experience Center recently, and they thought it was amazing, their words. And also, they like Jabber. They like the Spark rooms. And when you think about it, Microsoft Outlook is 20 years old.
Ooh.
It really is, you know, and of course you and I are so used to using email, whereas really we should be using these new collaboration tools to be able to work together. What are your thoughts?
So I just have to go back to that demo that Jens did in his innovation talk when Ben, his customer, pulled out that like dinosaur of a phone, and you just went, here you have all these world-class orthopedic surgeons doing world-class things. Like the reason why we go to that clinic is because of the world-class doctors, and then the technology that they were using was really post-19, or actually pre-1990s. But the reality of what they've been able to do, like the death of email, there is no email in that clinic anymore. The elimination of all of the overhead paging and the conflict with HIPAA. I mean, it's just amazing what Spark is going to bring to life for every single business, large, small, wherever it sits around the world.
Spark really is the tool that you need to download, and of course you can go to cisco.com/Spark and download Spark and start using it in your organization. Rob Boyd is down on in the Wireless Solutions show floor, and he's going to give us a demonstration of Spark with Richard Murphy. Rob, over to you.
Yeah, I've actually got a couple of engineers over here, and we are going to go through a demo. And then Sherry talks about being able to kind of bring things to life. Sometimes, you know, especially when we talk about collaboration, it's really about how things work together. And it's about, for me, it's always about getting ideas from smarter people to find out how can I be doing something perhaps a bit more efficiently. And so these guys here, I'm going to first introduce Richard Murphy. How are you doing, sir?
Hey, good to meet you.
So you guys have been doing a workflow showcasing a couple of different things working together, help us be more efficient. I'd love for you to walk through the workflow, just kind of explain things as we go. Does that sound all right?
Sounds great, let's do that. So what we have here is we're simulating a kitchen redesign company that has a way of working that they actually want to utilize Cisco Spark. So what we have here is an example, an email that comes in from a customer. Maybe it's the account manager, it comes through their website, and somebody that's got a hot lead. So they want to actually redesign their kitchen, but we have an email format here. We need to engage the team. So what's one of the things we want to do? First, we want to move it into Cisco Spark. So we'll simply add an email address here called move@emailtospark.com. And when I hit send here, what's going to happen here in the background is the Cisco Collaboration Cloud is going to get this email. It's going to create a Spark space, which is a virtual meeting room of all the information, whether it's chat, whether it's files, whether it's any other information we post, that we can actually have a living document. So that if I leave the information and go to another project, or you come in later, we can actually see that. In addition,
I want to always clarify something there real quick. So you saying the email, is this set up so the email actually sets up the room, so we didn't have to have the room preset in this situation? Just to make sure I have it clear?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. So we actually have a background. We're using a bot that actually created, that's what that one is. And if you look over here, you can see that it's come in. So we have this new kitchen redesign room model number 100. If I click on that, what you see here is all the users are added to it automatically. If I look here, this is the same email I saw before. Everybody in email gets a response back saying, now we've moved it to the Cisco Spark space. And as a result of that, you can see, if I click on people, there's the same set of people that are in 2-line. So it's done automatically in the background.
So nice, too. I also heard you say there's some automatic notifications that went out to let people know that this conversation should not continue there, where threads can get discontinued, disconnected, and such like this. We're all in the room, yet we didn't really have to start in the room and figure out who to add to it and all that type of stuff?
Correct, exactly, because we've been in conversations via email where if I email out 3 or 4 people, you respond back, Mike responds back, I respond back, somebody adds another question, we get this long thread of what's reality in the sense of what do I read and respond to, and then how did you keep that for somebody else that comes into the project? They actually have to get this email and try to decipher it, or have a personal meeting with you or Mike to kind of get up to speed. You can now do that in Cisco Spark.
Sorry about that, I grabbed the microwave because I'm so excited to ask the next question. I literally just lost budget money for the quarter last week because of an email thread that bifurcated at least once, if not more, and it got into some questions, and all of a sudden it got forwarded on. I'm like, wait, I was at the bottom of that thread with something that was already approved before you guys started that conversation. This would have helped.
Yes, it would. Yeah, we've actually had everybody shake their head on this problem. Everybody understands it. So if we go back.
Check, got another.
So we have a few technical issues. This, of course, is live TV. But Shari, that was a demonstration there of Cisco Spark, and of course using a kitchen design company, adding people into Spark Room so that we don't lose email threads. And of course that happens so often. Rob was explaining there how we could be emailing each other, and then suddenly you're at the bottom of the thread and you lose track of what's going on, whereas Spark helps you to keep everything together.
I have a great story. We were, right before Mobile World Congress, we were creating this big pledge, global pledge for 100,000 people at Mobile World Congress. We were working with Jason Gecki and his team. We literally, in a 48-hour period, went from an idea of something through to design and an app, all doing, there were probably 10 of us working on Spark. It was unbelievable how quickly we were able to bring that app to life.
And how are you using it? Of course, that's a great example of using it for an event. How are you using it in your everyday job, Shari, yourselves, with your teams?
So we actually have literally Spark Rooms for almost every different work stream that we're working on. People come in and out, dynamic teams inside of Cisco come in and out of those Spark Rooms as they are contributing to the work. Here's the beautiful thing. If you are out of that work stream for a period of time because you've kind of like completed your task and or your deliverable, and you need to jump back in 3 weeks later, you don't lose the thread or the context to what the team has been working on. It's been absolutely like an efficiency saver, as well as I call it our super Uber dot connector.
Spark is a superhero itself.
It is.
We've now resolved those technical issues. Let's go back to Rob and Richard in the world of solutions.
I love Shari's point. Even if it's live TV and you lose a microphone, Spark didn't lose a thing, right? We've got it all here. Thank you for your patience. We've got a better microphone now. Let's pick back up where you were here in the Spark board, and Spark Room part.
Yeah, so this particular Spark base, we got the email inside of it. Now what normally happens is we wanted some more details, because that was kind of vague. So what we typed the word, some simple message here, details. And as you can see, the account manager actually added a designer, so we had somebody else that wasn't on email added into it. She actually put some comments related to it, gave us a couple examples, as you can see here. She gave us a kitchen design, has a nice TV in there, so maybe for 4th of July, everybody can huddle around where the food is, or watching the game, or maybe something like this where they want to incorporate a fireplace in like a mountain retreat type area, or even like maybe a clean, slick look like this where it's nice. And then she included a PowerPoint presentation here with all the information related to it. So that's great ideas from our key designer. But what normally happens after this, we can chat for a long time back and forth these messages, but at some point in time, we have to do a meeting of some sort, whether it's in person and or on video. So maybe we say 2 p.m. meeting today to sync up live, right? And then what ends up happening here is somebody goes and creates an Outlook invite, sends it out to everybody, and then we meet at 2 o'clock.
And this is where we go over to Mike?
All right, take it from here.
But I just want to confirm something here. Obviously, we're in a scenario where someone's doing some home remodeling, and we added additional expertise, and you showed some multimedia that comes into here, and yet nobody, again, had to be, did you get that right thread, or is this all updated? Did you get that expert's name? I love that. Thank you. I'm going to come back to you at the end here, but let's switch over to Mike. Mike, Rob Boyd, how you doing?
Very good. Good to you.
All right, I'm going to hold the mic while you talk. So now we've been going back and forth. We've got all the right people supposedly in this Spark room, but we're not stuck being in the office or on our computer, correct?
Exactly. So we've got another device here. So as a mobile user, you can actually still have access to all that content. So we've got a mobile device here. And you can see that same Spark space is available right here. So I can see the same information that Richard was showing you earlier, and I can go through. But now say I'm coming in from the field and I'm coming into an office, and I've got a beautiful device like we have right here behind us. I can actually take this space.
Oh, wait, this is good. I like this part.
And we're going to hit right here where it says open to Sparkboard. And you're going to see it move this space and open it up onto the Sparkboard. So now I've got a far superior device that I can use, so I can go in and say, well, let's see these files a little bit closer, so I can see these different kitchens. I can open this one up. And the great thing here is we can zoom it out, zoom it in, do all kinds, and really see some great detail on it. Let me go out to one of the other files here. We were also sharing a PowerPoint. So we've got this presentation that will come up, and you'll see all the slides will load in, so we can really go through all of it in detail if we wanted to. But the next important thing is we do have that live call that we need to do. Before we do that, I want to show that we have all these users here, and one more user we have as part of this scenario is sitting right over here. So we've got another designer. Yep. And so this is another designer that works from the office, so he likes a nice hard desk point, endpoint for his desk, but also as a designer, of course, likes the iPad with a nice pencil, so we can do a lot of design work on it. So what we're going to do is light up a call and get these folks together so we can actually have that meeting start off. So let me go ahead and do that.
Let's spark up that call. You use that one? That's pretty good, huh?
Yeah, that's a good one. So I'm going to hit call here, bring that up.
Hey, there's the crew.
And Richard over here is going to go ahead and answer this so we can start bringing other individuals in.
Okay.
And if we move to this device over here in the middle, we can see on this DX70 that Daryl's already joined the call, and this user is Giovanni here. There you go. And so if this user's a little bit late coming in, they can actually see that everyone's already started into the call. They can already get going and wait for him to join in. So you can join him in. And the scenario we have here now is just a video conference, which you can do the traditional things that you would expect to be able to do. But let's go back over to our Spark board, and let's go ahead and start a whiteboarding session. So this is where we can really get together and start talking about what we want to do with this design. So what I'm going to do is start off with a concern that we have in this design and some of the aspect of the dimensions here. So we'll go ahead and say, well, maybe this is going to be where the general countertop is going to be, but we have a concern on how big can we make this island. So we've got this dimension right here. It's got to be at least a certain width, right? So I'm going to go ahead and share this live into that call so all the participants can then see that drawing that I put up there. And we can ask this individual, which now Richard's got the tablet here.
Go up and move over here.
There we go. As another user can then start to contribute to that design.
Oh, that's perfect.
There we go.
So is it true that this is actually to scale, that the designers could literally take what you're sketching here and print it out and actually build stuff off of it?
So they could take this and actually pull it into a CAD program and then start to get it much more dimensionally correct, yeah, but it gives you a good basis to start that whole process.
Excellent. Anything else we need to understand here about the communication between devices? Because I love the way this is bringing people together. Again, multimedia, real-time interaction, and then, as I think you had said earlier, Richard had said, the idea is we keep all this information. It becomes also a great historical record. So if the project gets paused, there's budget issues, something like that, you don't lose all that valuable knowledge. You can pick back right up with it.
Yeah, absolutely. So all this information gets saved into that Spark space so we can come back to it. We can work on it at a later time. We can share it with other colleagues. So we don't lose any of that information. So if it does get paused for a while, we can come back to it, reference it, and start building again from there.
Excellent, excellent. Anything else here? I'm going to go back over to Richard. Yeah, Richard, and say thank you so much, by the way. So how do you wrap this up? Is there a place to go to learn more about this? What do you say?
Yeah, so I'd recommend you go to www.ciscospark.com, and you can download the application itself. You can install it on your Windows, Mac, PC, Android, iOS, all the platforms, including the web browser. It's available to you. Anything we showed you here can be done for your particular project. Try it out and see what you think.
I'm panting over this stuff already because I love the workflow. I like what you guys have taken the trouble to put together so we can understand how it works. And I can say that even if it didn't come across that way on the other side, this stuff is so much easier to use than it is to actually capture with a live camera. But this stuff is fantastic, and everybody should be figuring out how we can do this because we're all working a little bit too hard. We're all reworking a little bit too much, and these are the type of things that give us answers, especially from an enterprise perspective, that allow us to do things that are safe, secure, easy to share, leverage the network in the appropriate manner. That's what makes a difference in how Cisco does everything, and there's definitely evidence here as well. So, guys, I hope you got a piece of what's going on here. Certainly go check out the website, but anybody watching this definitely needs to stop by here and talk to these guys directly.
Rob, Richard, and Mike, thank you so much. Amazing demonstration there on Cisco Spark. Of course, if you are watching on Facebook or on ciscolive.com or cisco.com, do make sure you visit ciscospark.com to download Spark. Absolutely brilliant application that can help you in your everyday collaboration with your colleagues, like Shari and I do every single day, don't we, my dear?
I don't know how people live without that kind of collaboration. I literally live probably 3 hours from an office. I have a global role. The collaboration technologies that we have here at Cisco have enabled me to have a phenomenal career at a great company, doing business all around the world as a leader. I mean, it creates infinite possibilities anywhere, anytime, any device. It allows people to participate, bring the best of themselves to deliver extraordinary value for their companies. So I'm a fan.
Me too. In my last role actually at Cisco, I worked from home every day for 2 years and used all of our collaboration technologies to enable me to interact with my global colleagues. Absolutely fantastic.
Okay, so I got one better for you.
Oh, go on then, Shari.
Because I've actually never had a job where I actually had to report into an office.
Really?
Yeah, my entire career has been virtual. I will tell you, it has gotten extremely better with the collaboration technologies that we have today. Because yes, I was one of those people working on one of those dinosaurs of a phone,
honey,
doing business all over
you
the
need
world.
to leave Sacramento. You need to move into like a real city like San Francisco. I mean, really?
Why? I don't need to. I have Spark. My gosh, now it's great living where I live.
Don't forget, we want to hear from you. If you are using Spark and you love it, we want to know. So send us your tweets and use hashtag CLUS. If you're in the world of solutions right now, I'm just a little bit jealous. Behind me, there's people lining up for food and drink. Ladies there, they're just smelling the food, thinking, I'm going to go get some in a minute. Hi. So we're going to get some food and a glass of wine shortly, aren't we, Shari?
Absolutely.
So do make sure that you come down to World Solutions. There's lots going on here if you are at the Mandalay Bay Convention Center in Las Vegas. If you're not and you're watching at home, maybe next year you'll consider coming down here to see us. I think they should.
I think they should.
Steve Malta, I can see that you are with another gentleman wearing a very colorful t-shirt. What are you doing? What are you up to?
I am. We're continuing to talk Spark down here on the show floor, but the fumes of the food are kind of starting to overwhelm us over here as well. I think both of us are a little on the desperate side. You guys said it. Everybody here is talking about Spark and really in so many different capacities. But right now, we're in the collaboration area. This is the area of the Spark RoomKit and RoomKit Plus demo. All right? So you guys want to come on down here. You want to check out what's going on. And for the next couple of moments, Peter Moody is over here with me. He's our manager of technical marketing. So already, has it been just an incredible day one? Has it been packed in here?
Well, I'm losing my voice, so I think that probably says a lot.
We're going to call that a win, basically?
We'll call that a win, yeah, absolutely.
So what are people coming in? First of all, what are the questions that they're asking? Do they understand what is going on with RoomKit under the Spark banner?
So probably the most important question that's being asked is, so do I have to deploy this in the Spark environment? Do I have to deploy this on the Spark platform? And the answer that we give is, you have the option.
Okay.
Here in the show, with all of our RoomKits that are set up, we've got them registered to Spark because it's easy, it's quick, and it just makes everything work.
Branded.
Yeah. But, of course, you can also register the RoomKits to your on-premise solution, whether that be VCS or CUCM. No problem at all.
All right, so let's kind of talk about this in the practical world, how people are actually using it. Can you give me a use case, maybe a couple of different use cases of the Cisco Spark RoomKit and the RoomKit Plus and how they're kind of affecting the customers that pick up this technology?
Absolutely. The use case for these systems is where you have a customized room that you want to have your own screens, so deploy them in a way that you want, whether they be side by side, above each other, a single screen, whatever you want, and you want to have the ability to actually have however the room laid out however you want. And then you also, of course, get the speaker tracking capability. So if we look over at this screen over here, we can see in a diagnostic mode, which everyone loves, you know, the diagnostic stuff.
It's also my crew, by the way, and they love this more than I can ever even begin to tell you.
Yeah, exactly. So where we see green boxes around people's faces, that tells us that we've detected a face.
Okay.
And then when we work out where the key speaker is, with using audio triangulation, we zoom in onto those speakers. So it's automatic pan, tilt, and zoom covering the active speakers in the room. So you don't have to do anything. You walk into the room, one button to push that green button, you're in the call, and you're talking to whoever you want, and they get the perfect view.
You know, you hit on exactly what I wanted to talk about, which is the simplicity aspect of things. When people come in and they say, well, how hard is this? How do I get hold of it? How easy is it to set up? And you're telling me...
It's one button to push, absolutely. Well, yeah, so we've got the touch panel here. Whoops, we've just gone out of that mode, so we'll just go back in. So if I...
you just showed it.
Yeah, I just did it. So basically one button to push is a green button when you come in, or if you're registered to Spark, it's even easier. Because when you come in, and you've got your Spark application sitting on your phone, you'll automatically pair with the system. When somebody calls you on Spark, you just say answer on the video system, and it automatically does it.
You know, it's amazing. Chuck, in his keynote this morning, he was talking about complexity being the enemy of progress, right? This is such a phenomenal example of how you make it easy straight out of the box. The opportunity for people to just pick this up and go directly into action with it in their own workplaces, exactly established to the way that they need to utilize the technology. As far as the people who are coming in and asking you, well, how can I use it? Are you able to give them some creative ability of how they can put it to best use for them?
Absolutely. So what you can add, of course, is the ability to use this touch panel here, which is a 10-inch touch panel, to integrate with third-party systems. So you can write your own controllers very, very simply, deploy them just like that, and you're able to control blinds, you're able to control the lights in the room, you're able to set the meeting in progress button or any of those sorts of things. Absolutely.
Really, really cool. I'm going to need to get this, and my wife is going to fight me on it. Okay, if we talk about some of the new innovations with Cisco Spark RoomKit, RoomKit Plus, what are the innovations that people may have said, oh, well, you know what, I heard a little bit about Spark a little while ago, but I never knew that RoomKit could do that. Give me a what do we never know that we could do?
Okay, so another thing is, and I'm just going to show it here, 4K sharing. For the first time ever, we can share 4K video. Wow. So this video that is right behind me,
gorgeous.
It's well, it's my house.
Oh, this is your house?
Yeah, this is a drone footage from last weekend.
All of a sudden, I feel very small.
So what we can do is 4K input, 4K screens, and we can share 4K as well. So for the first time ever, we're actually sharing 4K.
Really, really dynamic. It's incredibly powerful, and I think until you see it yourself in person, get down here to the show, check it out and see what the possibilities are. How do these room kits actually connect to the network? What's the technical method of that connection?
Physically, there are two options.
Okay.
You can plug it into an RJ45 connector, just like everyone else.
Okay.
But these are also Wi-Fi connectable. So you can actually put these onto your enterprise network using Wi-Fi, and away you go. So you can position them anywhere, physically anywhere in the organization. Obviously, the other side of connection is you can, as I said, you can register them to Spark. So you could do it from an executive's home office. You could do it from a branch office, anything like that. Takes away all of that complexity.
Amazing. More and more levels of simplicity. Peter, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to talk to you. I hope you talk to tons of people. I hope you get overwhelmed. I hope you completely lose your voice by Thursday afternoon. I don't mean that on the personal side. I mean it on the professional side. But thank you for sharing all of this with us. Guys, such cool stuff. And this is right next to the studio, in case you're wondering where it is. If you can find us in the studio, you can find us in RoomKit Plus, all right? So, Sherry, James, back up to you guys in the studio right next door.
Steve, thank you so much. We are looking for you, but we can't see you. We can hear you, but we can't see you. Sherry, I was just thinking for a moment about other ways that Spark could be used. So let's think about children in hospitals. We watched in Chuck Robbins' keynote today, he had the CEO of United Healthcare, and they showed a video of a woman who was suffering from cancer. She went to the hospital, met with her doctor, they then used a Spark board, they called the oncologist, and they had a meeting. And that got me thinking about children in hospitals. If they're suffering from an illness and they can't go to school, we have the potential of connecting the hospital to the school so the child doesn't miss any studies. How brilliant would that be?
Oh, you know what, James, it's not just brilliant, it's absolutely possible, and we're doing it right now. This time last year here at Cisco Live, we brought together healthcare, academia, and government to talk about how we break down the barriers to creating that possibility with immersive video for children who are who need episodic care and who are, getting treatment, and so So bridging them from their point in time in treatment to the classroom and then back home for the entire length of their treatment, which could be 6 weeks to 2 years, to ensure that they don't miss a beat with their classroom and their friends, and we create an extraordinary experience. We're doing it right now. We've got a pilot that's kicking off on the East Coast, sponsored by our very own Rowan Trollope, so more to come next year.
Oh, that's amazing. I had no idea that we had done that, Sherry.
Yes, we did. We talked about it last year, and we brought it to life this year, and hopefully we'll be able to tell you all about it next year.
So just some exciting ways that Spark is being used outside of the enterprise to connect healthcare, to connect education. So if you haven't yet downloaded Spark and started to use it, I really think you should. It will absolutely transform your life, your organization. Coming up in just a few moments, we're going to go to the Innovation Showcase Theater where Susie Wee, she is the lady of the hour. I think Chuck Robbins called her out 3 times.
By name. Actually, what he said was, he said breakthroughs are going to come through DevNet.
Through Susie Wee.
Yeah, through Susie Wee and DevNet.
So Susie Wee and the DevNet team are getting ready to deliver their innovation talk in the Innovation Showcase Theater. And they're actually going to have a guest speaker from Apple with them. They're going to be talking about how enterprises are now able to provide high quality Wi-Fi connections and give priority to business critical iOS and soon the Mac OS as well within the network environment. And of course, there is a DevNet zone here in Las Vegas. It's actually just somewhere behind me within the world of solutions. This year we brought the DevNet zone inside the world of solutions. Everything is under one roof. And Susie's going to be sharing some exciting innovations and knowing what's possible when we bring infrastructure and network together. Boom! How exciting is that, Shari?
Let me just tell you, it is what time? It's about 5:30, 6 o'clock. Have you ever heard Susie speak before? Because she is like drinking a cup of coffee. She has so much energy, which we'll need at 6 o'clock.
Susie Wee is brilliant, and what I love about her, she often brings her young daughter with her, and she'll walk around on stage carrying her daughter. She is a working mum, and she is ace. Let's go across to Susie Wee's DevNet Innovation Talk in the Showcase Theater. We'll see you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vice President and Chief Technology Officer, Cisco DevNet, Susie Wee.
Good evening, everybody. And for those of you around the world, good morning, good afternoon, and good night. So today what I want to talk about is innovation, and innovation particularly in the rise of the network-powered developer. I have the fortune of having been on the innovation side. I've been an innovator for most of my career. And in working on this, I've actually had the fortune of participating in a number of really important innovations that have disrupted industry. And so what I'm going to do is talk about a few of those really briefly, and then talk about the innovation that all of us are in right now. And then also bring our guest speaker from Apple to talk about how we're changing the world with Apple and Cisco. So first of all, let's start out by taking a look at a few innovations. So I was fortunate to be able to work on the transition from analog television to digital television. And that was a big change in workflows. It was a big change in the experience. But moving from analog to digital was a fundamentally big disruption for the entire industry. I also had the fortune of working on the transition from analog mobile phones, from audio mobile phones to video, mobile video. And this is about more than just putting cameras and video screens on devices. It's also the change of going from a voice network to a data and video network, and all of the services that come along with that. And then I was fortunate to participate in the change from postage-size video conferencing to immersive face-to-face video conferencing. And this was a change not only in technology, but it was also a change in user experience where we could have very natural face-to-face communication without thinking about the technology. So all of these represent advances in technology, advances in a user experience, and more importantly, changes in the entire ecosystem. So why is a CTO working on a developer program? Why is the DevNet team working on a developer program? It's because we view that this is a way to take innovation to a whole new level, to where we together as an industry are innovating. And our goal is to catalyze innovations across the industry using the platforms and APIs that we offer. So DevNet is Cisco's developer program, but DevNet is about catalyzing innovation. And when we started DevNet, we thought it was about coding. We were going to help people code. And of course, we're going to provide developer support. We're going to teach you about APIs and provide SDKs. But then what we found is that all of you were crazy about learning. And it turned out that learning was our killer app for DevNet. Because all of you, our entire ecosystem of partners, our entire ecosystem of developers, network professionals, they're all crazy about learning new skills, and you guys have all transformed the industry by making networks around the world and bringing internet to the world, and everybody's crazy about learning this next level of software. Now here's the change that's going on in the industry. The big transformation that's in front of all of us is that there's a change in how applications are meeting the infrastructure. So in the past, app developers would develop their applications. The network and IT professionals would make their network and their infrastructure. And the app developers would do the best that they could, and then the infrastructure would try to make sure to provide the compute, the storage, and the networking to carry those apps and that data. And then this started to change with DevOps. So now the infrastructure is a cloud infrastructure, and with applications you want continuous integration and deployment, and very rapidly deploy your new applications on the infrastructure. But many of you have heard about the new networking launch that we've done, where we're entering a new era of networking, where now the infrastructure is programmable. The infrastructure has APIs. And what does that mean? That means that applications can benefit from the network and the infrastructure in a way that it never has before. Applications don't have to just ride on top, but now we can provide benefits to applications and developers, and those can work together very well. So applications and infrastructure have a whole new meaning when they come together. So the network now can give your app superpowers, because all of the capabilities that the network provides, like security and performance, all of that is now available to applications. And so you've seen the new network, which is about DNA Center, the central control and command center for the network, as well as the intent-based network, and what's involved there with the Cat9K, as well as with the encrypted threat analytics. And all of this is coming to an intent-based network that learns, that provides context, and that can really deliver this next set of experiences. And another thing that's going on in the industry is that developers are innovating. So according to Cybersecurity Business Report, developers will write 111 billion lines of code in 2017. All of those lines of code are running on a network and an infrastructure. And together with this innovation, developers are innovating, is also a big change that we're all involved in, which is the rise of the infrastructure developer and the rise of the network developer. What this shows is our first DevNet zone at Cisco Live US in San Francisco 3 years ago. We founded DevNet 3.5 years ago. We had no idea if our audience was ready for software. We just popped up a DevNet zone, 24-hour hackathon, deep dive API sessions, and what happened was this. It was packed. People were hungry to learn. Now, 3 years later, some of those infrastructure developers are top-notch. The best infrastructure developers I know are head-to-head with the best application developers I know. And that's because people have embraced the technology and they have learned. And we went from 55,000 developers at that time 3 years ago to now 455,000 developers in DevNet. That's all of you picking up the skills, learning what you need in software in this new generation of networking. They're from 33,000 different companies. People are hungry to learn. They've completed 72,000 learning labs to learn about the newest technologies. We have a developer sandbox that has real kit, hardware, routers, software, contact centers, everything. And collectively, you have all spent over 28 years of time in the sandbox writing your code. Incredible. So now let's take a look at what happens where apps meet infrastructure in a number of areas. First, in the programmable network. Next, in security in the cloud. Then let's look at how apps meet people, places, and things, and where apps meet intelligence in business, which comes from the infrastructure. So first is, underneath the new network, the intent-based network, is the DNA architecture, the digital network architecture. And some of the announcements on top of that were that we have the Cat9Ks, the new family of products, which includes iOS XE, our new iOS operating system for the Cat9Ks. It is programmable. That's the key area, is that it's programmable down to the device itself. Inside of it is an ASIC. That ASIC is programmable. And that's how we can actually understand and look at and analyze packets at the network level at line rates. And that's where innovations like encrypted threat analytics have come from. We're looking at encrypted network packets and then able to detect malware from the patterns of those packets that are moving by encrypted at line rates. So that's an incredible innovation where development has met the network and provided an entirely new capability. And then we have software-defined access and assurance, as well as DNA Center, which are now providing programmability across the entire network fabric. If we go over to the data center, in the data center, we also have our Nexus line, and the Nexus line has OpenNXOS as its operating system. We have UCS, which has UCS Director and Manager, which helps the programmability of your compute, and ACI and Tetration to look at the assets across your data center and do the policy and the orchestration and the analytics that are necessary to optimize what's going on in the data center. So what does this mean? All of this means that the network is a platform for developers. This network is a platform for developers. There's APIs built into the network. Apps can now run in the network, not just on top, like they always have been. Apps can now ask the network for the resources that it needs. Apps can get on-demand resources from this programmable network. And then apps can also benefit from built-in network layer security, so they can be protected from the core. And what this brings up is a new generation of network-powered applications that can actually use those capabilities in the network, as well as a new breed of developers who are network-powered developers, which includes both IT and network professionals who are learning to use the power of the network APIs, as well as app developers who can understand the power of using the network. So then this also shows the example of where apps meet security, because we know that security is built into the infrastructure. As we go to IoT and cloud applications, we know that the attack surface of your system grows tremendously. But by using tools like network segmentation and encrypted threat analytics, what we can do is actually shrink the attack surface of that network. We can segment the network to ensure that security is done in the right way, and your applications can benefit from that. You can use the network as a sensor, and that's what we're doing for encrypted threat analytics. And then you can bring the network to be the enforcer to then protect from bad traffic, to protect from malware, to protect from threats. So this is very key in where applications meet security. And now, there's also a world where the definition of infrastructure is changing. So we've been in an era where the definition of infrastructure was networking, compute, and storage. But as we go on to the world of digitization and the Internet of Things, your building is now infrastructure. You have badging systems, elevators, HVAC systems. They're all digitized. Your vending machines are digitized. You have security cameras, manufacturing lines. These are all digitized. These are all things that are coming into your network, but this is all part of your infrastructure. And so, as we're taking a look at this, you don't want your security cameras on the same network segment as your vending machines. So this is a place where you can actually get network-level security by building your network in the right way, using the programmability that's been announced. So then as we take a look, we can see where apps meet people, places, and things. Where apps meet people, we have Cisco Spark. And with Spark, we're changing how people are communicating and collaborating and building it into things like the whiteboard and the Spark board, which adds, again, infrastructure to your collaboration. With Meraki, you are not only getting wireless connectivity from your infrastructure, you're getting context, you're getting information about people, you're getting location and proximity, and that provides incredible insights to applications that app developers love. With Jasper, you can now include cellular connectivity of things. What does that mean? That means you can take a vending machine, drop it in the bottom of a subway station, and have it connected in part of your system, in your network. You can take your robotic arms in your manufacturing plants, have those all connected. Cars that are not connected in one place, but they can have cellular connections and become part of your system. So this is where apps meet people, places, and things are coming together with the infrastructure. And even if we take a look at business value and insights that you can get from the infrastructure, with App Dynamics, we have a customer, the Royal Bank of Scotland, who asked the following question. Do you know what our busiest bank branch is in the UK? That's a good question. Can the infrastructure help answer this question? Yes, they can. Because people who are making transactions pull out their mobile phone and try to start that transaction. Their application goes into the system, interacts with many other systems and applications. And as this is happening, what App Dynamics can do is actually tell you, these are the applications that were called. These are the APIs that were called. This is how often they were called and how they're connected. And from that, the infrastructure can provide the answer that says, do you know what our busiest bank branch is in the UK? It's our mobile app on the 7:15 a.m. train to Paddington. So simple, but that answer comes from the infrastructure. So where apps meet intelligence is that analytics are now built into the infrastructure. You can use apps and APIs as a sensor, and you can gain business insights from how these are called. And then these business insights can be used to fuel other apps and solutions that you can build. So it's amazing the power that you get as you understand what's going on in the infrastructure. So next, what I would like to do is I would like to invite up our guest from Apple to talk about where apps meet the infrastructure from a leader in consumer and enterprise applications. So Jeremy Butcher is the head of enterprise product management for Apple, and he's been working on iOS, macOS, in enterprise product management from before the iPhone was invented. Jeremy, please join us.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clicker. Thank you. Let me grab my water here. Well, thanks, everybody. Glad to be here. Appreciate the time. We'll dive right in and really kind of level set around what businesses are doing with mobility to really reinvent themselves, something that we're really excited about, something that we've seen happening quite a bit for a number of years. But for as much as you see up here on the slide, for as many great use cases as we know exist, we also know that we're really just getting started. We really are in the beginning of this process where businesses are doing things to reinvent themselves with mobility. You've probably seen us talk about this, and you've probably done some things yourself, but I think you can all agree that for as many things that you have done to reinvent your business with mobility, there are probably more, if not maybe the same, that haven't been reinvented. And so that's why we're so excited about the power of Apple devices in enterprise. So, you mentioned the rise of the developer. We could not agree more, something that we're pretty aligned on here. This is something that we've talked about a little bit publicly for a number of years, which is the economy that's really been built up around developers and the platforms that we've built. 1.5 million jobs in the US alone, either created or supported by the App Store. Now, you might be thinking about this in the context of consumer apps and games, but the reality is that we have about 250,000 apps on the App Store that are actually for business. And that doesn't even take into account all of the great apps that many of you have built that never touch the App Store, that are what we call custom in-house apps outside of this number. So we think there's a huge opportunity, and it's something that has grown quite a bit. But we really do think, while all of the apps that have been created are a great start, they really pave the path for transformation, there needs to be a little bit more that takes place in order for transformation to really happen. And so if you look at that, that's the apps, devices, and the network working together in an integrated approach. And that's something like security being thought through from top to bottom across the board. And so that's what I kind of want to walk through with you today, is how we see this playing out, especially with some of the solutions that we've built over the last couple of years with Cisco. But we want to do that kind of in the context of a specific industry, maybe healthcare as an example. So let's take a quick look. What do apps, the device, and the network need to do for this transformation to happen so that nurses and doctors and patients in a healthcare organization can actually have this transformational experience? Well, we think, first of all, that the app, the device, and the network need to deliver seamless connectivity. So as the doctor or the nurse roams around what, as you all know, is a huge environment within a hospital, they have seamless roaming, something that they shouldn't even need to think about. They're moving from access point to access point, and they have no interruption in connectivity. So in this space, we've worked with Cisco to bring adaptive 802.11r to the masses, a technology that's been around for a while, but that many people, many organizations didn't deploy because it required a separate network. There were interoperability problems, and really something that was this potential that wasn't taken advantage of. And so adaptive 802.11r brings this seamless connectivity to the masses. Well, what else do we think that the device, the app, and the network needs to do together? Well, we think that they need to prioritize business-critical traffic. You, especially in a healthcare context, have doctors and nurses that are trying to practice medicine, but you also have patients that are on the network and that are consuming all sorts of bandwidth, maybe waiting for their appointment, maybe they're getting treatment, and you want to make sure that the right information is making its way to the right people at the right time. And so in this space, we've worked together with Cisco to build QoS into the mobile device experience with iOS and the Cisco network. We call this Fast Lane, and we do this and the roaming that I just mentioned through a special handshake that we have with the Cisco network that's built into iOS devices. It basically allows the iOS device and the Cisco network to communicate with each other out of band and actually communicate with each other about what capabilities each side of the equation brings to the table. And that's what allows us to do certain things like this. What else do we think that the network, the device, and app should do? Well, we think they should adapt to changing conditions. especially as we talked about, people are roaming around. The network is changing constantly, or at least the utilization of the network is changing all the time. And we want to put information in your hands so that you can make intelligent decisions based on information that maybe only the device has at any given time. The network is already incredibly intelligent. The device is very intelligent about what it does, and what we're doing with Cisco is actually bringing that together to bring Wi-Fi analytics all the way into the network from the device. And the last thing we want to talk about that we think that the app, the device, and the network should do is really secure everything from end to end. We don't want to have these things working independently, and so while the network is incredibly secure, and we know that iOS devices are incredibly secure, we want them working together to make sure that IT has the visibility and the control to understand maybe specific things like which apps are getting access to which data at any given time. And so we're working with Cisco on this front as well with Cisco Security Connector. And so that is really what we mean when we're talking about apps, devices, and the network working together. It's providing a seamless experience. It's providing the best performance possible. It's making sure that you're equipped with the most information that you can have in order to make intelligent decisions, and maybe have the network do some of those things for you. And then it all brings it together, making sure that everything's secure from end to end. And so, like I said, we've worked on a bunch of different things with Cisco over the last couple of years. Many of them are actually available now, and we have even more that's coming with updates from Cisco and Apple this fall. And so we thought we'd just take a second to talk through some of these things, maybe point out a couple of them that I haven't mentioned already. But with that, I'll turn it back over to Susie, at least momentarily, before I chime back in. So thank you all for your time.
Yes. Thank you. So Jeremy, we've been working together for quite some time, a number of years, to unveil these solutions.
Yes.
And so how are we seeing it in terms of, you see a true benefit in how applications can benefit from the network and the devices? Are you seeing a true synergy there?
Yeah, I mean, the reality is we know for a fact that these are dramatic improvements. If you think about the battery life improvements, the lower latency with things like roaming, if you think about the performance improvements with quality of service, we know that there are real benefits to be had, and we're really, like I said, in the very early stages of just getting the word out. We have folks that are rolling out the latest versions of AirOS, the latest versions of iOS, to take advantage of all this, but I think that it's just one of those things that we're going to be telling people about and evangelizing to make sure that everybody just knows about it, because we think the potential is so big.
Great.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Cool.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jeremy.
I'll give you a clicker. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So I hope that shows you examples of very concrete ways that applications can work together with the network and with our Apple devices to really make that tie beneficial for the experiences that we're giving to people in the enterprise. And all of this comes together in where apps meet infrastructure in terms of the programmable network, in terms of security in the cloud, in terms of impacting people, places, and things, and adding intelligence and being able to get business insights for those. So that's a tremendous partnership that we have with Apple. So thank you. So what does this mean for all of us and for all of you? So we were talking about the network-powered app developer and the network-powered IT developer. So this means that the network-powered app developer can fast lane enable their iOS apps and their macOS apps. And once those are fast lane enabled, our network-powered IT developers can fast lane enable your network to be able to understand and accelerate the performance of these applications. And something that we're announcing is that with DevNet, you can actually, the app developers can get a DevNet Fastlane validation for those applications that they create. And then our IT professionals can actually now choose and select the Fastlane validated apps to run on your network. So this opens tremendous possibility in the types of control that you can provide in giving the best experience possible for your customers. So another big area that we're working on is where applications meet society. And I'm going to talk and announce a new partnership that we have with the Department of Commerce in the United States, in which what has happened is the government has opened up over 200 data sets that range from census data to data about public transportation to information about where homeless shelters are. And what we're doing is partnering with the Opportunity Project, and the Opportunity Project actually has problem statements that we can solve as a community to help solve problems like feeding the homeless, or helping veterans, or helping to improve education. So we have the Opportunity Project here in the DevNet zone, and we invite you all to join up, because as DevNet, we're going to sponsor some projects and try to form teams with all of you who want to participate to solve some real societal problems that we have in our community. So bringing this all together, we talked about the power of the network-powered developer. That network-powered developer can be an app developer, it can be an IT and network professional. And DevNet is all about providing you with the tools and resources that you need to become and further accelerate being that network-powered developer. So one thing that we're releasing as part of the new networking launch is we're releasing a new DevNet DNA Developer Center. And here with the DNA Developer Center, we have learning tracks for you to learn about the programmability that you need. We have a developer sandbox that has iOS XE, as well as next week we'll have the Catalyst 9300 that you can use in code in the sandbox. We have training around iOS XE and information on the SDA ecosystem, and we'll have Network Data Platform coming soon. So these are all resources that you can use today. In addition, we have new resources for you around data center programmability, which includes a new DevNet Express track to teach you about data center infrastructure programmability with ACI, UCS, NXOS, Ansible. And so we have a whole new series of tools as well as developer environments in our sandbox for all of you to get started on data center programmability and get hands-on as you go. Many of you are here in Las Vegas, where we have the DevNet Zone, which is our biggest show of the year. But in addition, we're having DevNet Express events around the world, and we've teamed up with our Cisco SEs, our systems engineers, who are now running DevNet Express events. We've had them in Pittsburgh, Jakarta, and Sydney. We've had them in Costa Rica, Brazil, Mexico. Last week, we had our first DevNet Express events in South Africa. So we are bringing DevNet Express to all of you around the world, and you can participate in these events. And for those of you who are here in Las Vegas, you can now go to the DevNet Zone, where you can actually participate in escape rooms, testing your skills on using IoT APIs. You can do mini hacks with products like Meraki and Jasper. You can get in hands-on workshops. You can also see the Cat 9300 in action with live demos for them in working. We've actually added design thinking to DevNet, and there's a design thinking panel as well as a design thinking booth to help you think about the solutions that you're providing for your customers. And in addition, you can go and sign up for the DevNet Opportunity Project and meet our collaborators from the Department of Commerce. And also, you can meet our collaborators from Apple, where you can learn more about Apple iOS Fastlane and see actual demos of this taking place. So the thing is that we're all here in the middle and the beginning of a new industry transition in how applications are hitting the infrastructure. And as we really gain and leverage the power that's provided by the new types of programmability that's enabled in the network, this gets us to a whole new era of applications and of experiences where applications meet the infrastructure. So you have all been building up your skills, and what we have is a whole new set of skills that you can build to embrace and create this next transformation for the era ahead. So thank you all, and I look forward to working all of you as we build this new ecosystem together. Thank you.
I just love those superheroes up there, guys. Welcome back to the studio. I am Steve Moulter. It is great to have you here, and what an amazing kickoff to Cisco Live US 2017. We're so glad that you've all been watching all day long. I want to give you kind of a sense of the things that are going on here throughout the course of the day. We have had so much fun stuff here happening throughout the course of the day already. We are building the next generation of networking here at the show, and it's such an honor to be able to talk to so many great executives and so many of the great partners that we have here at the show and really get their sense of what the future of networking innovation looks like. That is why we come to this show. That is why we're here at Cisco Live, and it all kicked off, it seems like 48 hours ago, when Chuck gave us a great keynote here at the top of the day to really launch the conference and get us exactly where it is that we needed to be. And again, as you can see throughout the course of the week, we've been getting these phenomenal innovation showcases as well. We just finished another one. Susie Wee was out here with us, and she gave us a great talk on the rise of the network-powered developer. Again, more partnerships, right? So Chuck was able to talk to Tim Cook from Apple this morning. Well, guess who's back in at the end of the day here with Susie? More conversations with Apple, talking about iOS, talking about all of those different capabilities that we are able to create when we work together. And part of this last show, this last half an hour, that we are going to do here together is going to be really very heavily focused on partnerships. So earlier this afternoon, I had a chance to talk to James Greener from IBM. In just a moment, we're going to have another great IBM talk on the heels of a great conversation that Eric had earlier today in the Innovation Showcase. Just a moment, we're going to be able to head out to Lauren, who is going to talk with Susie Wee back out in that Innovation Showcase. We're going to throw to her in just a moment. We're going to give an opportunity to kind of wrap this up and really put a button on everything that happened throughout the course of the day and get the feedback and the thoughts from all of my co-hosts here in the Cisco TV studio. But for all of us, it's just been an amazing opportunity for us to walk around, to chat with one another. I'm kind of looking down over here at the video area, and if I have got this right, Lauren, can you hear me back down there in the Innovation Showcase? I see you and Susie are hanging out together.
We are, and I'm so excited to be hanging out with Susie finally. Yes, so Susie just gave a great Innovation Showcase talk on DevNet Zone, which it's just grown leaps and bounds, but you guys weren't small to begin with. Tell us a little bit about how you've started DevNet Zone and how it's grown.
Yeah, it's amazing. We actually started the DevNet Zone here at Cisco Live US 3 years ago. And we started DevNet just a half a year before that. And really what we did was we said, software is really important. So we want to have a software strategy, but developers are really important. How can we give people the training that they need?
Yeah.
So our dream was to have a developer conference at Cisco Live. We worked with the Cisco Live folks who said, yeah, we wanted to have it a year and a half from now. They said, why don't you have it this May? We're like, no, we just started. But we threw it together. We had a 24-hour hackathon, deep dive API sessions. We had no idea if our audience was ready for it, and interested, but we just popped it up and it was packed. It was packed. Our audience was ready. Our Cisco Live attendees were so ready to learn about software, and just they were there.
Situation, right? You always hear, well, if I'm a network engineer, do I have to become a programmer? And vice versa, I'm sure, but it doesn't have to be that deep, right? Like, you can kind of dabble and you can dig yourself deeper and deeper as you go.
Absolutely. Well, you know, we've had the new networking launch about the intuitive network and the intent-based network. That new network is programmable. It's programmable from top to bottom, down to the ASIC. The ASIC is programmable. Now, first of all, anybody can use it. It has a really good user experience. The DNA Center, anybody can use it. But if you want to dig deeper and get even more value, you can learn those software skills.
Sure.
A networker doesn't have to become a hardcore coder, but they need to become a power user of software.
Yeah.
And we can give them the training that they need to just pick up those skills to become a power user of software.
I love that terminology. You know, I used to be an ACI TME, and I started getting into the APIs of ACI because it was just made so easy. You know, like back in the day when you had to figure it all out yourself and write the you know, REST calls to the code and all that. It was overwhelming, right? But it is easier now, and with DevNet Zone too.
Yeah, absolutely. The tools are out there to learn about software, but with DevNet, what we're doing is teaching people about software in the context of what they do. And this whole new era of programmability is that, now you can actually take a look at that network and program it at every level or get value from it at every level.
So you say we can program it down to the ASIC, right? What does that do for us, though? What does this new programmable network do? You were talking about, being the catalyst for innovation. What are these innovations that you're actually seeing right now, or on the horizon, let's say?
Yeah, well, no, there's a few. There's some that we have done already. The team has done the encrypted threat analytics.
Sure, okay.
That's amazing. Network data running around the network, it's encrypted. We can detect malware on that data that's just traversing by. That's done by the ASIC at line rates. It's incredible. That's just programming. That's software.
It almost seems like it's feeding itself, too. Like you're taking the context from the analytics and then programming things, and then it's like kind of a feeding loop almost.
It is, and that's at the base level. And then at a higher level, applications can benefit from the network. So the thing is that the network has really never been for app developers, but the apps just have ridden on top. But now what happens is the apps can actually get resources from the network because the network is programmable. The apps can now get network level security from the network.
That's amazing.
So that's amazing. App developers love that because they don't want to deal with it.
Right.
They definitely want their stuff to be secure.
Right.
They want good performance.
It has to be.
So with an API, you can get the information that you need.
That's awesome. So we've talked about it a little bit, but tell people where they can go, how they can learn, what the sandbox is, what we really want people to dive into.
So there's a few things. So first of all, they can go online at developer.cisco.com, and over there we have all of our resources for free. We have learning labs and learning tracks that can go from coding 101 or even networking 101 for an app developer, all the way to very advanced classes for learning about ACI, to learning about automation and all of these things. In addition, we have a developer sandbox. So you don't just have to code theoretically.
I love that.
But you also don't have to buy a routers yourself and get it. We have it all set up in the sandbox so that people can just get in there and code on real kit in the sandbox. In addition, we're having DevNet Express events around the world.
Pittsburgh, Jakarta.
Exactly, Pittsburgh, Jakarta, South Africa, which is incredible. And we've teamed up with the Cisco SEs, and they're helping us to actually run these DevNet Express events around the world in people's local languages. And so that's incredible because you can learn about network programmability, cloud collaboration, and just recently data center programmability. And you can actually get it in a town near you, which is incredible.
I hope it comes to Indy soon for me. I want to go to one.
Absolutely. And then out here, if you're here at Cisco Live, you can go to the DevNet Zone. And in the DevNet Zone, we have, this is our biggest show of the year, here at Cisco Live US. And what we have there is, in addition to the learning tracks and the deep dive API sessions, we have hands-on workshops where you can just pull out your laptop and code, and you learn from, an expert. And then we also have the escape room. So the escape room where you can actually, test your skills. So use your IoT skills and build your way and find your way out of the escape room.
That's awesome.
Really exciting stuff.
Thank you so much, Susie. Thanks for jumping up right after your innovation talk. Steve, are you ready for us?
You guys, really great job. Susie, Lauren, thank you guys so much. Very, very exciting. And I'm glad Susie actually kind of went right where we want to go next. We're going to keep talking about DevNet for another couple of minutes. Huge part of Cisco Live. It is so powerful, and it's such a great opportunity to meet with the people who are creating the latest innovations. What we want to do now is show you a great DevNet video that features some of those things Susie just talked about. We're talking escape rooms. We are talking about model trains, foosball tables. Lauren and Rob had way too much fun. Go ahead and check out the video.
Good timing. Let's stop the game for a little while. Tom, thanks so much for joining. We're here in DevNet Zone at Cisco Live. Tell us a little bit about, what we're doing here. I see a train around a track here. What is that all about?
So welcome to Cisco DevNet. We're bigger and better than ever before at Vegas this year. We have learning labs over here, which you see, which is self-paced labs that you can learn lots of new technology about our front end. We have a train going around, as you can see, which is our connected cities. Gathers lots of IoT. That's right, a load of IoT data that we can gather there. We have DevNet theaters where people are discussing panels and new technologies that are available. classrooms so you can get hands-on with our kit. We have workstations, which are small, intimate ways of talking to the new technologies that we have. And it's all extremely developer-focused here. This is the one place where developers go in Cisco to learn about our new technologies and our interfaces.
This has gotten bigger every year, I've noticed, and Cisco's really, I mean, in my opinion, Cisco's really been embracing the APIs, so I'm so happy you guys are here teaching, you know, the network engineers how to do it and teaching the developers how to work with network engineers and networking equipment too. We're here playing foosball. People might be wondering what's going on here, so tell us a little bit about, you know, the Arduinos you have rigged up and what's going on.
So this is a little showcase of what you might do with a couple of Cisco's technologies. And what we've done is basically digitized table football. So you can see the little Arduinos on either side. And what we've done basically is allow you to register a goal via some breaker systems. And then that'll feed back into some of our sandbox labs that we have, 24/7 access to Cisco's technology completely free. And that registers that a goal's been struck. And after 5 goals, somebody wins and a video plays on our MediaSense system that then shows them that they've won.
Are there rules if the other person doesn't score at all? I mean, we had different rules in college. I don't know, what DevNet zone.
Yeah, DevNet rules are you can get whitewashed quite easily, so it's all good.
All right, well, let's get back to our game. Let's go check out what Rob's doing in the rest of DevNet Zone, too.
Cheers.
Drone notified. Really not sure what Hank's talking about here. All I know is when Hank does tell us something, it's usually really, really good, and everybody else here seems to think so. This is the kind of experts you get when you're at DevNet, and I'm just scratching the surface. So as soon as we finish with Hank, we'll go. One of the things I love about DevNet is the fact that I feel like this is an anthropomorphized version of everything you can do online. The difference is when you come here, you get to interact with physical objects in a way maybe you haven't thought of. And this train is probably one of the best examples. Every year, the team that builds this stuff, and they go to all the conferences, they take it up another level. And this year, it's all wireless. PoE wireless for all of the devices. They're going through Meraki wireless for the wireless access for all of that, and then it runs through the IoT data platform. I don't remember all the names, but all I know is that people can come in here and with every single technology Cisco offers, you can play with the APIs, run through some scenarios, so no matter what your level of knowledge is, you could learn something and make it happen over here. From the traffic analysis to retail stores and banking scenarios to things that get much more difficult where you have to know the code, such as going a little bit deeper with Python. In fact, in a moment, I'm going over to the escape room. If you've got the ability to pass this device level introduction class, you can go see if you can break out of the escape room. DevNet built an escape room, which means you got to know how to get in this place and a little bit of coding. But the question is, the people that are in there, are they smart enough to get back out of the room? You can do it.
Oh man, just so much fun stuff to do here at the show. Year after year, we talk about what a power player DevNet is within Cisco and how much DevNet allows us to do, how much they allow us to see. These are the people who are really driving the future. And fortunately, right here in the studio for the next couple of minutes, we get to kind of continue that conversation, talk about how we're driving automation and Cisco's digital network architecture. So we're going to do this by kind of talking a little Cisco, a little partner. We're going to go ahead and do this in 2 different directions. So I've got Rick Rasby here with me, managing business development for enterprise switching here at Cisco, and then I've got Rick Sherman with us, lead engineer for Puppet. So first thing I want to do, tell me just a little bit about Puppet, what it is that you guys do.
Yeah, so Puppet's the leading DevOps tool that's been around for about 10 or 12 years now. Predominantly came from the systems background, but we've been really expanding our network configuration management with partnerships with Cisco over the last year or 2.
Okay, perfect. So let's talk about the nature of the partnership. I'm really glad to have you guys here because I think this really goes to the nature of the partnership thing that is so important to Cisco, really on so many different levels, and development is really a big part of it on DevNet. It's so important. So let's go ahead and talk about how Puppet and Cisco are working together today to really help drive automation in DNA, in our digital network architecture. And Rick, let's go ahead and kick this one off with you.
Okay, yeah, that's great. So we've been working with Puppet for a number of years. We have solutions in our data center space with Puppet integration on our Nexus platforms, and we wanted to extend that into the enterprise DNA market. So we've been working with Puppet, we've shared with them our APIs, what we're doing. We've provided Puppet access, early access to DevNet, shared roadmaps with them, and really helped them kickstart their integration through our open APIs in the DNA architecture. So they're integrated into the virtual and physical device layer in iOS XE. They can interoperate with the new Catalyst 900 platforms, existing ISR 4000 platforms, ASR 1000 platforms, our virtual ISR-V, CSR 1000, and other iOS XE platforms coming forward. So we've really worked with Puppet to build this integration that meets the needs of both of our customers.
Okay, perfect. So let's go ahead and let's get that from the other perspective as well. I mean, from the Puppet side, if I ask the same question, how do you feel that the partnership has really benefited?
I mean, it's been absolutely wonderful. The support that we get from Cisco, not just in the business side, but the engineering side within DevNet, in the field, it's really been bar none, right? Cisco has really taken a hands-on approach to making sure that we're successful as a partner, and the tools that we're building, on their behalf, if you will, to start bringing automation to a wider audience.
All right, great. So double beneficial there. All right, so again, as we progress in the nature of these combined powers, what is it that we are able to do together that we would not be able to do independently if we were able to break this out on our own?
Right, so one of the big things we've delivered through DNA is open interfaces at every layer, and what we've enabled now is an open integration with Puppet. So we have customers who might be running Puppet today, and this provides them a way to extend their automation capabilities beyond their data center into their campus and wide area network environments, and use a single tool chain to manage their entire network.
Okay, great. All right, so let's talk about how DevNet in particular has enabled Puppet to be able to get the most out of your collaboration with us. Again, great partnership, strong partnership between the two companies. What do you see as being the prime payoff?
I really think that it's the power of the API being exposed to a broader audience, right? So Cisco's done an amazing job being really committed to open APIs. There's tons of examples, lots of documentation, but for us, it's really being able to expand that out to make it accessible to everybody, right? So that's kind of the Puppet mantra, is empowering everyone to, use these tools in the ways that they're most familiar with.
And is that really one of the biggest parts of the story, is the broader the reach, the better. The more people that can be touched by this technology, everybody wins. It's a raise all boats scenario.
Exactly, it's all about our customers and what our customers need. We're not trying to force solutions onto our customers. They have workflows, they have processes they want to use and extend. And we're enabling that in an open standards-based manner.
All right, great. So let's talk a little bit about the future. What is kind of the next phase of this? What does the future hold, not only for the partnership, but for Cisco and for Puppet in terms of the network automation space that we are playing in today?
So from a Cisco perspective, we've talked about iOS XE this week at Cisco Live and part of the DNA Center. We are expanding iOS XE coverage beyond the Catalyst platforms, beyond the SIR platforms. You'll see more and more Cisco products for the enterprise market being built on iOS XE, and that naturally extends the Puppet integration into these new products as they come to market.
Okay, all right, great.
Yeah,
you want to go ahead and sort of tackle the same thing? Because I kind of feel like we should get it from both perspectives here.
Well, no, I mean, as Rob says, really about ubiquity, right? I mean, the network drives the entire business. And to be able to automate your applications or your business logic, you have to have those underpinnings. So as we proceed with newer platforms that have this type of support, we're able to manage different types of workloads that we haven't been able to do previously.
All right, great. So people need to come and visit, right? They need to go over, talk to you guys, find out exactly what this is all about, where are they going to go, what are kind of the next steps for people? Where should they go to check out more and learn a little bit more about what you're doing together?
Yeah, so at puppet.com, obviously you can get information about Puppet, the product. You can download a learning VM that'll take you through steps to get familiar with the product and kind of gradually take you through that. We also have the Puppet Forge, which is our collection of different modules. So that's where you can start getting that Cisco content.
Fantastic. All right, guys, it's been such a pleasure to talk to you. Rick Sherman, Rob Grasby, so glad to have you guys here. It's a pleasure to talk to you, and again, late in the day, so thank you. Hope you're both going to have a great week here at the show, and it's been a pleasure to talk with you. All right, so my buddy Rob Boyd, he is wandering around somewhere out there in the middle of the main campus, and I believe he is in the heart of the WAS, which is where the NOC is, the Network Operations Center. I had an opportunity to talk with Sean Curtis over in the NOC a little bit earlier, but Rob, you've found a different buddy out there, haven't you?
No, I'm having a great time out here, but I was trying to think, did you say Network Aspiration Center?
Did I say the Aspiration Center?
I'm not sure, but no, they're very aspirational, but these guys are rock solid, man. This is the actual Operations Center, and one thing I love here, so thank you for that, Steve. One thing I love here, first let me introduce JW.
JW McIntyre.
Perfect, he says the whole thing. It sounds like a TV show, like you should be like driving a Ferrari through Hawaii, or that was probably someone else. Anyway, so, it's a long day, isn't it? the Network Operations Center, you guys, obviously, you build everything out here. It's one of the unique things we do for the conference. But there's always new stories to tell. You guys are always pushing the envelope. One of the things I noticed is you've really exposed the equipment much more. You're letting the guys out front. You're doing more tours. Seems like you're more front and center. Is that a change, or is that just something I didn't notice before?
Well, it's something that we've been working towards the last few years to try and do more and more each year, right? Get the customers more involved, let them see, what we're doing and how we're doing it. We try to improve every year, obviously. We were fortunate enough to get some great sponsorship stuff this year. You can see the racks, we've got a full containment system around, and we got in-row cooling. We really got everything up there nice and clean for everybody to see the product and see how it's meant to be installed, instead of us just showing up and taking our 3 days to try and make it work. We're actually taking our 3 days to try and make it right.
So do you guys build the entire network for this event in 3 days?
We take a year planning and building it. Architecting the thing is a big project. We have about 3 days on site to get it up and running, though. So when we arrive here, all the equipment comes in. You can see we've got 5 racks. We've got another couple racks of distribution in the MDF of the property here, as well as another distribution at the Bellagio and one at the Grand. So it's quite a bit of equipment. We've got 3 days to get it online and connected here. We do come out about a week in advance and connect all the IDFs and get link to the other properties, so we're not troubleshooting links, stuff like that. We get our fiber cleaned and connected and verify that everything's good. And that way when we show up on site, we get to build the NOC. We put all this together, this whole booth gets built, all the rigging and truss, lighting, all that's a pretty big production, right? And then we put out about 560 switches this year, access layer on the floor, a whole boatload of cabling, and we took over about 2,300 access points from MGM Grand, which is a big change from last year. So we migrated those to our controllers. We're running everything on our network, but they own the APs.
So, and I cheat a little bit because you told me about this, but then it became abundantly clear this was the case. I noticed there are no Wi-Fi poles that we always see that seem to be a part of every conference we go to here. Does that have something to do with what you've done with the facility here?
Exactly, yeah. So in prior years, obviously Cisco event, we're trying to put our best foot forward and get a nice high density environment that we can get all our users online. In previous years, that meant augmenting the existing network. So last year, we put out about 600 APs on poles, in particular in the public space hallways, to try and get not only the good density, but also triangulation for some of the, location analytics and stuff we do. So between last year and this year, we're back at the same property, worked at the venue, and they actually upgraded the infrastructure here for their future conventions as well to the Wi-Fi density that we expect and that the industry is really coming to expect. And that allowed us to do no augmentation. I mean, we put up like a couple APs in really space that they don't normally sell. The event's just grown so big that we're kind of like in the back hallways and stuff now. So we had to do a little bit, but for the most part, you notice in the environmental, it's so much cleaner, like the Twitterverse generally blows up with like, oh, look at these great pole installations, temporary APs. And this year people are like, where are they at temporary APs? And they're in the grid.
We always wonder if someone's going to say, I don't see those temporary APs, and I had trouble connecting for whatever odd reason, maybe because there's 1,400 different interferers floating in this environment. I don't know how you'll fight through all this stuff. Hey, give me a little bit of it. You were saying also we've really upgraded the bandwidth, and we partner with CenturyLink on our access to the internet. Are we a little bit bigger now than we have been in the past?
Yeah, we are. So last year we had 20 gigs towards the internet. We had 2 10-gig links. CenturyLink's been a great partner and helps us out with bandwidth and make sure that we're cutting edge. And we reached almost 25% utilization on that link last year, and we thought, man, we're almost saturated. So we went ahead and upped it. We got 200 gig links towards the internet this year.
Okay, so we're not entering anywhere near, even though I think you said we're actually trending, and you'll have statistics at the end of the week that we always share at the, I'll go ahead and put a shout out, I'm doing the NOC review panel, which is Thursday at 1 o'clock, I think, somewhere. Look in your things. Mandalay Bay D, because you're going to be at D for Delta. Yeah. Okay, that's enough out of you. I'm trying to finish my thing. But come see the NOC review panel. These guys share all the dirty details about how well the network performed, what did we learn, what stuff failed, everything that kind of happens at the event. Either way, you guys should stop by here because it's the real McNeil. Is that the right way to say that? I don't think it is. It's the real deal. They've got all the equipment here, and we definitely eat what we cook, so to speak. Final words, what should people do if they come over here?
Well, they should check out the whole campus. There's a lot of great demos around here. We've got all the Cisco solutions, from front and center for everyone to check out. I think the big thing right now, we've got the Network Intuitive with the Cat 9Ks, which we heard about in the keynote, which is really exciting. We've got a great set of people here to talk about that. I mean, check out what we're doing with the containment and the video wall. We've got the threat wall up. People can check out security stats, live stats from the network are all available here. And then, have a look around the campus. Check out enterprise, mobility. All these guys are here.
Absolutely. Hey guys, so come check out the NOC. They've got all the actual equipment here. His team are giving a lot of demonstrations, a lot of walkthroughs, so you can see exactly what they're doing. You can ask them questions because we do eat our own cooking here. It's the Network Operations Center, and then come see us on Thursday. We'll talk about all the dirty details about what actually happened during the week. Send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks so much, Rob. That's a whole lot of NOC talk. All right, so what we're going to do is talk about data and application mobility for the next couple of minutes. How do we embrace hybrid cloud with confidence? Joining me now for that conversation right here in the studio, I've got Marcy Pearson with me. Marcy is VP of Collaboration and Talent Solutions for North America at IBM, and also here with me, I've got Leon Baranovsky, and Leon is Senior Director of Business Development and User Success for us right here at Cisco. Guys, thank you for joining us here in the studio. Late in the day, buffet behind us. What can we do to have fun, right?
And there are drinks all over the place, Steve.
Exactly. We had a great conversation earlier. We talked about converged infrastructure. Eric gave a great talk. It's really evolved for the road ahead. And the people who were there, they saw all these great new ways to bring speed and agility and efficiency to their applications and the workloads that they are deploying today. So I want to talk a little bit about this partnership. What do you really think that each partner is bringing to the table? Again, we've got IBM, we've got Cisco, these power players. Marcy, kind of what's your view on that?
Yeah, IBM and Cisco have been partners for a long time. We partner on multiple areas. What Leon and I have been working on is this collaboration partnership, where we've actually been able to bring to market, so it's in market, a new solution. From an IBM side, it's our collaboration cloud, our connections cloud, which is our market-leading social enterprise. It's email, it's calendaring, it's all infused with cognitive, as well as the industry skills that, frankly, that we're known for. And from a Cisco side,
a Cisco side, Steve, we've got Spark, we've got WebEx. It's basically our all-in-one collaboration solution, as you know. Message, meet, and call. So together, we have taken both of the solutions, put them together, brought them to market, and that's what we're here to talk about.
The 1 + 1 = 3 is truly more than ever, right? We're talking about Spark a ton. Back over here on this side. What do you think really differentiates us based on this partnership? What can we give to the industry that nobody else can do because of this connection between Cisco and IBM?
We make it easy.
Yeah.
That's the whole point, is to make it easy for all of us to do what we do every day. All the work that we need to do to collaborate between the email, the click to call, that it's an integrated solution. We've taken care of the plumbing. So it's not individual piece parts, it's all combined. It's easy to deploy, it's easy to manage, it's easy to use, it's easy to buy, it's easy for partners to add on to it. So that truly is what it is. It's focused on the end user experience and making it easy.
Yep. Simplicity, right? How much do we talk about simplicity? Chuck kicked off the day by talking about it. It's the only way that we get where we need to go, right?
That's absolutely correct. And for the case with IBM and Cisco, we're focused not only on the technology, but on all of the surrounding ecosystem. So we're working with our partners. We have joint partners where we go to market together. We have a single offering. We have a single support number. So one throat to choke. So for our customers, it's great, right? They know exactly who they can go to buy. They know exactly who they can go to get support.
Perfect, perfect. What really drove IBM and Cisco to create this partnership in the first place? If we go back a little bit, and like you just said a moment ago, Marcy, this is a long-term relationship.
It is.
We didn't just start this a week and a half ago. How did this really begin, and how do you think we got here? I know that's kind of a big question, but it's really fun to know. Here we are in 2017 in Las Vegas together.
And that is a great question, and it has been a journey. You know, it started a lot on the hardware and the network side, and it really came to a point as we started focusing on where are our customers really struggling. You know, people are losing time. The productivity level is really a challenge. You start a meeting, it takes 10 minutes to start a meeting. You know, we're interrupted every 7 minutes, and then it takes us about 25 minutes to actually get back to what we were doing. I know that happens to me all the time.
All the time. I'm not going to interrupt you.
No, don't interrupt me now. But But that was the kind of the point, is that both organizations at the senior level and as well down at the troops, because we have been working very closely together, realized that this was a common problem. And with the great technology that Cisco had, with a WebEx, with SparkRoom, you know, with all that technology, and our leading from a collaboration side on the IBM side, that it was truly something that nobody else could bring to market.
Just fantastic. Now, coming out of the session that was earlier, the Innovation Showcase, what do you think were sort of the surprises? What were the fun things that popped up during that session that people might not necessarily have expected, and yet they walked away with a whole brand new idea of what is happening with this partnership?
Well, I think that what might surprise them is some of the steps that we're taking in terms of cognitive. I think it will surprise people to see what we're doing to integrate the technologies. There are some things that Marcy described very briefly just now with click-to-call, our joint provisioning, all those kinds of capabilities. There's so much more that our engineers are busy working on that are going to deliver terrific value to the market. I want to add on one thing from before that you were talking about, Marcy. Marcy and I met yesterday with a partner of ours, a common partner, Sirius. And what the solutions architect from Sirius was telling us is that his customers want digitization, but digitization now means getting the capabilities inside the enterprise to work together. They believe that the only way to do that easily and to do it effectively is to have a best-of-breed solution that works together as a single solution, and that's exactly what we're working on to bring to market.
Absolutely, and it's funny because digitization can kind of get in the way, right? It becomes this generic concept, and we don't know how to exactly break it down and put it where it needs to be to make it applicable for all of our users. Beautiful.
And you're absolutely right, and there's so many use cases. You asked about the surprise.
Oh, yeah.
You start talking, and just the conversations that pop up. What about this? What about that? You know, I've got this idea. So there's so many different ways that this can be leveraged.
Fantastic. Guys, it has been such a pleasure to talk to you. Marcy, Leon, thank you again. Late in the day, so appreciate you coming here into the studio and joining us for the conversation.
Thank you so very much.
And again, we really want to thank all of you for joining us throughout the day. We have had so many great shows here, so many great sessions in the Innovation Showcase, the keynotes, and this is just the beginning, people. We have got 3 more rock solid, packed solid days of terrific technology, and we look forward to sharing it with every single one of you. On behalf of our entire Cisco TV crew that is back behind the scenes, along with my phenomenal co-host, Sherry Slate, James Bedford, Rob Boyd, Lauren Melloy, who is our new addition, has been doing a spectacular job. My name is Steve Moulter. It is a pleasure to have you all here with us, and we will see you back here. Oh, I'm going to say Rob twice. Rob just said in my ear that I should say it twice. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Guys, have a great night. Don't party too hard because we got 3 great days ahead of us. Have a great night. We'll see you right back here first thing tomorrow morning. Good night.